Reincarnated as Idiot Mob Arc 3 LVL Chapter 37 Arc 3 The Level Idiot and the Black Gold Coin. Money in the world. Then a problem. Oh, you're up? When I woke up, there is a blonde blue-eyed elf sister-type heroine right next to the bed. What are you doing here? After thinking for 0.5 seconds, I decide on the right thing to do. That it was really surprising. You know, you and Higaki-san collapsed by the side of the road. Ethel, Day. Sakurai. Gold coin. Ethel, the right one is to throw a gold coin to distract her, since the other party is the money-grubbing and miserly depraved sister, after all. What's this? Where's this gold coin comes from? I've never seen a gold coin with a jackal face on it, though. Is there such a thing in a school dungeon? That means it's a rare item, ain't it? Ethel. I get up from the bed, getting away from Ethel Tyner, who has grabbed the coin of Netherworld I had thrown with a jump and is happily observing it. Looking at the interior of the room, the place I am now is a room in the hospital attached to the academy. After all, you will remember it just by looking at it twice. And the fact that I'm in the hospital room should means that I have managed to revive safely. It was the first time in my life that I was being resurrected from the dead, so I got a little bit worried, but it's great that nothing went wrong. It even forms tooth marks, so it's unlikely to be a fake gold. And it feels like its weight is similar to the kingdom's gold coin. Ethel, with Tyner, who for some reason has begun to verify the coin with a serious look on her face. At a distance away, I turn my gaze to the side of the bed, and there is a bag filled with items that I brought out from the Netherworld. In the game, they were normally stuffed in the item column of the menu screen, but do they appear in the real world in this way because the menu has disappeared now that it has turned into reality? Incidentally, it would surely be convenient if the menu screen and item box were restored in some forms, right Tilda? It is so troublesome having to carry your tools around. What the hell am I doing? Rather you, listen to what Ethel. Okay, here's seconds. Sakurai. Seconds, yippee. Ethel. I throw another gold coin to distract her. In the meantime, I pick up my luggage and check its contents. After taking out a small bag out of it, I recount the number of seeds in it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're increased. The seeds have increased. This world is bugging. It hasn't been patched yet. Sakurai. Immediately after the release of the additional downloadable content, what became the Tropic was item doubling bug. This bug makes it that when you return to the real world from the Netherworld, the number of items and money you have so far be doubled. By making use of this bug, it is possible to increase the number of unique items you have, which originally you can only get once. I don't know how it works technically, so I can't explain it in that direction, but an expert said, when you go from the real world to the Netherworld, your character data is copied instead of transferred. Then when you return to the real world, your character's data in the Netherworld is also copied to the real world, and on top of that, the data of items you possessed in Netherworld get transferred, so as a result such a situation happened or something along the lines. Well, for more details, you can look it up yourself. It must be listed somewhere on the Capture Wiki. I will use anything that can be used, whether they are the clearly unjust, cheat, codes or bugs. My stance on that is not to care whether it is should or should not be used. The important thing is whether it is possible or impossible to use. I'm not very interested in the cause. There is a rare gold coin in my right hand, and there is also a rare gold coin in my left hand. Happiness. Ethel. Although this bug seems to be useful in a way, it causes a situation where even the events later on become bugged because it ended up increasing even the number of key items to progress the story. In a certain dungeon, it caused a problem such as the player being unable to proceed due to the stage gimmick not working, because the original key item that has been used stayed in unused state, due to the existence of the additional key item. The bug disappeared with the patch that was released later on, and the storm that made the bulletin board site crowded for a while passed. However, remembering that in the Netherworld made me think, if this world is in the state before the patch is applied, can I increase the number of seeds by using this bug? So I thought, how many kingdom gold coins will I get if I cash this? No, rather, should I put it up in the auction as a collection? What a dilemma, what a dilemma. Ethel, fortunately, I didn't have any key items on me because I wasn't involved in the original story. If the number of the items I owned increases, there would be no problem, and if the bug isn't working, that wouldn't be a problem. It certainly was a no-risk, higher-return bet, and moreover, I clinched a brilliant win. The number of the seeds is now 24. It's not enough to completely fill up the 30% difference in status, but the increased status will amount almost close to 10 levels. When I think I'll be able to hunt stronger monsters with this. Foo-foo, phew-hee. Hi-hoo. I'm so happy that I do a fist pump. The fist I make is hard and strong, in proportion to my joy. If this is the case, Uncle Bonus's sword that Higaki is carrying should be increased to 2 as well, so with me getting 1 back, both Higaki and I should be able to end things in a good note. Perfect. Too perfect. As I though, in-game, the one who has information, a spirit of challenge, and a spirit of never giving up will surely be victorious. Ah, that reminds me. The cost of your medical treatment is 60 million. They say. Ethel, come again? Did she just try to scam him in broad daylight? LVL Chapter 38. I'm increasing the release rate of LVL to 3ch/week. Shelving things and going back to sleep. Ethel Tyner. One of the heroines in the original story, a money-grubbing and miserly depraved priest who is extremely fond of gold and silver treasures. A woman with the nickname Sister. Other than method for skin care, she is only interested in the tropic of money-making. She is a depraved priest who boasted that the faith she believes in is also a tool for gaining credibility, a base sister. The reason why she ended up becoming something like that is told in the individual episode, but I will omit it this time. The important thing is that this woman is extremely fond of gold and silver treasures. She is a miser who will even calmly cheat and rip you off as a friend unless you rise her favorable impression to a large extent. In other words, her evil tongue that spat out such a bullshit as my medical cost being 60 million or something deserves to at least be cut and thrown away. Wait. Why do you raise your sword? Or rather, from where did you take out that sword? Ethel, what was 60 million again? Do you see me as a fool who would forget the formula of revival cost? Do you think I'm a sucker who can't even do a simple and basic arithmetic operations of level X 1000 gold? Sakurai. No, I don't understand what you mean. What the heck is level? The hospital's treatment costs are not so cheap, you know? Ethel, even though your appearance totally in my strike zone, your personal route costs too much money, damn you. And to put up event items needed to progress in the auction or such, don't screw with me. I don't care about the others, but how dare you sold even the jar? Right now, right here, I'll make you pay for all those resent me-ins. Sakurai. Did I sell the jar? No, this is our first time meeting, right? Scary. This person is scary. Somebody calls some me-in. Ethel, shit. Let go of me. I didn't think that this blonde elf would be that much of a miser, even though appearance-wise she extremely fit my taste, you know. Return the pure heart of mine who fell for your poster from the pre-order bonus. Your character introduction on the official homepage too was only full of sham to deceive people. Your personal episode was well made and I sympathize with your miserly character, but putting that aside, gimme back my money. I rushed here wondering what's the ruckus about, but what are you up to when you just woke up? Higaki. She tried to swindle me even though it is our first time meeting. This matter should be investigated thoroughly, right, Chairman of the Disciplinary Committee, Higaki-san. Sakurai. This is our first meeting after all, ain't it? Ethel. A few minutes of rampage while being held down by doctors. The one who rushed in with the sword of Sword Saint in hand after hearing the turmoil was our Chairman of the Disciplinary Committee, Higaki-san. As soon as she saw the situation, she hit my head with the scabbard without hesitation, locked my joints in flowing manner, chased away the surrounding doctors, and began questioning. Although I told her without hesitation that, From the objective facts and grounds in the original game, I am the victim. She didn't believe, it seems. I see, this is that false charge thing, huh? An H. No matter how I look at it, Sakurai is the perpetrator. Rather, you can't be anything other than the perpetrator. Higaki. I've always been the victim, even including the matter with disciplinary committee chairman Dono. Sakurai. That's your fault for hurting my heart. Higaki. You were the one who said that we had put that matter to rest or something on that side. Now you're meaning to bring it up again. To do that just because you have your allies now, that's cowardly, isn't it? Sakurai. I feel bad for interrupting you flirting, but I wonder if we can talk now. I'll also forget about the thing from just now for the time being, yeah. Ethel. What? Are you even going to charge me with conversation exchange fees too? I won't give even a coin to you, you know. Sakurai. What do you think I am? Ethel. A miser. Well, thanks to Higaki, I was able to calm down a little. Let's listen carefully this time. The cost of reviving a character who died in the original game should have been target character's level X 1.000 gold. The face value fluctuates a little depending on the progress of the game, but if the current me is the target, it should be 80.000 gold at the highest. What and how did you calculate for the result to be 60 million? It is off by several digits, you know. Even for a full spill, you should choose an amount that is not unbelievable. You know. It even blew away leveling from my mind for a moment, including the existence of the real Ethel Tyner. No, resuscitation isn't something that can be done so easily. Given the expensive medicines used on you, isn't 60 million cheap instead? Have you never been to hospital? Ethel. When you catch a cold, you'll get the experience points of resistance to abnormal status. So I usually would try to drag it on as long as possible and let myself recover naturally. That's why I've never been there. However, seeing how Tyner looks, I can tell that she is very serious. That means the bill is not from the church she is attached to, but truly from this hospital side. The documents I asked when I woke up were certainly legal, and after I had Higaki to look over it again, it seemed to have no problem. Incidentally, I got Higaki's bill shown to me too. But excluding the reduction from insurance or the likes, it was still expensive at 3 million gold. It seems that there is a discrepancy with the original game information that I know, or rather, should I say that the medical treatment cost has become realistic? No, putting that aside, how could it be 60 million? Isn't it strange? It's an understatement to say that 60 million expensive for getting your body restored from the state where it is mostly carbonized so that no scars or sequelae remain, no? Ethel. Come to think of it, I got hit by Higaki's fire snake head-on and my whole body got burned. Rather, I take off my hat to the challenger spirit of the doctor who tried to resuscitate me from that state. Normally, they would just silently shake their head, fume, considering that my whole body not only burnt, but carbonized. Is 60 million cheap? No, in the first place, it doesn't matter what happens to my body on the side of the real world because I was revived from the netherworld, right? No, but, even in the original game, the protagonist would be hospitalized for a while when he gets revived. Crap. I don't understand. I don't understand a thing anymore. For the time being, since I'm not told to pay up immediately, let's stay obediently until somebody who can give a proper explanation comes. Sakurai. Since we've woken up, they would inform us that later, so I think it's better to that as well, you know? Higaki. Since you've calmed down, I'll go back for now. Sakurai. And your sutures haven't been removed yet, so don't move a lot, okay? Ethel. Wait a second. I want to make just one thing clear before that. Sakurai. Tyner, who tried to go out with Higaki, stops her feet and turns around at my calling for stop, with her bitter face looking as though saying she is mentally tired. As if that isn't enough, she gives off the air of finding this thing troublesome. Higaki, who sensed that, also puts silent pressure on me as though saying get it done quickly. But I pay her no heed and ask Tyner without hesitation, who hired you to watch over me? Sakurai. Tyner expression stiffen at those words, albeit for a moment. I've repeated it many times, But this woman is a money grubber and a miser. She won't do anything that won't earn her money, and even if for example she went according what little remain of conscience she had and called people to help us, she shouldn't be doing something like this, which feels as though she wanted to maintain this relation. If she was waiting on Higaki, I would think she just wanted to make connection with the disciplinary committee, yet, she waited on me, who supposedly she met for the first time, instead. Moreover, when I woke up, she very naturally said you and Higaki-san collapsed by the side of the road, or something with a friendly tone, trying to close our distance. However, how can you get money by doing that? If that's the case, the most likely thing is that you've already received the money, that's why you're doing it. Sakurai. Ethel. Tina is silent. Higaki quietly takes a position at the entrance and block her retreat. Looking at her appearance, I'm convinced that my thought is roughly correct. As I thought, this miser was asked by someone to approach me. Ethel. Well, I don't care. I don't know who your employer is, but give him my best regards. Sakurai. Oi, Sakurai. Higaki, why are you making such a scary face? Frankly, it doesn't matter, no? I asked just because I was curious, but I'm not going to do anything about it, however. Sakurai. Is it okay to leave it at that? Higaki. Isn't it okay? There's nothing worth investigating anyway, as long as it doesn't interfere with my leveling, they can investigate as much as they like. Sakurai. Rather than something like that, I better think about the treatment cost. Also, how soon can I start leveling? Honestly, I don't care who the hell Tina's employer is. I just tried asking because she was acting unlike in the original game. If her personality also changed for some reason I don't know and I get attacked due to an incomprehensible pretext again, that would be a great trouble. I sure am quite traumatized by Higaki's case. I'm no longer interested since she's still the same miser I know. I'll just have to bear in mind not to get involved with her as much as possible to protect my wallet and continue leveling. I liked her a lot in the game, but it's clear that she's not the type of person you want to make friends with in the real world. I sympathize with her because I know the whole story of why she wants money, but that's it. And Higaki, for how long do you want to stand still there? So, see you later, Tina-san. Please give that handsome guy somewhere my best regards. Sakurai. While saying such a thing, I yawned. I became drowsy, so I lay down on the bed. I heard the sound of running behind me, but I think I have no words to say to a person who approached me with a lie in the beginning, so I throw it to the back of my mind. Higaki lets out her usual sigh and pokes my back with the tip of her scabbard. So without a choice, I turn my body towards her. I won't care no matter what happens to you, you know? Higaki. What's with you? Leaving that aside, we have to find out where Iris is when we get discharged from the hospital, and there's also the matter of the treatment cost. Also we have to discuss things about hereafter, right? Sakurai. To think Sakurai consider about those kinds of things. For now, I got it, so I'll go back to my room and take a rest. Don't cause a fuss while I'm resting, okay? If you do, I'll hit you with the sword drawn this time. Higaki. Contrary to her dangerous-sounding words, she unsteadily goes out of the room using her sword as a cane. After seeing her off, I lay quietly and close my eyes. Then, my whole body begins to feel sluggish, and strong drowsiness attacks me. I wonder if I can develop some kind of skill if I count sheep. While muttering in my dim consciousness, I'm invited to a deep sleep again. Didn't expect him to be so perceptive. LVL Chapter 39. Meeting Uncle Bonus after a long while. Then after waking up, packing up the luggage, and getting the bill, I become stupefied at the stupidly expensive medicines that was used on me unreservedly. Incidentally, Higaki's treatment cost was forcefully added to mine for some reason, and when I tried to physically raise a complaint, what's the meaning of this? The doctor said that all that was actually Uncle Bonus's arrangement. Thus, I get into the Adventurers Guild where Uncle is along with Higaki. Uncle How could the cost of my treatment be 60 million? Sakurai. Boy. Well, I worked to collect the ingredients for the medicines. That's why. It makes sense that the person who received the treatment to bear the remuneration. Am I wrong? Sanuki. According to what they said, Uncle, who heard that Higaki and I simultaneously did each other in, handed over the materials he got to the hospital and demanded a solid treatment for me who was in an almost unrecoverable state. Then he even went to the outside of the wall to collect the materials essential for the treatment in the form of quest. He really did his best for the treatment of me and Higaki, even though it's only been about a week since we collapsed. For him to go back and forth outside the wall numerous times, is Sword Saint another name for one-man army? I had been thinking that if you died, then you died, that's it, but it's great that you came back to life. Sanuki, saying so, Uncle gulps down his alcohol, laughing. Then he adds that the treatment cost is interest-free, and has no time limit, so I could pay it when I've become successful. Well, he went outside the wall, which was highly dangerous, numerous times to gather high-quality materials for my sake, so even though I knew that I could be revived in the netherworld, Uncle was certainly my lifesaver. I've been indebted to Uncle many times since long ago, yet I swung my sword for personal grudge in the end, so the payment of the treatment fee itself is not a big deal. I just want an explanation about the fact that the digits of the amount are a little out of order and that for some reason I have been billed for Higaki's treatment cost. When I try to ask him that, Higaki, who is squeezing herself behind me because she said that it is difficult to face him, comes forward and opens her mouth. Teacher, I am responsible for this case. That is why I will bear the total cost of the treatment. Higaki, huh? That's no good, young lady. I won't accept the money from you. Sanuki, what does that mean? Higaki, the matter was started by young lady, so if we have to point out who was originally at fault, it is you. Of course. So, well, when talking about where the responsibility lies, it'd naturally be at young lady. Sanuki, then that is all the more reason, Higaki. That's why I said I won't accept it, young lady. Sanuki, even as he smiles as usual, Uncle's eyes are very cold. Higaki, who is facing them, ends up turning silent, perhaps understanding the meaning of his words. I frown, also understanding what he's getting at. Higaki, do you understand? Young lady. Sanuki, .. Yes. Higaki. He won't accept Higaki's act of taking responsibility. He doesn't let her take responsibility. In other words, he doesn't even allow her to apologize. No matter how much she regrets, reflects, or tries to apologize, he won't forgive her. What is the inner feeling of Higaki, who is clearly denied by Uncle, who she admires to the point of worshipping him? I have no way of knowing that, but looking at Higaki, who is looking down and stepping back with a sorrowful look, looking at her, who has become so small that it feels like she has diminished in size. I let out a sigh with all my might. Sakurai. Oh? What's wrong, boy, to suddenly spit out such a loud sigh? Sanuki. Well, getting shown this kind scene, of course you would sigh at least once. Sakurai. As though to let the surroundings hear as well, and yet, as though to switch the air that has become heavy. I sigh again without reservation to Uncle, who is staring at that reaction in puzzlement. Because I've provoked and eventually took her life, even though it was a trade-off, to get revenge at her for beating me black and blue, and adding the fact that she had apologized in the netherworld, I hold hardly any ill feelings toward her. The experience points of the future are more important than the grudge of the past, and although there might be obstacles going forward, within me things has been settled as we both get what we deserved, and considering the character of Higaki, if this trend continues, similar problems will occur in the future. That's why I speak to Uncle. Not for Higaki, but for myself. No, well, I get that Uncle, who lost face in a sense, has his own consideration. However, if you put it that way, doesn't that mean that Uncle also holds responsibility for not facing Higaki properly? Sakurai. Oi, boy, what the hell are you talking about? Sanuki. It's not like Uncle didn't realize that Higaki was almost zealous about you. Besides, face the truth, even if you don't face her, isn't it your duty as the one overseeing her to warn her in advance? Or does Uncle can't even do something like that? Sakurai. Higaki is also at fault, but... or rather, I think she's generally at fault, but from the perspective of me, who is the number one victim, Uncle as her teacher, who is target of that zeal, should have some responsibility, so I can't help but say, in reality, when an athlete who longs for a well-known coach is ridiculed by the said coach and commits an act of violence, that coach would try to cut their ties by saying that everything is the fault of that athlete, the same as the current situation. For the society, it is possible to close the story with well, that probably makes sense, but from different perspective, it can also be interpreted as even though the athlete who longs for the coach is angry for that coach's sake, that coach is too heartless toward that athlete, or it is the duty of the coach to face the athlete and give them guidance so as not to cause such problems in the first place. No? So, since Uncle shows me such a nasty scene where he is digging up the problem and not giving Higaki a chance to make up for it, I, the biggest victim, end up wanting to say, don't make the situation become more troublesome. In the first place, what led to this case was the explosion of lots of dissatisfaction accumulated in her, Tilda. In that case, the one who will be pointed with the spearhead at the foremost when she explodes again in the future, is definitely me, ain't it? So why not let her stash away that feelings of guilt or something and have her take the opportunity to restore your dishonor? I mean honor, Tilda? Sakurai. I imagine an unpleasant future where I'm sitting on the spot while she complains to me non-stop. I understand a bit after we spent time together in the netherworld, but Higaki is fundamentally a person with strong attachment. If such her were to be abandoned by Uncle, she would continue to be trapped, continue to regret, continue to punish herself, and one day she would definitely explode. At that time, the one who will be closest to the center of the explosion is surely me. As long as we have to take care of Iris, I can be assured of that. In short, what the hell are you trying to say, boy? Sanuki. At the end of the day, what I want to say is that I wish you don't give me any more trouble than already is. That's why, since the concerned people have reconciliated, as the number one victim, I would like you to take action to prevent the same thing from happening again than just punishing Higaki. But Uncle might lose face that way, so you don't need to accept money from Higaki. I'll pay the full amount, including Higaki's share. So at least, let her apologize. Otherwise, she will accumulate lots of dissatisfaction and explode again. But Sakurai, Higaki. In exchange, Higaki should help me level up as much as she can, as long as Iris is here, or rather, until I'm satisfied. Sakurai. No, but... However, Higaki. Hold it, young lady. No matter what you say, when all is said and done, the one who have the most right to say what they want to say is the boy only. Sanuki. Teacher. Higaki. Boy. If you're okay with that, I'll make that my point of compromise. However, whether I'll forgive young lady is separate matter. Sanuki. Of course, it doesn't matter whether Uncle will forgive her or not. The burden on the mind will be quite different depending on whether or not there is an opportunity to apologize, so the chance of Higaki exploding later will be lower than when she completely isn't even allowed to apologize. Besides, with the matter of Higaki apologizing to Uncle, she would be even more conscious of the case this time. I'm sure Higaki will never forget this, and if she doesn't, it will help prevent it from happening again. That's the flow I'm aiming for. So Tilda, with that being said, this talk is over. Yes, it's completely over. Sakurai. Well, I was being a bit childish too. My bad, young lady. Sanuki. No, such a thing, I myself am. Really? Really? Higaki. Ignoring Higaki, who begins to bow her heads repeatedly, I relax a bit and rotate my neck and shoulders while exhaling lightly, trying to change my mood. Seriously, Uncle and Higaki's talk suddenly started heading in a troublesome direction, so I told him that I would pay the full amount including Higaki's share in order to force him. Because of that, don't I have to think about financial efficiency while leveling in the future? I have no intention of taking back what I said, but I feel a lot of stress because of the seeds of great trouble that ended up being born. Originally, leveling is something you have to do freely and carefreely, without having to do something you don't want to. I am enjoying leveling every day for the purpose of raising the level itself, not for the purpose of defeating the enemy or making money. The situation where a purpose that is not in line with my aim being born and make me need to turn my attention away is completely undesirable. There are some money-making strategies in the game era, but all of them that I can remember have little to do with leveling. Good dungeons where it is efficient in making money are far away and difficult to enter without obtaining a permit at the academy. It's too painful having to spend my every second and every minute for raising level to make money. There are ways to make money stably and steadily, but I want to do something big enough to earn 60 million at a stretch and pay the treatment cost quickly. Damn it. Even though if experience points can be converted into money, even here and now I would be able to pull out an amount of money enough to topple 1 or 2 countries. No, why do I have to give up my experience points for money? Not good. I can't think of anything good even if I stand here and think about it. Should I immediately go and join up with Iris, who should be coming over here and do some practice swing? Thus, I'll be excusing myself first. Good work Tilda. LVL Chapter 40. This and that a different story. Thanks to Sakurai's words, Higaki could avoid the definite severance of their relationship, but the feeling of guilt in her heart was still heavy. It was not only to her master, the Sword Saint, Sanuki Shoichiro, but also to Sakurai. In the end, Higaki continued to apologize even after Sakurai left. But Sanuki just said and did not say he forgive her. Still, even just being able to apologize made her heart felt a little lighter, if she was not allowed to even apologize. Imagining such situation, she was able to understand that apology had the power to save not only the victim but also the one who apologizes. However, it is also true that apologizing and being forgiven are 2 different things. In this case, Sanuki had heard from Sakurai what he was going to do in advance, so he had arranged some things so that it did not turn into a big problem, making the event be treated as an unfortunate accident in the middle of the training of fellow disciples. In other words, although it did not lead to them being judged by the law, Higaki had continued to atone and reflect on herself. What should I do from now on? Higaki muttered, remembering the back of Sakurai, who had left the guild first. The back was different from the usual confident one. It gave off the impression as though it was small and lacking in ambition. That guy, since waking up in the hospital until coming to here, even while I was packing my luggage in the hospital room, even while we were waiting to be called in the waiting room, and even on the way to this adventurers guild, he did not do even one practice swing. Sakurai, who usually would start practice swinging with a wooden sword he took out of nowhere whenever he had free time even for only a dozen of seconds, had not practiced swinging even once today. Even taking it as because he was in the period of recuperation, it would still be unusual for anyone who knew him. Actually, even Sanuki, who was unperturbed by most things, made a small surprised voice, hearing the story. To keep pondering and worrying about that is something that young lady has to do. No? Sanuki. That is, right. Pardon me. Higaki. Still, for the boy to be in a state where he even forgot to train, it might partly because of me. How should I ring him to get him back to shape, I wonder? Sanuki. Teacher. Higaki yelled at Sanuki, who began to ponder while stroking his chin. Yet, as a matter of fact, Sakurai had become quite temporarily only because his reason and instinct were making an action plan for repaying the debt and raising level based on the game knowledge inside his mind. Advanced information gathering and planning were important to get things done efficiently. Sakurai too worked based on this idea, so he sometimes behaved like this, but due to his usual behavior, neither Higaki nor Sanuki could guess that. Let's see, since that boy seems to be lacking in motivation, did you guys just do something big somewhere? Sanuki. Teacher knows what it is? Higaki. Isn't it because of the so-called burnout syndrome, the one where you feel sluggish after doing a big work? The current boy must have used up his energy because of the big work, so he's lacking motivation. Sanuki. That said, the burnout syndrome that Sanuki mentioned was also a fact. Sakurai kept faintly worrying about matters was also because his motivation to support his decision was at an all-time low. After all, there was also the fact Sakurai kept fighting without sleep nor rest, making a frantic effort in order to save Iris. Even after that, he was unable to rest, even though he spent nearly 3 months in the netherworld. Sakurai frequently visited and got caught up or caused uproar in the tower. If dust is piled up, it becomes a mountain. The mental fatigue that he had accumulated without even himself knowing had piled up to the point it showed on his face. Most of the time, you will recover after taking things slow for a while, but there are also those who absent-mindedly keep moving by habit. That kind of guys usually would end up dying suddenly because of a trivial mistake, you see. It would be troubling if he ends up like that. Sanuki. For a moment, what was projected in the two's minds was the figure of Sakurai unconsciously stepping into a dungeon while being carried away by the habits ingrained in his body. And as if invited by a monster that came into his view, he totteringly approached it, and without noticing a pitfall, they could imagine such a scene vividly. If it's him, he would end up like that, without a doubt. Then he would die again. Higaki was sure of that. Teacher, how can I make Sakurai quickly regain his spirit? At this rate, he will die again. Higaki, I can't deny that, and it's not a laughing matter either. If he dies again, all my efforts will come to nothing after all. Now then, what is the quickest and easiest way to make someone lively again, I wonder? Sanuki placed his glass on the table, then deliberately pursed his lips and stroked his chin with his fingers. Then after thinking about it for a dozen seconds, Sanuki clapped his hands and smiled as though he came up with a good idea. I know. There is an excellent way for a man in that state to regain his spirit. Sanuki, is that true? Is that something that I can do too? Higaki, rather, this is something that only young lady can do. Sanuki, only I can do. Higaki, Sanuki. Being asked by Higaki, Sanuki folded his arms and leaned his back on the sofa while puffing out his chest. Then he confidently told Higaki, young lady, have a secret date with the boy at night and pop his cherry in one shot. Most men will be revived with that, you know. That firm and clear voice spread to the surroundings. Some of the adventurers who were listening quietly agreed. Higaki on the other hand had a few seconds of stiffening before understanding the meaning of those words. Then when she understood, her face turned bright red, and when the blood rose up above her head, she, without being afraid of the attention of the surrounding people, screamed so loud that it echoed throughout the guild. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 41. Creepy. At one of several cafeterias in the academy, Ethel Tyner was sitting in a seat separated by a wooden partition. At the seats across the table were her friend as well as party member, Amanai Hayato, and the guy's childhood friend, Akano Ruka, side by side, and that childhood friend was slightly sullen. Sorry for calling you suddenly, even though you guys were having fun. Ethel, you don't have to mind it, you know. There must be an urgent matter, right? Amanai, Akano, I'll make it up to you next time. Amanai smiled at Ruka, who turned her face away at those words. Ethel, who sat across the table, could see that the corner of Ruka's lips were curled up slightly in a grin. Ethel did not understand how could she be happy by just that, but she did feel a little apologetic for interrupting their little date. However, she had to report what she had to report, especially about that guy. She got a feeling that she had to report it as soon as possible. So, actually, it's about the thing Amanai asked me to do, however. Ethel glanced at Ruka sitting next to him for a moment. Amanai noticed her line of sight and gave a small nod. She knows it too, so it's okay. Amanai, that's so? Then, cutting to the chase, Sakurai Toru has woken up, you know. Ethel, I see. So, what was he like? Amanai, before that, I'll ask one thing, Amanai, what are you intending to do by meeting him? Ethel. Amanai frowned at Ethel's question. His purpose was to confirm whether or not the other party was a reincarnated person, same as himself, and to clarify his stance. But those were things he hesitated to tell her. An original game character. A part of it was because he did not know how she would reach if she were to know the existences of reincarnated person or the original game, and also because he did not want their current relationship to get broken and lose her cooperation if he did tell her about it. But Ethel's question was one out of seriousness. It would be unfaithful if you were not to answer her. I just have something I want to confirm with him. Whether or not he is the one I know, I want to find that out. Amanai. Do you mean that you want to make sure if he is your old acquaintance? Ethel. Something like that. Sakurai Toru is a common name, but I got curious when I found that he's the same age. Amanai. Did you have an acquaintance named Sakurai? Ruka. Just as a woman has a women-only relationship, man also has a men-only relationship. Amanai. I can only agree when you put it like that. Ruka. In the end, Amanai decided to make his words ambiguous to the point it was not a lie. Although what he said was true, Ethel felt suspicious at his remarks that did not contain any sort of concreteness, but she decided that it would be rude to pry too deep into the person she had just met after enrolling. I see. I was thinking of offering you my help in case he tries to pull something funny when you meet, however. Someone like Amanai won't need it, huh? Ethel. Is he that bad for Ethel to say such a thing? Amanai. He's a weirdo, one step short of being a lunatic, or rather, to put it in a word, creepy, perhaps? Ethel frowned and spoke as objectively as possible about the incident in the hospital room. It was supposed to be their first time meeting, but from the moment he woke up, he knew she was a miser and made use of that to control the pace of the talk. While she did not understand the meaning of various words he said to her, he was taking the attitude of being the victim of money-making scheme that she was likely to do. On top of that, she thought that he was just a crazy weirdo at first, but it turned out that he had the observing and reasoning ability to figure out that she was hired by someone to monitor him. It could be said that these were things that could not be done without a deep understanding of the person named Ethel Tyner. Was he a person who could understand that much from the person he met for the first time in a few moments after waking up? She suspected. Ethel got the impression that he was a creepy guy she doesn't want to get involved with. As for me, I don't want to get involved with him as much as possible, but I think there are people who think that leaving him alone is a bad idea. Maybe. Wasn't it because the chairman of the disciplinary committee, Higaki-senpai, thought so as well that she met him in person? Since I, who just met him for a while, got such an impression, perhaps Higaki-senpai, who faced him properly, had seen through him deeper, so they ended up fighting? Ethel. I see, he's that kind of guy, huh? Amanai was convinced that Sakurai was a reincarnated person and knew about the original game, since only in that case would the impression Ethel had and the actions he took when he saw her made sense. But because of that, he was also more cautious about Sakurai. At least he did not mind about the influence of his own knowledge, and for better or for worse, he acted and behaved like he doesn't have a complaint of being treated as a weirdo. In short, he doesn't care about the world. The go-my-way type. Amanai sighed at his increasing seeds of worries and put his weight on the backrest. Ethel made an expression as though she had guessed something looking at his state, but Amanai did not notice that. From his appearance, it seems like he had his bad premonition came true. Ethel. For now, I got it. I'll try meeting him by myself later. Amanai. You don't have to force yourself, you know. I think it's better not to get involved with that guy. Ethel. I hope he's not that kind of guy, but, well, there are times when a man must not back down. If I end up really lost on what to do, I'll rely on you. Amanai. Then that means the contract has been completed for now. Gimme the reward, please. And this is your treat, right? Ethel. Amanai smiled wryly at Ethel, who turned into a money grabber at the next moment as she was worrying about him as though at the flip of the palm. He wanted to say it was that part of her which made people didn't like her, but he swallowed his words due to sympathy just because he knew her background, and all that came out was a forced smile. I think that part of Ethel is why people don't like her. Ruka. Hey, isn't that terrible, Tilda? Everyone likes money. My fondness of money is just a little bit deeper than most people. See, Tilda, it sure is regrettable. That being said, Akano Ruka, who didn't know her situation, said so straightforwardly. At her words, Ethel replied while making an "I'm hurt" gesture deliberately. It could be seen that she was enjoying her exchanges with Ruka. While thinking that it was great that the two seemed to get along, Amanai worried about the contents of his wallet. You can read more chapters, up to 12, On Patreon. LVL Chapter 42. Special thanks to Christopher and Kiwi for the pledges. No way. It's cold, it's so cold. Iris. Okay. It was my bad. Alright. Sorry that I was late meeting up with you. Okay. Don't cling to me, you are a real pain in the neck. Sakurai. You called me a pain in the knee. Eek. Iris. You can do whatever you want now, so please stop crying. Sakurai. Yeah, why? Iris. Damn it. The time we were separated was too long, making her infant regression progressed at an accelerated rate due to the relapse of her trauma. What a total pain. It's extremely tiresome dealing with her. I'm not good with children, you know. I'm carrying Iris on my back, giving her a piggyback ride so to speak, on the way home. The destination is the log house, which is Iris's new home. In the original story, the majority of the heroines are students of the academy, so they live in the dormitory, but she, who is an additional heroine, cannot enter the dormitory unless she enrolls into the school. That's why in the original story, in case she follows you and comes to the real world, her residence would be at the grove of mixed trees behind the dormitory. Iris would be living in a log house that is suddenly built there. By the way, this log house was built behind the men's dormitory for some reason. I didn't care if it was in the game world, but now that it has become the real world, wouldn't she need some kind of crime prevention measures? That's why Higaki, please move to Iris's log house. Sakurai. It would be easier if Iris could come to the girls' dormitory, but she's not a student after all, right? For the time being, I have to go and stay with her, huh? Higaki. I suggest to Higaki walking next to me, and she agrees. It's Iris who is sensitive to cold we're talking about here. If we leave her alone, she may trespass into my room in the men's dormitory, so it would be safer to have the same gender. Higaki, who has comparable heat to me, stays with her. Speaking of which, my heat raises by leveling, but Higaki's heat raises uncontrollably whenever she sees the stories or pictures of Uncle appears on screen. Although looking from the side, she seems to be an otaku who is indulged in delusions seeing the pictures of her idol. The fact that her face that is not only good but also delicate still looks as pretty as a picture is unfair. That is right, isn't it? I can rest assured if I am with Higaki-san, who is also a woman. Moreover, there are not many opponents that the two of us together cannot handle. Iris. Right. You can't be assured if it's a man like me, right? That's why Higaki should be the one carrying you, right? Sakurai. Just quietly do your duty as a man, Sakurai. Higaki. The gain in experience points is bad carrying in this way. Can I carry you like a rice sack, Iris? Sakurai. Please stop. You are not an aid worker, you know? Iris. That's right, I'm not an aid worker, but a primary nursing caregiver, right? Or rather, I won't be able to settle down until I start leveling in earnest, so I'm afraid that if she doesn't get off, I might start swinging Iris around as we walk, though it can't be helped. I will bear with it for now. Please warm me up again later, okay? Iris. After saying so and getting off my back, Iris says, I will go ahead and prepare for dinner. And run away. I pull out my sword while seeing her off, and start walking while swinging my sword around to stretch my shoulders. The experience points displayed in my field of vision is very small, only 5-6, but as expected, my heart feels at ease when I see the experience points acquisition log flowing down. However, it is also depressing to have to think about the treatment cost. If I don't do something about it, I get the feeling that it will spoil the pleasure in my daily leveling. 60 million, no, 63 million, what should I do, I wonder? Sakurai. I will also make money through dungeons and quests with you, to lighten your burden a little. Higaki. When I need it, I'll have you help me even if you don't want to, so stop acting hesitant like that. That's really weird of you. Still, dungeon and quest. It's a pity that I'm still a lower class student of the academy. Sakurai. You probably don't need detailed explanation of the concept of quest if you have been playing games to some extent. Well, it's a kind of work that you can complete while making progress in the game. However, just as adventurers have ranks, Students are also roughly divided into 3 ranks: lower class students, intermediate class students, upper class students according to their abilities and achievements. The quests that you can accept depend on that rank. The rewards for lower class students' quests are low, especially in the early stage of the game. The average reward is around 500-600 gold, with the highest amount is 2000 gold for the promotion certification quest. When I think that I have to clear tens of thousands of quests to reach the target amount, as expected, I have to think about another way. You have the ability to compete with me, so I can recommend you to be promoted to upper class student. In addition, if you get teacher setting the table, you should be able to ignore the exam for intermediate class student. It's not a fundamental solution, but well, I should take whatever I can, huh? Sakurai. Even if I become an upper class student, I still have to complete nearly 1,000 quests, and with the increase in difficulty level of each quest, it might take me a few years to pay off all of my debt. Even if I were to make money in the dungeon, that would mean I have to keep Wicked Thought, that is making money, in mind while leveling. Just imagining it stresses me. Choosing this is my last resort in case there really is no other way. Ideally, I'd like to pay back everything within a month, so I'd like to find another way. I wonder if there is an oil magnate who can give me money infinitely somewhere out there. Also, Higaki. Sakurai. I move my gaze to Higaki, who suddenly starts stuttering. She has an embarrassed expression and is muttering something, opening and closing her mouth repeatedly. I wonder, is she trying to make me laugh, or is she exercising her facial muscles? Can't she do something like that at home, I wonder? I don't know what she is doing, so I try to leave her alone, but she grabs my shoulders vigorously. As I thought, something's up. But I'm starting to feel annoyed at Higaki, who seems to really want to say something but not saying a word. Feeling my gaze, Higaki's face turns bright red and she mutters bit by bit with a voice that sounds about to vanish. I'm really grateful for your help with teacher. So, what I'm trying to say is I want you to have me do anything I can to. Higaki. I said I'll call when I need you, okay? Sakurai. You are lacking in spirit right now. You don't have energy. If it's the usual you would have started training no matter how brief the time is. You should have started practice swinging while walking since the beginning. Higaki. Yeah, well, now that you mention it, that's right. But now I'm confused by your strange tension, though. Sakurai. The voice of Higaki, who seems to be completely at her wits' end, echoes in the grove. When I turn my gaze as I wonder what she wanted to say, she resolves herself and screams as her already bright red face become even redder. That's why, have sex with me. Higaki. No, what are you talking about? Sakurai. Having sex with me will make you feel better, right? Come on, have sex with me. Higaki. No way. Sakurai. At my reflex rejection, Higaki, after stiffening for a few seconds, realizes that she has failed big time and sits down on the spot while covering her face with her hands. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 43, Dempsey Straight Jolt. What is this girl saying suddenly? What kind of twisted thought running in her mind this time? Is she trying to move on to me because her relationship with Uncle was almost broken off? No, there's no way that's the case after all, right? While thinking about such things, I pour a cold gaze on her, who is sitting down on the ground. After deciding to try listening to what she was thinking for her to said such a thing for now, I ask her what she meant by her remark. I see. You were worried I was spiritless because I got that burnout syndrome or something, and Uncle told you that I will recover if you invite me to a date and have sex with me. Sakurai. Yes. Higaki. But since I refused your help for making money, you thought that was the only thing you could do for me. But you have never invited a man to a date, and though you have the knowledge, you have no experience with that kind of thing. Sakurai. Higaki. Then because you're at your wit's end, you decided to just bite the bullet and say it, and the words that came out were have sex with me. Sakurai. Yes. Higaki. Phew, to think that I was so spiritless that Higaki went to the extent of considering such a thing. It seems that the adverse effects of the treatment cost on my mind and body have surfaced quite earlier than expected. At this rate, my decency that I have thrown away for the sake of leveling might be revived from the graveyard of my heart. If that happens, I will probably end up becoming a typical adventurer who wields their sword to make money. This is a serious problem, as I thought. I have to aim to repay my debt as soon as possible. Putting everything aside, for me having sex with you is, honestly speaking, impossible. Sakurai. Is it because my appearance doesn't suit to your liking or? Higaki. No, not because of your appearance, but because it is you. Sakurai! Higaki. She probably didn't expect to be rejected straightforwardly. Hearing my words, Higaki raises her face vigorously, her eyes are wide open in shock, shaking, as if she couldn't understand it. Certainly, Higaki is a beautiful girl. Her figure is good. There is no doubt about that, since she was even selected to be a heroine in the original game. After all, even in this world that has become a reality, she must have been living while being self-conscious that her appearance is exceptional. However, this and that are different issues. Speaking bluntly, it's impossible for me to see Higaki as a woman. After all, your various defect in personality outweighs your superiority in appearance. Sakurai. Calling it defect is terrible. Higaki. Certainly, I'm grateful to you for wanting to cheer me up, to make it up to me somehow. I appreciate the thought, but you're the type of person who is extremely attached, and that can't be said to be a decent personality even as a compliment, isn't it? You know, in the past, a friend of mine was dating a woman with a strong attachment like you. She was so attached that she followed my friend all the time. At every opportunity, she would start backbiting his friends who she didn't like, and said that he should sever his relationship with people like that and the likes. And when he argued, she would say, I am only thinking what's best for you, or are you going to dump me? When they finally broke up, she even mutilated herself to try to hold him back. Even though he had changed his contact address after they separated, she looked it up, and approached him to get back together with him, turning into a stalker. And I got into a lot of troubles because I was also caught up in it. And you're definitely such type, ain't you? Sakurai. Are you out of your mind? I'm not that kind of woman. Higaki. Then, let's say you got along with your uncle, okay? If so, first, you'll be around him all the time, and every time I want to talk to him, you'd say if you want to talk to him, you have to get through me first, right? Despite that, if uncle were to complain to you, you'd definitely say I'm the only one for teacher, or don't abandon me, and the likes, right? Sakurai. Are you? Higaki. Listen here, Higaki. In the first place, if you want to offer your body to make it up for me, it would only make me think that there must something wrong with your head or something. If you have time for something like that, I'd be much happier if you were to spar with me. After all, that'd get me experience points. Understand? That'd get me experience points. It's definitely hundreds of millions of times better than anything else, right? Sakurai. After crouching down in front of Higaki, sitting down and looking at me, so, you don't have to do something like that. I don't feel attraction as a woman from you anyway, and I'm neither foolish nor stupid enough to step on a visible landmine. Sakurai. I put my hand on her shoulder, and declare so firmly, oh. You are. Higaki. You are. That's dangerous? Sakurai. As though she suddenly snaps, Higaki draws her swords and slashes me. I repel the slash she unleashed, but my sword is flicked off my hand. I instantly flip my wrist, entangle the ejected thread around a tree, and pull up my body. What are you doing suddenly? Sakurai. You think I can withdraw after you disparage me like that? You think I can withdraw after you called me such thing as a visible landmine? Higaki. Aren't you actually exploding now, you landmine woman? Sakurai. You're calling me landmine again. Now that it has come this, I'll get you to have sex with me. No, I'll have sex with you. Higaki. Even though I just frankly said the truth, Higaki snapped and attacked me for some unknown reason. It seems this won't end in a short while. In that case, can't be helped, Let's play along with her and raise the level of Shishu until Higaki calms down. I'll show you my ability as a thread user. Shishu-Shimatsu, lit. Settlement, bullet strand shot. I sling away the threads that I had spread to the surroundings, swinging the threads. The threads that fly in the air form fist-sized bullets and are fired one after another at Higaki. Is that it? Higaki. However, the other party is the chairman of the disciplinary committee. Higaki slashes, flicks, and parries the bullets coming at her from almost all directions. Her figure dealing with 3 or more bullets at once looks like a dance. Shishu-Newage, lit. Finish sewing, spider's web, Shimatsu, bullet strand shot, Shimatsu, fraying cut. In the meantime, I fire thread bullets to lead her to a sticky trap, and limit her movement with slashes as I recover my sword that was flicked away. Shishu is roughly divided into 2 skill groups, Shimatsu that deals damage to the enemy and Newage that affects the status of the enemy and ally with abnormal status such as buff or debuff. And the difference between Shishu and other attack skills like Flame Sword is that you can exert various effects by combining the skills that is separated to your 2 hands like a puzzle, and by adding in other actions, you can activate an additional Shishu skill. In particular, the latter advantage is it can compensate your lack of number of moves, which tends to occur in solo battle, and you'll be able to take actions such as restraining your enemy by slashing them with thread so as not to be disturbed as you use recovery items. On the other hand, since the offensive ability of the Shishu skills itself is not that high, it's often the case that its power is insufficient in the final stage of the story, and in regard to its buff-debuff ability, its correction to status is abysmal compared to its pure support skills, ending up in the gradual decrease of its usability as you approach the end of the game. However, for me, a solo fighter who doesn't intend to party with anyone, it is a wonderful skill that can cover up my weaknesses. Flame Sword - reverse leading flame. Higaki. Hey? Sakurai. While I was thinking about such a thing, Higaki activated Flame Sword. The released flame run through the thread, burning and spreading to other threads through the knot connecting them. The threads that I've spread around burns one after another. On top of that, the fire begins to spread to the surrounding trees which are entwined by the threads. Wait, oi, hey, Higaki-san, stop using Flame Sword in the woods? Sakurai. It's your fault. It's your fault for using such weak and combustible threads. Higaki. Now you even start saying bullshit. The flames must be burning and spreading more than you expected and now you're out of ideas, ain't you? Shut up. Higaki. Were you this crazy? Sakurai. Higaki finally starts to be angry for real. She starts aiming for my vitals, but my movements also switched from playing around to actual battle. Then with the thought that I can gather more experience points by fighting with Shishu and the Devil's Whisper, at worst, you can recover with items, so everything's gonna be fine, as long as you don't get insta-killed. I lose my reasoning. As if attracted by me whose tension raises and lose sight of the surroundings, Higaki starts becoming even more heated up and reckless. Ho-ho-hoy. The increase in skill exp on a battle against monsters and humans sure are different. Let me earn more, Akun. Sakurai. Be quiet and let me have sex with you, Sakurai. Higaki. What are you guys doing in a place like this? Iris. Thus, the two of us made merry, fighting to the death in the woods at dusk until we were suppressed by Iris, who came to check up on us. A few minutes after being splendidly suppressed, we peacefully sit in Caesar side by side as we are being scolded by Iris standing imposingly in the log house. Ha, I see, so that's what happened. Certainly. The weakening of Sakurai-san's heat is inconvenient for me as well, and I think going out and play to cheer him up is a good idea. However, Higaki-san, as expected, you took the words of your esteemed teacher too seriously. You skipped too many steps, you know. Iris. My apologies. Higaki. I understand your feeling of wanting to do something to make it up for him and helping him in any way you can. However, Higaki-san is too reckless, carrying everything by yourself. We are no longer in a superficial relationship, so please do consult with me when you are in trouble. Iris. Is the talk over? Then, I'm sweating a lot, so I'll off to the bath first. Sakurai. Why are you trying to escape? Do you think you are not going to get a scolding, Sakurai-san? You, stupid. Iris-san. After hitting my head, tattered with scratches all over my body, Iris scolds me with a somewhat angry face. I admit that I was also partially at fault for start fighting to the death as Iris was preparing for dinner. But I just said the truth. The one who drew their sword first was Higaki. That part is clear, I say. No matter how true it is, there are things that you can and cannot say. It should have been possible to express it in a more indirect manner. While knowing that Higaki-san is the type who bottles up her emotions and explodes, you thrust your reasoning as though you want to ignite her, to say she is unattractive and trample her dignity, whereas your humanity. Iris. Why do I have to be that considerate? Sakurai. Sakurai-san, I have told you many times that that part of you is no good, right? Stupid. Iris. Iris hit poke on my head again. It doesn't hurt, yet as I've experienced it in the netherworld, when Iris hit my head, my blood cools down and I become calm, like a disciplined dog. By the way, Higaki is quiet, completely overwhelmed by mental anguish at Iris's unintentional diss. Well, yeah, I went too far, I think. There are a lot of things happening today, right? You must have accumulated quite a fatigue without being aware of it, so how about calling it a day? Let's decide tomorrow's schedule as we eat dinner, okay? Iris. Prompted by Iris, Higaki and I quietly head to the table. My tattered clothes are thrown into the trash can, and I put on a spare academy uniform I get from Iris. When I ask her why she has something like it, she replies, because I thought you would definitely come back with your clothes ruined sooner or later. To make her sure of such a thing, I think I must at least self-reflect a weeny bit. After this and that, as we all having a warm meal, Iris starts deciding about tomorrow's plan together with Higaki. Hearing about famous places outside the academy, favorite shops, date spots and the likes from Higaki, Iris happily says, I want to go there, I want to try that. Looking at her, Higaki, who have been depressed, gradually regains her spirit. By the end of the meal, she is actively engaged in the talk. I may have also got tired unknowingly again. Without disturbing the conversation between the two, I quietly work on knitting, leveling, after the meal. Well then, we'll be going out early in the morning tomorrow, so you two make sure to get up early, okay? Iris. Okay. Sakurai. 2. Drain moderately so you don't oversleep, got it? Higaki. Oku. Sakurai. Why do I end up staying over here? Trivia. Jack Dempsey was an American world heavyweight boxing champion. When I googled his name, the manga Hajime no Ippo came up for some reason. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 44. Fit in with a click and the idiot startup. We went out in the morning, strolling around to shopping, to visit tourist attractions, to visit leisure facilities, etc. Looking at the backs of the harmonious Higaki and Iris, I'm honestly in agony. I wanna go leveling. Sakurai. Rather than a date, it is more correct to say that the two are having me to keep them company. If asked whether or not it's fun, I'd say it's fun, but compared to the enjoyment of leveling, I'd say leveling is 2 times more fun. But well, if leveling is removed from this world, I think this will be the most enjoyable thing to do. However, something such as level-less world, what kind of hell is that? I'd rather suicide at max speed. Some people may think, what kind of bullshit are you spouting off while you're playing around with 2 beautiful girls? It is true that the 2 original game heroines are beautiful, naturally, and Iris is particularly conspicuous due to her high-exposure clothes. The reason why there is no one among the men ogling at her coming up to try to pick her up as we walk around the street is because of Higaki walking next to her is well known for her reputation as the chairman of disciplinary committee. Without her, those womanizers would undoubtedly be scrambling to hit on her. But that story is limited only to those focusing on outward appearance. For me who knows the inside, it is difficult to have such a fickle feeling. After all, on one hand is the woman having a twisted longing and been wanting to kill me since our first meeting, on the other hand, is a patient with mental illness whose parent leave her to me to take care of. How should I put it? I feel uneasy that something might happen someday. No matter how soft their attitude is and no matter how calm they look, knowing that they're fundamentally saddled with troubles, a bit of anxiety inevitably crosses my mind and ending up raising my alertness. For a general mob character that you can find just about everywhere like me, a severe experience is something that will end up having a lasting effect on myself. Anyway, I'm currently changing my clothes repeatedly as I walk a little behind them, trying to divert myself even a bit. By repeatedly changing with clothes and accessories I purchased in large quantities at the second-hand clothing shop that we visited earlier, I can accumulate experience points of disguise skill, and I came to realize that by following the two girls without them being aware that I'm in disguise, I can accumulate experience points or stealth skill, finding leveling elements from the trivial parts of daily activity. This is an essential ability for the next generation of leveling. In that respect, it's no exaggeration to say that I've completely mastered it. You can even call me the training king of the great leveling era, though it's a little lonely that there's no one following after me. Tilda, we have visited various places, but what should we do for the finale? I wonder. Tilda. Iris. Hey Sakurai, do you? Sakurai, eh? Higaki. Ah, sorry, I'll remove my makeup. Sakurai. What were you doing behind us? Higaki. What, you ask? Disguising. People can alter the look of their facial skeleton just by using a little bit of makeup and putting on fake eyelashes. Being seduced by a man from a gay bar when I was dressed in women's clothing had become an unpleasant memory, but that aside, I'd say it was a valuable experience. So, what was that? What I'm gonna do at night? Go home, practice swinging, and sleep? Sakurai. Please be a little more energetic. Also, everyone in the netherworld told you to pay more attention to your surroundings, no? Iris. The very first person telling me that was you though. Well, her memories have gone, so it's natural that she couldn't remember it. That said, something I wanna do, I can't think of anything other than leveling. At the two waiting for my reply, I have my gaze wandering around, wondering how to answer. Tang? Sakurai. I suddenly notice a poster on a bulletin board. It is an information about an opera that is going to be held tonight, with the picture of a female opera singer bathing in the spotlight depicted on it. This is... Sakurai. Approaching the poster, I tilt my head. The woman depicted on it is a character I'm very familiar with, and speaking of her and opera, one event surfaces from my memory. However, the event in my memory should be occurring in September when the organization Black Sword, which is hostile to the protagonist and his friends, starts to move in earnest. The Black Sword caused a turmoil at the opera venue where she performed. The protagonist and his friends who, by chance, came to watch helped to solve the turmoil. Such was the gist of the plot line. There was a shocking development that told the player how much Black Sword was routed in the country from a meta perspective. However, is the opera written in this poster different from that event? What's wrong, Sakurai? To suddenly turn silent like that. Higaki. Are you interested in the opera? That is a little surprising. Iris. Well, a bit. How should I say it? Sakurai. The two, noticing that I get into deep thought, also look at the poster. I keep looking at the poster of the opera as though glaring at it without caring about anything else. Like searching for a piece that leads to the correct answer in front of an unsolvable puzzle, though I am sure that I can break through the current situation if something fits in. It's frustrating that I can't seem to find that something. If you're so interested, why don't we go watch it? It's unusual, but there seems to be same-day tickets for the second floor. Higaki. I don't know much about opera, but are same-day tickets unusual? Iris. Same-day tickets themselves are not unusual, but the ones for the second floor seats are. Opera's same-day tickets are usually for the unpopular seats from which is hard to see the stage or for seats from which you can only hear the sound without seeing the stage due to positional issue. The tickets for such seats are sold cheaply. Higaki. So that is why same-day tickets for the seats on the second floor, from which you can get a good view of the stage, are unusual. Iris. That's right. Higaki. That's it. Sakurai. The missing piece clicks into place, and my memory of the game era is rapidly revived. Yes. The unusual same-day tickets for the seats on the second floor. That is the decisive factor that the protagonist and his friends decided to go to watch the opera by chance. Such unusual same-day tickets won't appear again and again. Opera, a female singer, same-day ticket. If there are only 2 factors, I can pass it as a coincidence, but if there are 3, it would be the best proof that this opera is the original game's event, and if this is the original game event, it can be the best chance to make money for me who knows the future. Alright, let's go watch the opera. Doesn't matter where the seats are, just go buy the tickets first. I'll go get ready for a bit. Sakurai. Wait, why do you suddenly become so highly spirited? Higaki. If you are thinking of doing something bad, please confess immediately. Iris. I'm not thinking of doing something bad or the such. On the contrary, I'm proud to say that what I'm gonna do is for a just cause. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Sakurai. Those who say something like that are definitely up to bad things. Spit it out. Higaki. Having such a prejudice is not good. It's okay, so go buy the tickets. I'm counting on you. Sakurai. Where are you going? Wait. Iris. Not a coincidence. Is there an idiot who would miss this sort of chance to get a massive amount of money? I will do my best to make use of the flow of this original game event to repay my debt. If it goes well, I can get close to 100 million gold, so I have to hurry up and get ready for it. I ignore the call of Iris and Higaki and run away. My destination is a bar in the back alley of the Adventurers Guild, and also the item shop. All I need are all the money I can get, connections, and a certain reliable information. Wait for me, you unfortunate members of Black Sword. My gold mine. Hi. Sakurai. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched. With such words also coming to my mind, I loudly laugh and run away. The boy is gonna go screw some baddies. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 45. Flow of Fate. Opera? Yeah, that Diva Luizina Mateos's opera performance. I got some tickets, see, so how about you use them to make up with Rika? Ethel. Going to opera to make up for her, you say? I don't think that sort of stuff is to Rika's liking, though. I saw the tickets offered by Ethel and said so. In the first place, Amanai and Rika were from rural areas and had never anything to do with opera, so even if they were told that Diva, they wouldn't really get its significance. In addition, Amanai had only ever watched opera twice in his lifetime as part of the cultural education he learned at school. However, to be clear, he only remembered to be uninteresting and absolutely boring. Those experiences diminished his motivation for opera. Therefore, it was inevitable that he thought, wouldn't it be 10,000 times better if we go out and play rather than that? Him showing a bitter reaction was a matter of course. Besides, Luizina Mateos is one of the executives of the Black Sword. If anything happens, it will be difficult for the current me to escape. Since it was April, there was no doubt that she was, in all likelihood, only be doing her surface job as an opera singer. However, Luizina Mateos was one of the most powerful enemies in the original game, and he remembered being given tastes of hardships many times fighting against her subordinates, 3 demonkins, at the event on September. Although he knew that it wasn't the time for such an event to occur according to the time, he didn't want to approach her as much as possible, so Amanai didn't intend to take Ethel's proposal. Kai, the thing that girls from rural areas yearn for the most is opera, you know, Amanai. And if you're looking for a popular opera among girls, then it is definitely the Prestige, you know. Ethel. Amanai. This guy really doesn't understand girls' heart. There's no girl who doesn't attracted by a date spot where she can enjoy a little mature atmosphere with a boy she likes. Ethel. Even if you told me so. If Rika says she really wants to watch it, then I will go, but inviting her to go to an opera to make up really doesn't sound like the sort of stuff that would come from me, right? Amanai. After seeing Amanai's totally unwilling response, Ethel understood that persuading him any more than that was meaningless, so she decided to withdraw. Amanai felt sorry at her disappointed appearance, but he had no intention of following along her suggestion now. I'll just keep it in mind as one of the candidates for the time being. Thanks for your concern. Amanai. If you ask for it later, I'll charge you for extra, alright? Be prepared. Ethel. Stop acting like a reseller. You'll anger various people, you know? Amanai. Why are you suddenly making such a serious face? Well, I won't do that sort of things to my friends. Ethel. Don't do that even to other people. Amanai. Alright. What are being you so angry about? It's a bit scary. Ethel. No, Yume. Sorry. I remember something a little unpleasant. Amanai. Suddenly remembering a memory from his previous life where he lined in a store for a limited edition good from the morning, but it was purchased in large quantities by several people in front of him and sold out. Then at a later date they were sold in large quantities at the online auction. Amanai unintentionally raised his voice. He then decided to give her one of the items he had on hand as an apology. It was a one-time use magic stone, could deal a fixed damage to any opponent. Its price was less than 500 gold, but from the standpoint of a junior student, it was an item with almost the same value as the reward for one quest. Of course, there was no reason for Ethel to decline it. Rather, due to her persistent bargaining, he finally ended up handing over her 3 of them. Amanai felt like he saw the bad part of Ethel's perseverance. That being the case, it was no good. A shame, ain't it, Ruka-chan? Ethel. Mew tilde. Blockhead. Hayato tilde. Ruka. Honestly, I don't see that many guys interested in watching opera, so I think this is the obvious result, though. Ethel laughed at Rika, who was hiding during the interactions between the two, while rolling the magic stones she got from Amanai in the palm of her hand. Originally, Rika felt a kind of admiration for opera. She had the illusion that opera was an upper-class entertainment because she was from a rural area. A dramatic story with music echoing in a dim hall, depicting various worlds that could be said to be unrelated to her. In particular, the vocal solo, aria, that expresses the feelings of love and hate sang by the exiled princess played by the diva Luizina Matios was rumored to be so wonderful that once you hear it, you would come to the venue again and again just for it. If she could watch such an opera side by side with Hayato, how romantic would it be? But if you invited him yourself, it would feel kinda off, and because it's more romantic and you would be happier if Amanai is the one who invites you, you tried to use me to carry out the monkey business. What a splendid and honorable defeat. Ethel. Stop. Don't say more. Ruka. Geez, just be honest and invite him. Amanai also said he'll go if Ruka wanna go, no? Ethel. But wouldn't it kinda feel like I lost? Ruka. A feeling or whatever, aren't you certainly have lost now? Ethel. Having the fact thrusted straight at her, Ruka weakly crouched on spot. As for Ethel, at first, she thought she could just leave as she was, but then, she came to the conclusion that it would be more beneficial in the long run to encourage her to some extent than to abandon her, so she decided to comfort her as she was free anyway. To begin with, Ruka's approach is bad. Real bad, you know. Ethel. Bad, you say? Ruka. Listen, okay? At times like this. Ethel. In this way, Ruka received Ethel's lecture, and she finally passed the ticket to Amanai and somehow succeeded in getting him to promise her to go on an opera date. Ethel, watching their situation, looked at the ticket she had saved for herself, thinking what a troublesome couple they were, and remembered that she was told to stop reselling by Amanai. She muttered, it would be a hassle if he finds out I resell it later anyway, since it would be a waste. Shall I go watch it too? So she walked away. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 46. The two meet by chance. Sakurai-san, here. Iris. Just what the hell were you doing? Higaki. At night, the two who I meet up at the opera venue are dressed up in dresses for some reason. Looking around, the place is crowded with women wearing colorful dresses such as red, blue and yellow, and even many of the men are wearing somewhat fashionable suits. Iris is wearing a pure white dress with the back open wide, generously displaying her glistening brown skin. Higaki, without her usual Alice band, has her hair tied up and is wearing a soothing blue dress. It could be said that both of them are dressed as gorgeous as actresses participating in a film festival, yet in contrast, I only came wearing a student's formal suit, aka school uniform. Although I couldn't get rid of the out-of-place feeling, it is best to wear familiar clothes to hide things like weapons or such, and school uniform is acceptable in any occasion anyway. How should I put it? For only one person wearing a school uniform, it feels kind of out of place. Wait, why are you tightly holding both of your sides? Higaki. Somehow, it feels like your body is one size bigger. However, why is that, I wonder, Sakurai-san? Iris. What are you hiding? Take them out. Higaki. That guy have a flower in each hand. Damn it, let go. Tonight is a once-in-a-lifetime do-or-die game for me. You know. I'm just getting ready because battle is inevitable, you know. Look, you two, I've brought your weapons that have also been bestowed, coated, with the transparent special characteristic, so take them, take them. I never would have thought that there would be an alchemist who could bestow a rare special characteristic such as transparent at that kind of place. In the original game, special characteristic transparent has an effect of increasing critical rate. However, to think that the weapons would actually become transparent in this world that has turned into reality, amazing. Of course, if you equip it and make violent movement, the transparency will come off, but it will probably be dangerous if you don't carry it, so don't hesitate. What are you up to? Higaki. Nothing, I just know that something's gonna happen, so I get ready for it. You two just have to defend yourselves, I'll take care of the rest somehow. Sakurai. What is going to happen? Iris. Iris's voice becomes lower and her gaze becomes tinged with seriousness. Turning my head, Higaki is also giving me the same kind of gaze, as if to say she won't budge if I don't explain the situation. I've been curious about it since we were at the Netherworld. You have some unnatural knowledge and information for some reason. Higaki. Unnatural, you say, really? Sakurai. Why did a simple ordinary person know about the world after death? Even I didn't know about it, isn't it unnatural? Higaki. Well, if you've played the original game, the existence of the Netherworld or the likes would be just a basic knowledge. I see. Speaking of which, this is reality, isn't it? You're too careless, Sakurai-kun. Since Higaki's gaze seemingly saying she wouldn't tolerate such an idiotic attitude, I begin to ponder whether I should speak about the source of my knowledge. Honestly, I don't think they would believe even if I were to say it, so is there any meaning in telling them? The original game heroine, Higaki Ao. Additional content heroine, Iris Knifeline. The former has been showing a twisted personality, she's already so far apart from the original game character, and as for the latter, since she originated from the additional content, even if she doesn't participate in the original game events, there would be no problem. So, there won't be any benefit to them even if I were to tell them the existence of the original game, and whether them knowing would affect the flow of the original. Since they are estranged from the main characters, I think it wouldn't affect anything, honestly speaking. Furthermore, for me who is thinking of making full use of the uproar that will occur from now on, something such as consideration for the flow of the original game story can go to hell. Anything goes as long as I can get a comfortable leveling environment. In short, rather than continuing concealing about the original game and having them placing distrust in me, isn't it better to tell them straight and laugh away? Or so I think, however. The contents being as is, it doesn't feel like they'll believe me. However, the time for the start of the opera is getting close moment by moment. Rather than spending time worrying about it, it's better to tell them honestly and leave the rest for later. With that in mind, I decide to at least give them a warning for now. Well, even if I tell you. No, I can tell you. But you probably won't believe it. And even if you know, it doesn't mean anything to you guys, you know? Sakurai. Whether it means anything or not is up to me. Higaki. Well, I am not really sure what you are talking about, but if it's something that Sakurai-san says, I will believe it for the time being, you know? Iris. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but where did Iris's favorable impression of me comes from? Isn't it strangely high? Is that okay? Sakurai, don't try to divert the talk. Higaki. Since Higaki's tone began to lower gradually, I give up and decide to explain about the source of my knowledge. The existence of the original game. That said, there's no way I can explain it in this place where there are a lot of people, and in the first place, this is the entrance of the opera where people coming in droves. Because we will be getting in the way of the other passers-by, I suggest moving to a slightly distant place for the time being. The place being as it is, let's move somewhere else. And I'll only explain it briefly and omit a lot of things, so please save the details for later, okay? Sakurai. Alright. Is that alley good? Higaki. Anywhere is fine as long as there's no one else around. Sakurai. For some reason, going to a back alley in a dress is making my heart throbs a bit. Iris. It's a little hard to walk because Iris, who is saying out loud her thoughtless impression, locks her arm with mine. Higaki, on the other hand, is walking while putting her arm around my waist as though so that I don't escape. So weird, even though I have flowers in both hands, but it feels like I'm a criminal. Wah, hey, a voice calls out to such us from behind. We all look back, wondering what's up, and I get a little surprised seeing the person. The one there is a young man stylishly dressed in a dark blue dress suit. Although his hair is long enough to cover his eyebrows, some of his hair make an upward turn at the tips, going against the laws of physics, forming a hairstyle that should be called righteous protagonist. Additionally, because he's a character that will be the face of the game, under it is a handsome face that's seemingly having an omnipresent attractiveness packed in it. If I have to describe him in a word, he's an icon, a handsome young man like the one drawn in a painting. And in fact, he is a lump of foul specs blessed by the world, possessing both suitability for all weapons and talents for them, and can learn all magics and combat techniques in this world. He is the protagonist. Amanai Hayato. You are Sakurai Toru, right? Amanai. That world's protagonist Sama was running here in a rush. Now he's breathing heavily, heaving his shoulders up and down. He calls out to me, not Higaki, nor Iris. Is the one come running from after him the original game childhood friend heroine, Akanoruka? I want to talk to you for a bit. Is that okay? Amanai Hayato takes light breath and smiles softly, saying so. The appearance of the protagonist, who originally should have nothing to do with me, makes me wrinkle my eyebrows. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 47. The idiot doesn't mince his words. I'm a bit busy right now, so, Sakurai. Is that so? Then, can you tell me at what time you're free? Amanai. Releasing my interpersonal skill that have been refined and polished, I indirectly say I don't want to get involved with you, yet the protagonist, Amanai Hayato, continued to persist in defiance of it. I'm not at all happy being approached by a guy, so I'd like to leave as soon as possible, or rather I want to get back to deal with Higaki and Iris's matter. However, no matter how I look at it, his expression is saying that he wouldn't take no for an answer, so it seems like I wouldn't be able to get away that easily. Then about 6 years later. Sakurai. Ah, nice to meet you. I'm Amanai Hayato. Can I borrow him for a moment? Amanai. To immediately try to get approval from my companions, your speed of giving up sure is amazing. Sakurai. This guy. He immediately tries to clear the obstacles in the way of his objective. Where did he learn his interpersonal skill? If there is a good leveling spot, please let me know. Incidentally, the moment Amanai changes his target toward Higaki and Iris, seeing that I don't want to get into a conversation with him, Higaki turns her gaze toward me. At her gaze, I change my expression to one that clearly says I absolutely don't get involved with him. Goes As for the image, it is one where all the facial parts are crumpled to the center of the face. If you swing your head side to side while in this state, no matter who the other party is, they will perfectly understand that you don't want to. You can call it art, disgusting face. When do you use this skill? Of course, when you don't want something. By the way, perhaps my intent is properly conveyed. Higaki assents with a little nod and turns to Amanai. Higaki is the chairman of the disciplinary committee, a position that can put people in their place, terrifyingly. Naturally, She has much higher interpersonal skill than I do. If I borrow her hand, even if the opponent is the original game protagonist, he would have no choice but to give up and go back. I see, so this is the so-called bond of fellow disciples. To be able to get a backup like this, interpersonal skill is quite useful, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Please, do as you like. Our matters can be postponed for later. Higaki, why do you betray me? Sakurai, your expression is too disgusting, so I don't want to interact with you for a while. Higaki, help me, Iris-san. My little apprentice sister is in rebellious period. Sakurai, we're going to go first, so please borrow us opera glasses, okay? Iris, my face was so disgusting that even Iris abandoned me? Sakurai, Amanai silently turns his eyes toward me, who is left with no one to cling to. I move my head while making a grinding noise like a broken doll, facing Amanai. Was it that disgusting? Sakurai, yeah. Amanai, that's so. Sakurai, as expected, it's a little depressing. Hey, Hayato, why did you run suddenly? Wait, if I'm not mistaken, this person is. What happened to you two? Ruka, who just caught up, tilts her seeing the delicate air surrounding us. When Amanai tells her to go first because he wants to talk with me, even while making a dubious face, Akano says to me, who she meets for the first time, then, excuse me, and go to the opera venue. Unlike a certain traitor, she's a good girl, ain't she? Damn it. Well, those who end up being abandoned are helpless. Let's practice swinging until morning by Higaki's bedside the next time I stay at Iris's place. So, what kind of business Ikemen protagonist-san has with such a disgusting guy? Sakurai, don't be so grumpy. There's just something I want to make sure with you. Will listen to me? Amanai, do you want to know if I'm also a reincarnated person just like you? Yup. Sakurai, as though taken by surprise by my words, Amanai becomes rigid. Could it be, this guy doesn't expect me to notice that he's also a reincarnated person? Why could you know? Amanai, first, you talked not to Higaki or Iris, but me. Second, you continued the conversation without any reaction when I called you Ikemen protagonist-san. That much is enough, right? Sakurai, if this guy is the real original game protagonist, Amanai Hayato, his move will change depending on whether he's acquaintance with Higaki or not. For example, if he's acquaintance with Higaki, he will naturally greet Higaki and Iris when he catches sight of them, then he brings up a topic as though he just remembers it. Such was the natural flow of events. After all, in the original game, there are always beautiful girls in the field of view of the protagonist, and no mob character like me is reflected except in the backgrounds or event scenes. On the other hand, if he's not acquaintance with her, an event CG will appear where he says, "What a beautiful person tilde," and gets hit on the head by the jealous Akano. Then he'll head toward the opera venue without starting a conversation. Either way, there's no such scenario where he comes and starts talking with me as purpose. Therefore, at that point, I suspected that he is someone wearing the skin of Manai. And secondly, the point of him ignoring it when I called him Ikemen protagonist was also suspicious. It is true that, from the perspective of us players, Amanai Hayato of the original game was a handsome bastard with transcendent looks, but he asserted that his outward appearance as a lack of individuality, and perhaps he had some complex about it. He was the type of guy who would reply with humble words whenever his looks were praised. That being said, this guy, without being humble, accepted the words Ikemen protagonist and tried to continue the conversation just like that. That behavior of accepting the praise as though it was obvious gave me a sense of incongruity, so I thought that this guy might be a reincarnated person as well. Well, if you search for a novel like Reincarnated as a mob, actually, the protagonist is also a reincarnated person. In the internet, it is scattered all over, so isn't this following such pattern? With such thought, I was close to 70% convinced that that was the case. However, when I put it out like that, I gave off the feeling of being capable, right? It looks like it'll be useless to probe for your true intention, Amanai, especially because of the time. right? I want to go to the venue quickly, so can you state your business? I'll answer you honestly. Sakurai. In that case, thank you. I'll ask directly then, how? Is Sakurai intending to live in this frontier academia world? Amanai. How am I intending to live, you ask? Is that philosophical question? If it is a faith solicitation, I'm gonna go back right away, though. Sakurai. Number. It's about your stance on the original game and what you're aiming for in the end. Amanai. This guy is asking about my playstyle, even though it would have been easier to understand if he used game terms. That said, if that is the case, I can understand why he's persistently hounding me. This was originally an offline game, a world for a person to play alone, yet two players now exist in the same world. If there are multiple players, naturally they might compete for unique items or event items, and if they have conflicting play styles, there will be no choice but to fight and eliminate them. There's a possibility that that is not his intention, though. In recent years, various games are made on the premise of online-compatible competitive games, yet there are many players who dislike active competition chose to play offline solo play. In fact, I'm of that type, so I can understand his feelings. These guys wanna discuss about each other's play styles and determine which things to give up and which not to. I wish Higaki could follow his example. I'm the only one who she would attack in no time, you say? No way. That's impossible. Stop with the joke. That is her true nature. After all, I'm sure that her activities so far are generally comprised of negotiation, physical, and consultation. Physical. Undoubtedly. That's exactly why I like Amanai's sincere way of dealing with matters. So, I also have to respond to him properly. Anyway, my playstyle is one that doesn't cause competition, and I'm not going to hide it. So there shouldn't be any problem. Yeah, my aim is leveling, and I think it's good to follow the original game. However, in the current situation, I can't strive for a decent leveling, so I'm going to try to beat the diva and her lot. If it's okay with you, I'd like you to help me. Sakurai. I say so with goodwill along with a big smile. Yet, hearing that, Amanai open his eyes wide and his expression gradually becomes darker. His look is similar to Higaki at some point time. Why? Did I say something that make him angry? You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 48. Hi everyone, I'm truly sorry for the delay of the update. The latest chapter of LVL is too long, it has almost 3 times the length of the regular chapter, and I translated using my phone as the screen of my laptop has been dead for weeks now, which made things harder. So, expect the erratic updates to continue for, maybe, a couple of weeks, especially for LVL, as the lengthy chapters may continue until the end of the event. As a side note, we will catch up with the Raw of MSM next month. The disagreeing to leveling was an action to grow your character. As far as Amanai knew, its purpose could roughly be said to strengthen. It could be said that leveling in this world, where the game had become a reality and oneself had become a character, was an action to strengthen oneself. Wanting to become strong. It was something that every man thought once. Amanai felt a strong sympathy for that feeling. After all, unlike in their original world, though here there was an upper limit to the system called level, it was guaranteed that you could become stronger. Such thought of trying to challenge the summit was by no means something that had to be found fault with. For Amanai, the problem was that Sakurai was trying to destroy the original game for leveling. Amanai, as the protagonist, and as a player, Temp, thought that the original game was something that had to be adhered to. The reason was Amanai was not a superhuman like the protagonist. Amanai Hayato. He did not have a sense of justice like him, and he could not pick up the sword due to a sense of duty. All he, who did not have anything he excelled in, could do was imitating someone, and he did not think, even for a single bit, that he could produce a better result even though he had the knowledge of the original game. Amanai and Amanai Hayato, protagonist, were different people. Amanai could not be Amanai Hayato. Therefore, Amanai was fixated on adhering to the original game. If he kept the flow of the original and did not deviate from the trail, no matter how many became victims, and even if he would have to throw himself into difficult battles, there would always a conclusion, happy end, beyond that. However, in the current situation, I can't strive for a decent leveling, so I'm trying to beat the diva and her lot. If it's okay with you, I'd like you to help me. Sakurai. From what Sakurai said, he must be unsatisfied with the dungeons that could be challenged as a lower class student. If he, unlike Amanai who for the progress of the original story trained moderately and more focused on deepening his interactions with others, devoted all his time on leveling, his level must be twice himself. As a realistic figure, perhaps he was about level 40 to 50. If that was the case, in terms of true strength, he had stepped into the middle stage of the story. The fact he whose level was at the point where he could accept quests outside the wall was forced into low-level dungeons must be what dissatisfied him. So that's why this guy turned his attention to the boss of the story, the Black Sword. Experience points could be obtained by defeating enemies. This was the absolute law of this world. Enemies were not only limited to monsters, whether they were humans or something else. One would acquire experience points as long as they were enemies. Of course, the stronger the enemy, the greater the amount of experience points that one could get when defeating them. Most story bosses were harmful to people, and if they could be defeated, the number of victims those bosses would cause could possibly be reduced. However, for Amanai, that was something unacceptable. It was because he was convinced that actions that deviate from the pre-established harmony would definitely bring about the worst results as a retribution. The victims might be reduced. Such a thing was too optimistic. Rather, if, for a simplistic reason such as wanting to get experience points or such, the enemy's strength was whittled, the actions of the opponents who was more driven to a corner than in the original game might become unpredictable. If the scheme of the Black Sword was moved forward, at that time, he did not know if he could prepare the force to stop them or if he could even be present at the scene in the first place. However, if things proceeded according to the original game, at least he could prepare and respond after knowing all of the opponent's strength and timing of action. Therefore, by acting as Amanai Hayato, he could surely head toward the guaranteed ending. Interfering with the original flow might produce the best result, however, it might also produce the worst result. The only thing certain was that the more times the original flow was interfered, the more his overwhelming superiority, that was the original game knowledge, collapsed. Amanai was not conceited to the point that he, a person who was just wearing the skin of the protagonist, could fight against the Black Sword in that condition. Therefore, Amanai could not accept his action. Amanai could not tolerate the action, not in line with the flow of the world, that would destroy the certain guidepost that led to future ending, just for the self-interest of the one before him. Do you really have to do that? There are other alternatives, right? Like challenging higher-level dungeons. Amanai: well, I've thought about that too, but you see, I want to earn a lot at once. With that in mind, it would be more efficient to get it from the place where there are guys who have saved up lots of them, right? Sakurai: if you want to earn them continuously, wouldn't hunting grounds be more efficient? Amanai: well, that's true, but I don't want to be mindful of the small things while leveling. It's not like I hate the hunting grounds around here, but I'm the type to quickly earn it big at once as long as it's possible. Sakurai replied apologetically to Amanai's words. From his appearance, Amanai could tell that he was trying to treat him in a friendly manner. That was exactly why Amanai distressed. Although he was selfish, he probably also did not want to futilely get into conflict with other people. He must be a person who thought getting stronger is fun, so I do it. He must have no intention to recklessly flaunt that power. His true nature was good, be that as it may. He was nothing more than a nuisance for Amanai. However, that being said, to try to eliminate him was not allowed by Amanai's own ethics. Because he's a nuisance, I'll eliminate him. Or such actions, the future of someone who chose those was only ruin, that was what he believed. As for me, I don't want to do things that will disturb the original game flow. Amanai: so you want to adhere to the original game, then in no way we would clash. Sakurai: it's not like you need to destroy those lot today, right? For example, there are field bosses outside the wall that have nothing to do with the story, you should also be able to earn from them as well. Amanai: if it was in the game era, that would have been fine, but they are not as good as those guys. And realistically, when you consider about going back and forth, The time efficacy is the worst in comparison. That's precisely why it loses in terms of efficiency in leveling, so it's just like putting the cart before the horse, you know. Sakurai, I don't want to disturb the order and timing of defeating the story bosses. I'll also help you, so can you defeat them in order? Amanai, at this time, defeating the first boss in April isn't worth a penny, right? Just saying, that guy is just a goblin series, no? Sakurai sighed and scratched his head as he looked at Amanai, who was making a face that looked as though he just ate a bit of bug. I mean, the original game event is already ahead of schedule anyway. I think it's useless to care about the order or such. Sakurai. What? What do you mean? Amanai. Today's opera. It's definitely the event that should happen in September. If left unchecked, most of the people inside would probably end up becoming the dependents of Luizina Matios and those scummy demonkins. Sakurai. That's not what I'm asking. What I want to know is why the original game event become ahead of schedule. Why is it happening when I haven't done anything? Did you do something? Amanai. No, I can't seem to remember to have done anything in particular though. It just happens. Sakurai frowned, looking troubled, at Amanai, who suddenly raised his voice and rattled on. Amanai began to be confused at the information that the arranged harmony he's supposed to have been protecting was broken. If Sakurai words were true, then he would have to challenge the boss that appeared in the middle stage of the story at the low level of 20. Naturally, there was no way he could win. Wait, if I think carefully, isn't the way this guy spoke sounds like he's not entirely sure of it? That means he's speaking randomly. No, it's more likely that he thought that the existences of the opera venue and Luizina means that this is the event, because he has poor knowledge of the original game. Furthermore, at the September event, there was a pre-event which was the protagonist and his friends accidentally gets the opera's same-day tickets, and thus they head to the venue. Of course, Amanai had no remembrance of going through such an event, and the ticket he would be using to watch the opera today was a pre-booked ticket he got from Etheltina. Although he had not confirmed it, Amanai did not remember seeing or hearing the existence of same-day ticket either. If there were same-day tickets for the venue at which the top artist, Diva Luizina, would appear, it would not be strange if he were to hear about it somewhere, no matter how uninterested he was in opera. Luizina, same-day ticket. If these three all present, Amanai would naturally consider it as a possibility, but if not, there would be not enough basis to suspect it. I don't think this time's opera is the event at September. To begin with, there's no way that the original plot is forwarded by nearly half a year. Having made his own conjecture from the given information, Amanai took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, with his refreshed mind, he thought about making use of Sakurai's assumption in reverse and opened his mouth. All right, I will back down this time. Amanai. Oh? Sakurai. I don't have enough information to conclude that this is the September event, but if it is, then this is serious. I won't get in your way. And yeah, I will help with things beside fighting, like evacuation and the likes. Amanai. Oh, you're so understanding. Sakurai. However, if this time's opera turns out to be a normal performance that has nothing to do with the event, I want you to follow my way. Don't attack Luizina and just patiently raid dungeons for the time being. Amanai. So, you want me not to do anything until something happens and it's confirmed that it is the September event? Sakurai. Yeah, if you go rampage before a turmoil occurs, I, as the protagonist, have to think that you are an enemy. At that point you won't be able to escape from becoming a villain. Even just to completely destroy that option, it would benefit you, right? Amanai. Amanai glared at Sakurai as the protagonist as seriously and as intimidatingly as possible. What did it mean to turn the protagonist into an enemy in a story? It meant preordaining oneself for a definite defeat. Even though Amanai did not have the quality, the body he resided in was unmistakably that of the protagonist. In Frontier Academia? No, not only in the original game, but in most stories. If one knew just how powerful the existence called the protagonist was, they would surely understand that Amanai's words were a threat. Well, I got it. So, since we've come to an agreement, You can do whatever you want as long as you don't get in my way. However, don't get back on your words, okay? If a turmoil occurs, you also have responsibility for it after all, right? Sakurai. I know. It is as I wished. Amanai. Having succeeded in persuading Sakurai, Amanai made a gut pose inwardly without changing his expression. He managed to find a common ground between his and Sakurai's seemingly conflicting stances. It could probably be said to be a blessing. However, with the possibility of such conflict of interest occurs again in the future, he had to end the talk with him seizing the initiative over Sakurai. The point was that he must not get himself be underestimated. With that in mind, Amanai deliberately sighed with relief, and the tension floating around them was released. I'm glad we could come to an understanding. Well then, I'll go to the opera venue first. I probably have made Ruka bored to death waiting. You are so too, right? Amanai. I wouldn't have, if someone hadn't called out and talked to me, though. Sakurai. Sorry, that was my bad. But it was fruitful for both of us, right? Then, let's have a nice chat again later. Amanai started walking away with leisure, convinced of his victory. Having gotten a great deal of harvest from this time's matter, Amanai found that this encounter was 10,000 times better than the boring opera. Fume. He'll help with things beside fighting, is it? Sakurai, seeing off Amanai walking away, looked at his back and muttered, sounding surprised. That guy, he's more understanding than I expected. Sakurai interpreted the words "I'll help with things beside fighting" that Amanai said as "I'm good with taking care of only a part of Luizena's subordinates." For Sakurai, just having Amanai reduce the number of enemies he had to deal with was already plenty enough help. His purpose this time was not exp, but the rewards and various things that could be obtained by defeating the members of the Black Sword anyway. It was one thing to suppress the penniless riffraff, and it was one thing getting to corner even one of Luizena's subordinates. I was thinking of having Higaki and Iris to take care of that side, but that guy looks strong anyway. If the event does occur, let's have him deal with Yanglan or Valif. Sakurai. In addition, that intimidating feeling. Sakurai could not accurately measure the strength of the other party just like that, but he thought that since he was acting that confident, he must have quite a high level and equipment. Though not as high as mine, he's the protagonist after all. I'm sure his level is about 40 to 50. Sakurai thought that since he was a player, the same as himself, there was no way he did not raise his level before enrollment and get a head start. If there was level, you would naturally raise it after all. In any case, the other party was the protagonist. Even if he did not spend as much time in raising his level as himself, there was a difference of heaven, 100, and earth, 50, in their talents, level upper limit. There might also be a difference in the obtainable experience points through actions. Rather, if he was not at that level at this point, it would make Sakurai wonder what in the world was he doing with his life until now. Sakurai, whose purpose to live was leveling, could not imagine such a life. Based on that, he viewed Amanai to have reached at least level 40-50. If he had the heroine, Akano Ruka, by his side, he probably would have no trouble dealing with just a subordinate demonkin. The rest is depending on the situation. Some of the demonkins is absolutely cannot be let to escape from the venue. However, the meathead shitty lizard definitely won't escape. After all, it must be Yanglan, right? Sakurai. While muttering words that no one could understand, Sakurai decided to follow Amanai's proposal and take a wait-and-see approach. In any case, letting the turmoil grow and the incident more widely known, making the rewards bigger and yielding more return in the distant future could be said to be his secret motive. Damn it, if it isn't to Uncle, I'd definitely ignore the debt with all my might. To only suppress those people, a part of the experience points will be wasted. So wasteful. Sakurai. After Amanai's back disappeared from his sight, Sakurai rotated his shoulders and neck in an attempt to change his melancholy mood and began to walk. He, who originally did not intend to hurry, rented opera glasses from the receptionist at the entrance to give to Higaki and Iris and headed for the second floor where they were waiting. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 49. Huge thanks to Hunked Ranking for the pledge. The diva Luizina Matios. So lazy. Really so lazy. To begin with, why do I have to do something like this? Please, it is already late to talk about that. I'm the world-famous diva, you know. Even though I took singing lessons, honed my acting, and curried favor to rise to this position. All's gonna burst with a pop tonight. Wasn't it obvious from the very beginning? I'm not a heartless person like you. I have a certain amount of emotional attachment for the time I've spent working hard. Still, you will do it, right? I'll do it. That's exactly why I'm spitting out my regrets like this. You're really insensitive, you should guess that much, at least. The last recess before the performance started, the attendant, Valef, was lying down on the sofa in the dressing room and smiling at the woman who had been complaining ever since she'd done changing her clothes. Crimson eyes and blonde hair gathered together in a swirling manner. On her morbidly white skin, she wore a gorgeous crimson dress that shone beautifully in the light, while the golden patterns spread here and there gave a noble impression to the simple dress. The breasts part were wide open as if to show off her plump breasts. The dress seemed to be designed so as to make her voluptuousness stand out. The woman's name was Luizina Matios. She was the opera singer starring in tonight's opera and was also known as the diva. She was born in a research facility of the Black Sword, inside Culture Fluid. A woman adventurer secured as an experimental body. The woman, who was not compatible with the experimental demonization technology, happened to have a baby. The baby grew up rapidly inside her mother, who had become roughly a lump of meat due to compatibility issue, and even the researchers was very, very careful in treating her as it was the first time such a thing happened, without sparing time for sleep. They watch over the baby's delivery. Luizina, who was born under such a peculiar situation, naturally had a high compatibility to demonization technology. She was the earliest to have succeeded in demonization in the Black Sword. Being compatible with the vampire species, which have especially high intelligence and ability even among monsters, she was certainly overflowing with beauty and quick wits. Focusing on that, the leader of the Black Sword made her out to be an opera singer to make full use of her beauty and quick wits, giving her the mission of contacting and making connection with the dignitaries of the nation. You gain the ability of a vampire species as a demonkin. By using Blood Mist's ability to forcibly turn a person into your dependent, the elites of all fields have now become your puppets. Next is to reduce the influence of the Night Order and Valef. And then, we sell the demonization technology through the puppets, take hold of the military power from the inside and seize the nation. Right? When it's all over, I'll be relieved from my duty and just have to keep maintaining the dependence, then I can live as I like, right? Luizina. So I heard. Valef. How much of that is true, I wonder? Well, fine, I've had enough of those disgusting people from the research institute playing pretend as my parents and want to say goodbye to them. Anyway, when I think this is the last time, I feel myself so fired up. Luizina. You're so fired up, I see. Valef. I'm a lazy person and don't want to work after all. This is my way of trying to forcibly raise my motivation, so stop making boorish retort, okay? Luizina. Her childhood was a repetition of examinations and experiments in the research institute. From physical ability to intellect, her body's reaction to torture related to the five senses and all kinds of poison was examined. Wide variety of drugs, legal and illegal, were injected into her body. She, who only knew those things from birth, just accepted them as a daily routine. Then, after infancy, because her beauty and quick wits were proven, it was decided that she was to live her life as an opera singer and carried out the plan using her demonkin power. All of a sudden, she learned the normal common sense by observing the people around her in the societal life she was thrown into. Without sparing time to sleep, she put her heart and soul into lessons as an opera singer and polished her beauty. And behind the scenes, by skillfully making use of the acting skills she learnt, she approached the authorities of the nation and transformed them into her puppets with her demonkin power. She just continued doing things as she was told, because to her at that time, she knew nothing other than that. However, as she interacted with a wide variety of people as an opera singer, She began to doubt herself, who had only one way of living. It grew in proportion to her fame as a singer, and finally, one day, she unknowingly cultivated a desire for freedom. That being said, it did not mean she, who was born and raised in the dark organization, wash her hands off it that easily. She understood that well, that it was why she did not something like ranting and raving thoughtlessly. Therefore, she desired for the legitimate right to her own freedom by doing service, that was her duty, to the organization. She started by buying small personal belongings, and as a step up, she gained the right to go out and unsupervised free time. As long as she was given freedom, she would diligently work for the organization. She used the freedom given to her so as to relieve the resentment that she had pent up so far. Thus, with the birth of distinction between official and private matters, Louisina Mateos formed a personality of "I'll do what I have to do, but I'm basically lazy and find most things bothersome. But you no how it's so bothersome. How but gotta do it Louisina, the ultimate goal of her desire was a surveilled but almost completely free life. Her ideal was to live her life with no relation to the middle-aged men who looked at her with vulgar gaze while licking their lips, and the smell of chemicals that even haunt her to her dreams, even if all of her tracks were to be compromised. For that reason, tonight she would kill the dignitaries who gathered at the opera house with the power of blood mist. She would even drag down the Night Order before they even aware of the turmoil by blaming them for all the damage caused by the turmoil through her puppets, destroying their authority. That was her final stage as the diva and the trial she had to overcome to become an ordinary person. NN. Louisina, after a long-winded and meaningless groaning and screaming, pouring out her complaints, Louisina finally got up from the sofa. She didn't say anything anymore, as she had spat out everything she wanted to say. The flat state that she was finally in was the best state that allowed her to perform at her best. Exactly because she understood herself that she kept spitting out her pent-up resentment and regrets without putting up her appearance. Her attendant, Valef, also understood that this kind of exchanges was a daily occurrence for them. "Excuse me, Valef." After Louisina stood up, Valef naturally approached her and with practiced movement, began to sweep away the dust and furs entangled on her dress. Louisina, too, with practiced movement, spread her arms horizontally and looked at Valef with a dim gaze without moving her body to make it easier for him to sweep. She did not make even a slight movement until Valef finished his job. "All right, it's done. Now you look perfect." Valef, "Thanks." H. "All right, let's sing." Louisina. Finally, with a big sigh, Louisina walked to the door of her dressing room. "She sure has a really troublesome personality." Valef saw off her back with a wry smile while behind that smile he imagined tearing Louisina clothes and violating her. Then he wet his parched lips with his tongue. Come to think of it, Valef, you have been demonized too, right?" Louisina, with her hand on the doorknob, called out to Valef as though it suddenly came to her mind. In response, Valef reflexively replied to the sudden question with his eyes blinking in surprise. Well, yes. I was compatible with the crustacean species monster." Valef. "That's so. Just perfect then. There's something I've been curious about since a long time ago." Louisina turned back on her heels and stood before Valef. Suddenly, she tore off the chest part of his shirt and began to crawl her silky white slender fingertips on his trained chest. What about?" Valef. "It's fine, just stay still." Louisina. Valef unintentionally asked Louisina's intention, but she just gently strokes his chest without answering the question. Valef, who stayed still as told, gradually began losing consciousness, and his whole body began to lose power due to comfort. Having been weakened to a level where he could be said to be still standing only because of his skeletal structure, he could now fall down even with only a light push of Louisina's fingertips. "Answer my question." Louisina's melting voice echoed. The current Valef no longer had the ability to resist the voice. He just nodded silently. He couldn't even recognize the red mist that had spread in the room. "You have been wanting to assault me since a long time ago, right?" Louisina. "Yes." Valvo. "Why?" Luizina. It is a matter of course. I raised that woman. I gave her work and produced her to be like now. She is mine, she is my woman. Valif. So, it means along the line of since you're the parent, then everything the child possesses are yours, is it? I wonder why guys who get women with money and violence are all so similar? Luizina. Luizina's fingers sank in. Valif's skin, strengthened exoskeleton as a crustacean species demonkin, cracked. Shortly after, a fist-sized chunk of meat, Valif's heart, was removed from his crushed chest. Some insects could still live for a while even after their torso is cut off, but as one would expect, you will die if your heart is pulled out. Luizina. Luizina muttered, looking down at Valif, who had collapsed into a blood pool. His gaze that had been directed at her since a long time ago, seemingly looking at a prey, was absolutely disgusting. She had long guessed that he would definitely assault her if there was an opening. If she were to show an opening, then it must be at this great undertaking, because Valif also knew that. He unconsciously licked his lips, which was something he normally wouldn't do before her. For Luizina, who had a hearing beyond human intellect as a demonkin, to hear that was a foregone conclusion. That was the moment she decided to forsake him. You help me a lot in my work, but that ends tonight. Settling one's seeds of worries as soon as possible sure makes one refreshed. You are really disgusting and unpleasant to look at. Luizina. Luizina said with a slightly cheerful face, and she threw Valif's heart in her hand on her floor. Then she wiped her blood-soaked hand with a towel provided in the dressing room, looked sideways at the full-length mirror near her, and muttered, "Ah, crap, it's soaked into my dress." Luizina. Luizina saw her appearance in a mirror and noticed that the cuffs of her dress had changed from vivid red to lead brown due to Valif's blood. When she looked closely, she could also see blood splashed onto the lower part of her dress. Was the blood of the heart she thrown on the floor splashed and stuck onto her dress? You're really an irritating man until the end. Luizina. Kicking Valif's corpse, Luizina rushed to change into her spare dress in the dressing room. Because changing clothes alone was more troublesome than she had expected, she, who ended up no longer having an assistant, continued to curse Valif's corpse on the floor. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 50. Sit down and wait. Sakurai-san tilde. Here tilde. Iris. Finding Iris waving her hand, calling out with a small voice from the second floor seats. I head to the seats with opera glasses in hand. In the opera house that is illuminated by a slightly dim light bulb color, probably to create a calm atmosphere, a lot of people gathered. They are chatting with each other, though not so loud as to make a fuss, and are looking forward to the start of the opera. This place is so luxurious and gorgeous, or rather, this is the image that comes to mind when talking about opera venue. I sure never thought I would come to such a place in my life. Sakurai. While muttering so, I climb the stairs and join the two. After handing over the opera glasses, I sit down with Higaki and Iris on both of my sides in a manner as though to hold me down. Higaki's hand quietly and firmly grabbed my wrist, making me unable to make a slight movement without exerting a not-so-light strength. Don't tell me you are going to keep grabbing my wrist like this until the end of the performance? You're kidding, right? I will listen to your explanation later, but for now, I will make sure to keep an eye on you so that you don't do anything uncalled for. Higaki. No worries. Amanai already told me that half-threateningly, and I promised him that I wouldn't make a move as long as nothing happens. Sakurai. Amanai? You mean that person from before? He doesn't seem to be a person that would threaten someone else, though. Higaki. If I make an unnecessary trouble, he'll turn me to an enemy, so be quiet, he said. Sakurai. For him to say such a thing, how do you anger the other party this time? Higaki. Stop that misleading remark. That sounds as though I make someone angry every time. Sakurai. Including the matter with you, I have absolutely never intentionally angered someone else. Besides, regarding the matter with Amanai this time, it's just my thought is a little bit not in line with the world, and in the end, our talk went well amicably. Can threat be counted as amicable? Well, there were no hostility, so I can probably take it as our talk ended amicably. Thanks to my refined interpersonal skills, I spoke frankly without hiding anything. This is the result of being able to communicate well. It is no exaggeration to say that my nature as a human has surpassed hierarchy. I can proudly say that now. Such desperate protest of mine was swept aside with, "Well, that's only true in your mind." Even the gaze I directed toward Iris in search for an ally was also swept aside with a bitter smile. Well, seeing that, I give up and sit back deeply in my seat, and sensing that hierarchy lower the strength she put in her hand. That said, it doesn't mean I can move. It's just the feeling change from crushing to pinning down. Really, what does this girl think a person is? Well, fine. There's nothing I can do until Louisina starts moving anyway. Let's just check the position of the targets. Thinking so, I pick up my own opera glasses and look around the venue. The diva Louisina Mateos has 3 subordinates. They are all demonkins, and each of them has killed numerous people. Excluding Valif, who hasn't appeared as he is Louisina's assistant, I can confirm the whereabouts of 2 targets. As my subsequent movements will change depending on whether those 2 are in the same spot as the original game, I need to know where and what they are doing. The shitty lizard is at the doorway. A big man in a suit, standing alone, isolated, so funny. Sakurai. At the doorway, there's a man with a perfectly inverted triangle muscular body wearing a suit and standing at ease, looking like a guard. The guy who has a buzz cut, eyes as thin as a thread, and pasting a smile on his face is one of Louisina's subordinates. His name is Van Dead Roast, aka Shitty Lizard. He is a tank-type attacker who can use full HP recovery skill even though he is a boss. In a nutshell, Van Dead is like a heel in professional wrestling. He's boastful of his strength, looking down on his opponents, and even would take the surrounding audience hostage when cornered. A perfect picture of a small-time villain. In the original game, he was responsible for disposing of the guards who haven't been turned into a dependent in the opera venue and not letting the outside know that there was a turmoil until it was too late. Though he has a fairly high HP, his attack power is only so-so, yet, he has an ultimate move that cannot be underestimated, and unlike Barbie Knifelime from the Netherworld, he is a pure powerful strength-type boss character. In addition, being compatible with lizard species monster, Revival Lizard as a demonkin, he has a unique skill to recover all his HP by molting. Moreover, this guy, as I said earlier, depending on the progress of the event, will take the audience that has been turned into dependents hostages, even going as far as using skills that hinder the actions of allies. So in terms of troublesomeness, he's the number 1. Therefore, if you don't know the method to capture him, you'll be forced into a very difficult battle. Also, probably to match his personality, he prefers to attack character with high HP, takes actions with the objective of harassing all members of the party, and would mock others every time he attacks. On top of that, when he has accumulated a certain amount of damage, he would fully recover his HP by molting. Coupled with his unscrupulousness, the nickname Shitty Lizard is very appropriate for him. Well, his weak point is clear, so as long as you realize it, he'll only be a small fry. Now then, the next is Sakurai. I can see Amanai on the first floor. The one fidgeting next to him is Akano Ruka. While Akano talks happily, Amanai seems to be only responding to her talk. I'm sure he's not interested in the opera. Still, is being able to properly respond to your partner's talk the secret of success in life? And slightly behind them, I can see the figure of Ethel Tyner, with a change of hairstyle, wearing elegant glasses. Her disguise is useless, as she still has wimples on her head. By the way, where did she get the money to buy the ticket for that seat? Was it from me? Was it my money? Wait, you've never financed her in this world. Calm down, me. But still, can you guarantee that it is not my money? Even I was reincarnated after all. Can you guarantee that the money I gave her was not reincarnated? No, that's impossible, me. How could money reincarnate? No matter how you look at it, your thought is too bugged. Let's calm down for a second. Be cool. Be cool, me. No, The gold coins I brought from the netherworld is still on her, as I thought. She must be using my money. Sakurai. Huh? What is it suddenly? Iris. You're noisy. Zip it, Sakurai. Higaki. Well, sorry. Sakurai. Damn it, I couldn't calm down whenever I see her, although only her outward appearance, she's my type miser elf. If there's chance, I'll throw you into a bathtub full of roll of banknotes, so prepare yourself. Changing my mood, I, once again, look around the venue with the opera glasses. I can spot the second subordinate in the staff seats set up slightly behind the stage, where the musical ensemble gathers. A man of delicate features with a red haircut, somewhat short, yet not to extent of close cropped. Perhaps he's tuning the trumpet in his hand, as his fingers keeps moving without hesitation. He's a traitor of the Thieves' Guild, the comrade killer, Yang Lan. He's a demonkin compatible with immortal species monster Scream Knight. He is a man who seeks a rare power rather than a strong one, like a collector, and he has a history of killing and robbing his companions who have rare items in the Thieves' Guild. As a result of repeatedly doing that in many organizations, he could no longer stay in the underside of the society, to hide himself and to gain the rare power, that is demonization. He joined and worked for the Black Sword. In the original game, he was one of the first perpetrators to appear in front of the protagonist and his friends who were trying to contain the turmoil. He attacked them for their equipment and items. This also served as a hint to find out that the culprit of the turmoil was Luizina Matios. In battle, he uses ranged attacks by emitting sound waves from his mouth, slashing with a sword vibrating at high frequencies, and buffing and debuffing with his numerous unique items. He's a quite repulsive opponent to fight. He also has physical attack resistance, which is a common characteristic of immortal species monsters, and can be said to be a tough opponent for characters who cannot use attribute attacks or magic. Well, immortal species demonkin can be unilaterally beaten by holy skills used by Ethel, so if I were to leave someone to Ethel Enderman, then it must be this guy. Ethel is also somewhat behind after all. By the way, the last one of Luizina's 3 subordinates is a man named Valef, her assistant. He has no family name because he was born from criminal slave parents who committed a crime. The person himself also became a criminal who does anything to get money and women. When compared to the other 2, he has enough decency to at least keep up outward appearance. However, the reason why he became Luizina's subordinate was to sexually assault her and make her his. It seems that turning into a demonkin was also one of his means to realize that goal of his. Valef was always together with Luizina as her assistant, so it can be inferred that currently he must be still at the side of Luizina, who is probably at the backstage. The predation skill he got from the power of the crustacean species monster, Absorb Beetle, he was compatible with to become a demonkin, is a type of copy ability that allows him to use the skill that the opponent he attacked had just used. Also, as a characteristic of the crustacean species, his defensive power is high, and although, unlike Van Dead, his HP is low, it takes time to defeat him with frontal attacks. In the original game, he was always next to Luizina, so the 2 of them had to be dealt with at the same time. So, basically, he is a troublesome guy who prefers to prey on your allies who use recovery or buff skills, and strengthens Luizina with the copied skills. Also, right when Luizina on the verge of death after the battle, in the event scene, he stabbed her back and preyed on her as though he had been waiting for it. Then he temporarily became a demonkin with the powers of 2 kinds of monsters. However, Valef's vessel couldn't hold such mighty power. The fate that awaits him is to eventually explode and disperse. By the way, when it is discovered that there is a self-destruct skill that puts all allies at risk in exchange for dealing huge damage to the opponents among the magic skills that can be learned in the game, comedic videos of blowing both enemies and allies up by letting Valef play this skill went viral. Even after that, letting him copy various kinds of joke skills by making use of predation skill continued to be popular. Even among demonkins he truly is the most versatile one. Now that's done, next is to leisurely wait until the event starts. Sakurai. Sakurai-san, what have you been looking around since a while ago? Iris. I was looking for bad guys. Since they are here, they definitely cause a trouble, so I might need your help at that time. Sakurai, why don't you take them down first? Iris, because not only I promised him and I have no evidence either, so there's nothing I can do other than to catch them red-handed. Sakurai, actually, I was thinking of grilling the shitty lizard alone first, but because I continued to be entangled with Higaki and Amanai, I ended up having no more time for that. Since that is the case, the two has responsibility to get my money. So, let's have them help to resolve this case for sure. On the other hand, since I'll end up involving Iris, let's give her one of my self-knitted stuffed animals next time. As a result of leveling, I can now make up to 1/3 scale stuffed black bears. You know, I'm amazing, am I not? I decide to tell Higaki and Iris to be careful of Van Dead and Yang, and also Luizina and her assistant while waiting for the opera to start. Iris begins to blatantly watch out for Van Dead with her opera glasses. As for Higaki, even while sighing, she releases my hand that she has been holding and put her hand on a spot 1 fist away from her elbow rest. From the way she is gripping, it must be the transparent bestowed sword. She also starts to be vigilant in her own way. Now then, it's about time for the curtain to raise, huh? Sakurai. In the room where the light of the lighting is dimmed down, I mutter while staring at the stage illuminated by spotlights with eyes filled with anticipation. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 51. A protagonist that happens to pass by. The musical ensemble begins to play a calm melody, while the stage is gradually illuminated. A man narrates tonight's opera performance with a solemn voice. It is the story of an exiled princess said to have existed once upon a time. Having lost her country due to the conflict among its people, she barely escapes alive from the castle with the help of her loyal vassals and swears to take revenge the rebels who robbed her country. The princess's heart is gradually attracted to a youth she met in the passing months, and she come to ask herself whether taking revenge is something that she really wants to do, whether her dead family really wish for that. Her vassals cut off her in a conflict, declaring that taking revenge itself is the mission of her family. Moreover, her existence gets exposed, making the ruling government to continuously target her life for national well-being. Companions who she shares joys and sorrows with die one by one, entrusting their hope to her. The feelings entrusted to her, responsibility as a member of the royal family. In the days filled with nothing but battle, the only solace for the exhausted princess is her secret date with the youth. But one day, the princess finds a corpse on the battlefield she partook in as the rebel army. It is the corpse of the youth she loves. He got caught up in the battle and killed. Piercing his back is a long sword engraved with the crest of her own royal family. He was attacked by the rebel army under her command and lost his life. That fact makes the feelings she has been turning away from overflows. On the battlefield, the princess expresses her grief through singing while holding the corpse of the youth in her arms. She sure is amazing. Sakurai. The diva Luizina's acting and singing that can express the sorrow of the princess is so lifelike even to the amateur's eyes. Even I, who is paying attention to the surroundings, end up having my eyes fixed on her before I know it. When I look to the sides, both Higaki and Iris is focused on Luizina's vocal solo. Higaki even forgets to hold the sword beside her, while Iris have begun to shed tears in large drops with a handkerchief in hand. Even when I look over the audience seats with the opera glasses, I find no one looking away from her. Akano and Ether is natural, but even Amanai, who was initially uninterested, is attentively watching it unfolds with bated breath. And no one noticed the red mist that begins to spread throughout the venue. Even Amanai doesn't seem to notice. However, is that okay? Well, Blood Mist's debuff effect is ineffective on people level 25 and above anyway. There's no way that the protagonist gonna be manipulated, so it's fine. In any case, right now all eyes and awareness are directed to Luizina alone, and no one notices the changes in the surroundings. Luizina sure is capable to be able to prevent the audience, even including those in the second floor seats, from noticing the spread of red mist. The existence of the mist can be noticed before it is inhaled, but when inhaled, it will no longer be possible to notice the mist. In the original game, the mist still takes effect regardless you can see it or not, so it might be useless to worry about it. However, that ability to make people lose themselves truly suits the one called the diva. Oh, now I can start moving without anyone knowing. With that in mind, I look around the surroundings, and start to act immediately so that the two girls don't notice. I grab the back of my seat and, using all the strength in my arms, slowly lift my body. After arriving at the handstanding position with my feet almost touching the ceiling, I slowly lower my body to the back of the seat. Due to the opera house being completely carpeted, no sound of footstep is made. I slowly but surely use the Shishu skill to stretch out some threads, being careful not to make a noise. The threads pass over Higaki and Iris's heads, fly out of the second floor seats, and spread out in all directions. Newage, Cat's Path. In the original game, it was a skill to stretch out threads around the field, slightly raising the evasion rate of all allies, but when it turned into reality, it became a skill to make paths of thread in the place where there's no path. It sure is convenient. While thinking so, I make paths to the stage where Luizina is and the doorway where the shitty lizard is. Even though I called it a path, the stretched out thread is springy, so it would continuously bounce when you're treading on it. It requires a certain amount of sense of balance to be able to move on this thread alone. However, you make good use of it without a problem if you use the Shishu skill while moving. In addition, in the original game, Luizina, a vampire demonkin, had a motion of growing wings and making a diving attack from high altitude in battle. If, at that time, she gets entangled in the threads and obstructed, it'll be a bonus opening. As I thought, the Shishu skill is so convenient. I'm sure that all thread users are strong characters. After finishing stretching out the threads, I quietly go out to the hallway and head for the small window on the south side. Finding the small window specified in the prior discussion, I open the small window slightly and hung a close to the fluorescent color yellow cloth. This is a message for those who will help in this time's case. As long as they're not dead drunk at the bar, they notice it. Now then, Sakurai. Since I'm gonna throw Van Dead, aka Shitty Lizard, to Higaki and Iris, and Yang to Amanayanko, I'll be dealing with the Luizina and Valif duo. To be honest, I want to deal with all the enemies by myself, but due to compatibility, it's a pain to deal with the three people other than Van Dead, who can be crushed in spare time, at the same time alone. My purpose this time is to earn money to regain a calm leveling environment, and to add to that, I quite like with what will be at the opera house later. Therefore, only for this one time, I decided to bear the burden imposed on me. Damn it, to think that today would come when I would let experience points go. Curse you, human society. Sakurai. While lamenting the current situation where the humanity that I should have thrown away in the past is being revived, I decide that when this is all over, I'd buy lots of food with the leftover money and hole up in a suitable dungeon for about a month. I must cleanse this body that has been dirtied by the secular world by leveling. For that reason, I must free myself from the chain of debt as soon as possible. Even while thinking about such things, I return to the second floor seats where Higaki and Iris are, and listen to the singing voice that I could hear even from a distance. The event would begin with the vocal solo at the final stage of the opera, starting from the scene where the princess, who is driven into a corner, surrounded by enemies, goes mad, saying, "If the world is such a sad, painful place, everyone should just die." The people who heard the phrase, "everyone should just die," would follow the instruction of those words of Luizina due to the effect of blood mist, going rampage as if to act on the despair and anger of the princess and starting to fight to the death with the surrounding people. I put a farewell letter for the two, who are still lost in Luizina's singing, on the chair, erase my presence and the sound of my footstep with the stealth skill, and start moving to the second floor area. Then I sneak into a private room closest to the stage, before quickly strangling the two men who are there with the thread, making them lose conscious, restrain them, and push them to the corner of the room. After that, until the turmoil begins, I kill time by practice swinging with Luizina's singing as the BGM. While keeping the noise down as best as I could, I continue to swing my drawn sword calmly so as not lower the experience value gains, so as to check my movements, and so as to occupy myself. Still, I sure am still quite far from hitting the counterstop of the swordsmanship skill, for the required experience points from skill level 10 to 11 to be a lot more than the total required experience points from skill level 1 to 10. Is this the end content of my life? Is this the woe of those without talent? But doesn't that mean I can continue leveling until I die? What? That's the best, ain't it? Oops, it's about time. If the world is such a sad, painful place, everyone should just die. Louisina. The singing announcing the start of the event echoes throughout the opera house, and finally, the horror drama by Louisina Mateos begins. Jaya, in my hand. I'll kill you, you fucking bitch. What are you looking at? Gotta complain? I'll kill you. Every last one of you is just a nuisance. Die, die. Oh, it's started. Let's wait a bit and go. Sakurai. I leak out a smile at the rumbling like hustle and bustle of the lower floor, and wait a bit until the turmoil regularize. When the people on the first floor begins to rampage and there's no more people paying attention at the stage, I kick off the fence of the private room and jump toward a thread. Then, stepping on the stretched out cat's path, I use the recoil and jump to a path further ahead, heading for the stage. Beyond my line of sight is Louisina, who's looking at the fighting people in a sullen manner, and Yang Lan, who have thrown his instrument away and stand by her side. I feel a little doubtful because the attendant, Valaf, cannot be seen, but since everyone has open hostilities, I have to start acting according to circumstances. Just think about the rest later, is the best, right? It's gonna be easier to throw Yang over with a thread than to bring a Manai over here, and that'd make it freer to fight on the stage. Sakurai. I take a position above Louisina and CO with my drawn sword and decide on my next course of actions. Fortunately, probably because they think that things are going well and there's no one going to attack them, they let their guard down. They just watch the mobs rampaging from the stage without even going into the demonkin forms, which are also their battle forms. Particularly Yang Lan, he's only cackling and pointing at the people killing each other. However, since he has such a bad personality, I can surprise attack him without hesitation. Let's go, Black Sword. Tonight, I'll have you guys paying my debt. Thank you so much for your one-sided cooperation. I release the thread that supported my body and start free-falling. Then, with the flame sword skill, I swing down my flame-cladded sword, while intentionally aiming at the space between Louisina and Yang. Flame sword, fire snakes. Sakurai. Louisina. Watch it. Yang. In response to my surprise attack, Louisina and Yang separate to the left and right and jump away, as I had expected. However, following the sword, 6 fire snakes attack both of them, widening the distance between the two with me on the center. Alright, separation complete. Who are you? Louisina, whose hem gets scorched under the attack of the fire snakes, throws me a question with undisguised hostility. In response, I try to give my name while smiling deliberately, but suddenly, I remember the words Amanai said in front of the opera house. I don't want to do things that'd disturb the original game flow. If, for argument's sake, I give her my name here, the person involved in the turmoil and resolved it would be changed to Sakurai Toru instead of Manai Hayato. For the original game protagonist, the September Opera House event was an important event where the protagonist, who so far was only a socially unknown student, be clearly known by the Black Sword. For that attention to be directed at me, wouldn't that trouble him and I? There's also a character of the Thieves Guild who comes into contact with the protagonist because the Black Sword pays attention to him. If he becomes unable to meet them, he'd surely be angry. To be honest, I'm planning to go meddle with the Black Sword even after this, so I'm not going to give a damn about the original game and the likes, but in the places where I can make compromise on, wouldn't it be better to be thoughtful and go along with the original game? The reincarnated person who also had played the game and from the same place as me. Even in front of the opera house, he voluntarily made concessions first. Now it's my turn to give way to a Manai. Besides, I have little interest in fame and relationships with people anyway, as they are in the way of leveling, so I basically have no need of them. In short, this is a win-win. You're not going to attack me without even giving me your name, aren't you? Luizina. Oops, my bad. I just decided on a name to call myself with after considering various things. Sakurai. Huh? Luizina. Pointing my sword at Luizina, who doesn't try to hide her irritation, I cast my eyes on the wary Yang on the other side for a moment. Then I firmly and clearly give my name so that it would resonate throughout the opera house. My name is Amanai Hayato, a protagonist that happens to pass by. Sakurai. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 52. The Collection of the Bill. Wow, eh? Amanai. Seeing Sakurai suddenly appeared on the stage, Amanai regained his intoxicated consciousness, getting surprised that Sakurai given out his name. When he looked around to grasp the situation, he found that the audience, whose eyes were shining red, were bellowing and rampaging. The people were attacking each other with canes, opera glasses, accessories, bags, and some even go as far as using simple stakes they created by breaking off the armrests of the seats. They did not try to stop fighting even when they bled and got their bones broken. It probably was only a matter of time before the mobs that were rampaging everywhere attack Amanai. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Amanai. No matter how much he believed that it wouldn't happen, he should have paid attention to the surroundings to some extent, but when he noticed, the pandemonium had broken loose. Not knowing when the blood mist had appeared, Amanai began to intercept the mob coming to attack while being puzzled. In any case, if he did not move to a safe place, he won't be able to calm down. God's sacred raiment. Amanai. Along with the shout, a golden aura appeared surrounding Amanai, blowing away the surrounding enemies. The aura wrapped around Amanai's limbs, taking the forms of gauntlets and armor. God's sacred raiment, an armor of magic power worn by priest warriors who fight barehanded. Although it had some restrictions, it was a type of enchant magic that enchants the status value correction of weapon and armor set in advance to oneself as is. In the original game, because there is an upper limit to the quality, rareness, of the weapon that can be set, the magic power consumed is not worth it. In the latter half of the game, a certain amount of numerical value become calculation error, making it inferior to the normal buff magics that increases one's status by percentage and other such reasons. It was hard to say that it was a useful skill. However, in this world that had become reality, it had a certain decisive advantage, that was one can arm themselves anytime and anywhere. Amanai decided to acquire this skill because of that point. Amanai, who had gained the same status value as when he was equipped with real armor thanks to the god's sacred raiment, immediately took a stance and hit a nearby gentleman, before making use of the recoil to knock a lady coming to attack from behind off her feet. He knocked a man tackling his abdomen to the floor with his elbow, jumped on his back, treating it as a foothold, and kicked the big man ahead flying, catching the hand of a woman brandishing a knife and flinging it away. The unavoidable attacks he received with the gauntlets and armor as shield, and while moving in a smooth gait through the narrow gap between seats as if nothing were there, he skillfully manipulated his limbs to repel the mobs attacking from the front, back, left, and right. All the movements were smoothly connected thanks to training. He used no skill there. That's right, Ruka. Amanai. Regaining a little room after repelling the surrounding people to some extent, Amanai's thought headed toward the safety of Akano Ruka. However, he could not find the figure of the childhood friend who should have been next to him. It indicated that she too had become Luizina's dependent and was rampaging somewhere, so he could not move to a safe place yet. Damn it, where are Amanai? Hey, stop that. Just what the hell is happening here? Ethel, are you there? Amanai. Save me, Amanai. I'll even pay you money. I'll even pay you money, so please be quick. Ethel. After turning his eyes to the familiar voice, he saw Ethel Tyner desperately repelling the attacking mobs with her rosary, which had turned huge the size of a one-handed axe, toward Ethel, who acted like a small-time villain begging for her life. Amanai kicked down the mobs, stepped on their backs, walked across the crowd, and joined up with her. Just what the hell is going on here? Everyone suddenly went rampage. That man suddenly attacked Luizina. Moreover, that Luizina casually intercepted it, what the heck a diva actually is. Ethel, it's okay, calm down Ethel, one by one the mob isn't a big deal. Let's run upstairs at once. There should be fewer people there. We're not going out? There should be a window or something, right? Ethel, there's no window that fits for people to pass through. And there is that at the doorway. Amanai pointed while beating back the mobs. Ethel, looking there, saw a muscular huge man standing in the way to block the doorway. Although he was humanoid, he was nearly 3 meters tall and had a huge tail on his green skin covered with scales. When he noticed Ethel's gaze, the monster, looking like a mix of a monster and a human which provoked physiological disgust, flexed the muscles of his whole body, displaying it to her, as if to show off his existence. What the heck is that? He's neither a monster nor a human. Ethel, if you've got the situation, then let's move. As long as we don't provoke him first, he won't come attacking us. Amanai rummaged the information of the event from his memory, remembering the overall flow of the event. There was no time for free movement until you moved from the first floor that had turned chaotic to save point on the second floor, while Van Dead should be killing the guards that had not turned into dependents as he paid attention to the protagonist. If he were to follow that flow, he should be able to ensure their safety for the time being. If he could secure even a bit of safety, he would be able to think things through more clearly. Then he should be able to figure out how to weather through this situation, how to find Akano Ruka, and how could he did not realize the appearance of the mist. Having made that conclusion, Amanai decided to give priority to withdrawal together with Ethel first. G got it. Or rather, where's Ruka? Ethel, I couldn't find her. She might be rampaging with other people. Amanai, huh? What the heck were you doing? Ethel, I know I was wrong. Save the verbal abuses for later. I'll listen to it as much as you want, so let's make a break now. If we get done in here, everything would come to nothing. Amanai, this is the worst. Ethel, Amanai's bellow chilled the overheated head of Ethel. Amanai was naturally thinking of searching for Ruka, but it could be said that it was too reckless to do that in the current situation. At that figure who subdued his feelings and chose to do what need to be done, Ethel decided to obey even while clenching her teeth. But unfortunately, when a transit pause, the bill of the exchange he agreed to in front of the opera house finally came. Hey, Sakurai, it's time to carry out your words. I'm leaving that guy to you. Sakurai. Along with Sakurai's voice, someone flew to Amanai from the stage. No, it would be more correct to say that they were thrown away by Sakurai. They, who landed before him with an impact to the point of blowing away the surrounding people, slowly stood up while lightly shaking their head. Damn it, what's with that guy? He doesn't even have anything noteworthy. So uninteresting. Is it safe to leave him to Diva-sama, I wonder? Who? You've gotta be kidding me. Amanai. What is it this time? What's this guy? Ethel. The one there was one of the bosses at this event. The comrade killer Yang Lan, who had turned into the demonkin form. Dim gray skin as if the blood of his whole body was dried up, and in place of his sunken flesh, his bones had become enlarged. His bulging bones stood out like a distorted and terrifying full-body armor, and there was a pitch-black tunnel-like black hole in the place of his mouth. Hey, what's with that rosary? It can become a weapon? Looks amazing. Is it unique? I want it so much. Hey, can you give it to me? Yang. Its voice echoed out from the black hole. Yang showed an interest in Ethel's rosary, facing his sticky gaze. Ethel hid her rosary while having goosebumps. Confronting Yang, who squinted happily at that, Amanai began to inwardly curse Sakurai with all his might. That bastard. I did say I'd help. But how could he push the demonkin, mid-boss, to me just like that? Certainly, among Lu Aizena's subordinates, the immortal species demonkin, Yang Lan, was the easier one to fight for him. Most demonkins inherit the weakness of the monsters they adapted. Even among them, immortal species demonkins were particularly weak against skills and magic of the holy attribute. Roughly speaking, the damage of the holy attribute attack on Yang in this state doubled, and if one activated holy attribute defense skill, the damage of Yang's attack would be halved, so his weakness was actually glaring. But there's no way I can bridge the simple stats difference, damn it. With Ethel, he would be able to do wholly attributed attack and defense. Also, with the battle skill group of the Priest Warrior, Virtuous Priest Fighting School, that Amanai had mastered, he could enchant most of his skills with holy attribute. Just in terms of affinity alone, it could be said that he held a large advantage. However, he originally should be fighting Yang in September. Speaking in game terms, he was a boss who appeared in the middle stage of the game. The recommended level for fighting him was about level 40 to 50, at least for the currently level 25 Manai. Even with the advantage he held, the difference in base stats was so big to the point it was doubtful whether he could win. In particular, the realistic difference in speed that did not exist in the game was astounding. No matter how big his upper hand in terms of attribute, whether his attack could land and whether he could avoid the enemy's attack were also whole different matters. Ah jeez, you bastards are so annoying, don't get in my way. Yang, Ethel, get down. Amanai. Even though he was one of the perpetrators, Yang was furious at the mob who attacked indiscriminately. He opened his mouth wide and released a roar-like shockwave. The shockwave that passed over the head of Manai, who pushed Ethel down in an instant, sent the surrounding mob flying. Phew, that sure was refreshing. Now then, miss, hand me that rosary. Yang, in your dream. There's no way I'm giving it to you. Ethel, huh? Did you not understand that it was not a request, but an order? If you hand it to me, I'll let you and your boyfriend off. I'm kind, am I not? Yang, no, no way, absolutely no. Ethel's rosary was a keepsake from her mother. Though she did not even know her mother's face for some reason, she would never let go of it no matter what. As for Yang, since he was rejected, there was only one action he would take. With the mob filling the surrounding, and another demonkin guarding the doorway, battle was inevitable. Naturally, there was no room to look for Akano Ruka. Damn it all. Amanai, Ethel, we need to beat this guy first. I'll stand in front, and I'll also make up for your items later. So use everything you have, and don't spare anything. Amanai, you're the best. Alright, I can't stomach this guy either, so I'll go all out. Ethel, fool, you should have just handed it over obediently. Yang, Ethel casted holy magic, blessing on Amanai to increase his physical ability and also to bestow holy attribute to his suit. Yang held the sword he took out of his black hole mouth in one hand. When he slid the blade in front of the hold as though licking it, the sword transformed into a vibrating sword that ignores all matters. A vibrating sword that ignores the defense power of equipment. But against an opponent who have holy attribute, its damage would be halved, so it's not that big of a threat. It'll hurt if I get hit, but that's all. Now, let's start, brats. Don't regret your choice. Yang, Amanai shouted to conceal his impatience and fear, and break into a run. The only thing filling his mind was to defeat the enemy before him. Things like his childhood friend and the surrounding mob were already thrown to the corner of his head. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL chapter 53, saying that is cowardly. At the same time, in a private room on the second floor, Higaki and Iris, who had drove out the mob who had suddenly barged into the room and blockaded the door with broken-off seats, were reading the farewell letter left by Sakurai side by side to the two who have been fascinated by Luizena's singing voice. I'm going to beat up the diva that have turned into a demonkin, so please go defeat the shitty lizard bastard at the entrance. Amanai and his friends might be fighting too, but they probably won't die, so you can postpone helping them. The shitty lizard bastard can molt to fully heal all his injuries, but if Higaki roast him with her flame sword, his skin will burn and solidify, and he won't be able to move, so beat that small fry black and blue. Then, P.S., if the enemy escapes, please don't chase after him, and also, don't approach me until I defeat the diva, okay? The rest is up to your own discretion, give it your all. Damn it, why did I move my eyes away from him? Higaki, looking at the contents, it appears that both of us were lost in Luizena's singing voice. This is a blunder. Iris, to think we didn't even realize that there was a great turmoil downstairs. I'm so ashamed, I wish I could just disappear. Higaki, this is just my hypothesis, but I think that Luizina-san's singing voice had the power to interfere with one's mind. Due to that, our consciousness got taken by Luizina-san, making us to not notice the surrounding situation so far until just now. Iris: so that's what he meant by fascinated, huh? Then, why Sakurai could start moving first? Higaki. Iris gently averted her eyes at Higaki's sudden question. And seeing her reaction, Higaki also hit upon the reason why Sakurai was not influenced by Luizina's fascination. We are talking about Sakurai-san here, so most likely, he thought of it as nothing more than one of the gimmicks to achieve his goals. No. He had the mental power to fight against with my father for days without sleep, so I think his resistance to mental interference might be high, in the first place. Iris: because his resistance is high, he didn't have even a bit of interest in the diva herself, huh? That guy is seriously. Higaki: in the first place, the man named Sakurai Toru basically only thought about leveling. Therefore, he saw and judged everything based on whether they could lead to or could be utilized for training. He compared everything in this world with the original game because he observed everything as a player who was one step outside of it. However, from the perspective of the two who did not know that, Sakurai's outlook, where he placed training as something most important and above all else, came across as something abnormal. By the way, that was not so wrong either. The conclusion they drew from that was because he continued to be fascinated by training, Sakurai was not fascinated by everything else. The two concluded that that was probably the reason why he was able to move as though he did not receive mental interference while listening to the divas singing. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was bad because he just hopped away and left the two of them in such condition, in the first place. Let's just give it a rest. So, is the shitty lizard that guy rampaging against the guards at the entrance? Higaki: must be. Well it seems it will take time if I were to take him on alone, but if I am with Higaki-san, it will be a piece of cake. For some reason, fire seems to be his weakness, after all. Iris: just where did he get that kind of information? Good grief. To begin with, what is a demonkin? Higaki: we can ask the details later, right? First of all, we need to quell the turmoil. While Sakurai-san tying down the diva who is the fascinating power, let us deal with the guys who seem to be her allies. Iris: saying that, Iris tied her favorite long rod to her back, and leaned over the fence. Then, she looked around the empty space with squinted eyes, before figuring out a movement route. Enclosed in the letter was a map with the location of the paths made of threads, and Iris was referring to it to find a route to get to the enemy's blind spot. Hold on a second, Iris. Could it be, you're really going to move on the thread paths? Higaki: wouldn't that way be faster? Iris: I'm not an acrobat, you know. Higaki: the one who was bewildered there was Higaki. Higaki was an excellent swordswoman, but she had no experience of making such acrobatics-like moves, so she was not sure if she could do it. If she failed badly and fell to the first floor, she would inevitably be surrounded by the mobs. It seems like Sakurai-san could, though. Iris: in response, Iris, looking like finding it strange, tilted her head and muttered so. At those words, Higaki solidified with a snap. You can't do it, Higaki-san? Iris: to Iris, Sakurai and Higaki were fellow disciples who received training from the same teacher, and had almost equal ability, or Higaki being slightly stronger. Besides, in terms of talent, Higaki's was higher than Sakurai's. That was precisely why Iris very purely asked that. Yet, that question only served as a provocation for Higaki. I can, though? Higaki. When being compared with Sakurai, Higaki's rebellious spirit instantly flared up. She easily jumped on the provocation, or so the person herself thought, to the point it would be no exaggeration to say that it was a conditioned reflex. She was a greenhorn who had complex about not yet being able to use the sword Saint's slash. Then everything is fine, is it not? Now let's go. Iris, leaking a slightly warlike smile, kicked the fence and fluttered about in the air. Using the recoil of the thread she stepped on, Iris transferred from one path to another with skillful body movement as though flowing like water, and after taking position over Van Dead's head, she beckoned Higaki so that he would not notice. Bringing up Sakurai is cowardly, isn't it? Higaki, who saw it and began to regret within a few seconds, vexingly muttered her own stupidity in a soft voice. But Iris had already begun to move, so she no longer had a choice, for she knew that she was the cause of that. Thus she hit her cheeks once to raise her fighting spirit. Having switched her mood with the pain, Higaki resolved herself and jumped over the fence. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 54. Special thanks to Shizu for the pledge. Roasting. Actually, Higaki's movement sense was above that of Sakurai. It could be said that Higaki could basically do anything that Sakurai could. Therefore, as long as she had the mental momentum, she could push her way through the paths formed of threads. In her first step, she missed her footing and bounced her whole body into the air only because she lacked too much of that momentum. After that, she got angry at the imaginary Sakurai's ridicule that came to her mind, and arrived at Iris's side faster than she was, so her failure could be said did not count essentially. Then, Higaki and Iris attacked Van Dead below. Van Dead, who had not been paying attention to above him, could not defend against their surprise attack. His shoulder received a heavy slash from Higaki, and the top of his head received a powerful hit from Iris's long rod. Shallow. And however, having turned into his demon-kin form, Van Dead's skin, armor like scales peculiar to reptiles, stopped Higaki's slash with a minor injury, and although slightly delayed, by slightly tilting his body, he shifted the hit spot of Iris's blow, succeeding in reducing the permeation of the blow. Van Dead then looked back calmly with leisure, and when he saw that the people who attacked him were two still young girls, he leaked a smile of ridicule. A shame, right? Your attacks didn't seem to work on me at all. Let me tell you the reason. Both sword and magic are powerless against the great me who have turned into a demon-kin. Van Dead, abandoning his injured body by molting, Van Dead, having recovered an uninjured body, said so as if pleased with the two's shocked reaction. The two facing him made slight eye contact and split up in two directions to enter Van Dead's blind spot. Van Dead, seeing that, turned his body toward Higaki, who had a distinct weapon that was a sword, and jumped. He accelerated by kicking a nearby wall in the air and, added with his own mass, slammed her with the increased destructive power of the weapon called My Body. Diving body press. Although he would receive recoil damage after using it in the original game, in exchange for having to move last, he would deal 1.5 times the damage he received in the turn it was used. So was Van Dead Roast's exclusive skill, the ultimate move that Sakurai was wary of. Slow flame sword, firefall. Higaki. However, Higaki, who avoided Van Dead's body slam by leaping sideways, aimed at the enemy while turning her body and swung up the tip of her flame-cladded flame sword, grazing the floor. The flames cladding the flame sword propagated from its tip to Van Dead's feet, creating a bursting up, reverse-flowing torrent of flames. Van Dead, who was swallowed in it, had his whole body roasted and burnt by the extra hot heat and raised a scream of agony. Even so, Van Dead was able to survive through the torrent of flames. With his inherent physical strength, he waved his arms and escaped from the flames. This girl injuring me to this extent. Van Dead. Konjeki, what Arigoman, lit. Soul attack, ferrying across 5 crests. Iris. Gar. Van Dead. This time, Iris threw 5 consecutive attacks at Van Dead, who had tided over the flames and tried to counterattack. They were the fists of Netherworld that not only struck the body but also the soul. She kicked the back of his knees, struck his solar plexus in a flowing manner, hit his chin, and then ending it by striking both the left and right side of his temporal region without a pause. Van Dead, who was shaken to the soul due to those attacks that were precisely aimed at his vital spots, fell to his knees. The damage to his soul directly led to the flickering of his consciousness, making him exposed a big opening in front of the two. Naturally, the two wouldn't miss that opening. Iris swung her long rod and created a water ball at its tip, and Higaki, while turning her body, created a number of fire snakes along her sword. Iris. Higak. Let's Iris. Cremation Sea World. The water ball struck Van dead, exploded, and turned into a number of tentacles, creating a water cage that isolated him. Then, 9 fire snakes released by Higaki enter the gaps and burn his body in flames. The cage closed its gaps as the snakes entered inside, and transformed into a water cube containing an enemy in flames. And Van dead. The surface of the cube occasionally popped out from the inside. Van dead inside must be rampaging to escape to the outside. However, the cube formed of water only expanded and contracted, could not be destroyed. The resistance then gradually disappeared. Just like that, the roasting continued for a few minutes. When the fire snakes inside burned out, the cube froze as if all the heat had been taken away by the flames. Rolling out of the cube that gradually cracked and shattered was Van dead, who had lost consciousness due to the frostbite and burns on his whole body, and a lack of oxygen. That was easy. Higaki. It is the victory of our, or rather, Higaki-san's affinity, isn't it? The ability to recover by molting no matter how injured he is actually pretty amazing. Iris. If you burn his old skin and the new skin underneath when he tries to molt, his ability will be sealed. It went as Sakurai said. Huh. Higaki. He probably won't wake up for a while, so let's freeze his limbs and tie him to a pillar. Since he was that confident in his strength and boastful of his regeneration ability, I am sure he would not die. Iris. Iris used magic to freeze Van dead's limbs and stick him to the wall to restrain him. Even during that time, mobs were constantly attacking them, but they were mobs who only come to their way because there was no opponent to attack nearby, so their number was not that large. Furthermore, most of the rampaging mobs were ordinary people affected by the blood mist. It was one thing if everyone in a hall came at them, but if there were only several people, they could handle them even with one hand with room to spare. Now, what should we do next? Higaki. Sakurai-san said that he doesn't need assistance. What was his name again? Amanai-san, was it? Should we go help him? Iris. I don't know much about Amanai and his friends, but since the letter says it's okay to put off giving him a hand, he must be quite powerful. If that is the case, wouldn't it be better for us to move to put the situation in order? I don't think the outside knows of the turmoil here, so it's better to report it to the Night Order or the likes. Higaki. The Night Order. Are they the people who maintain the security in this world? If so, we should report it to them. Manpower is required to suppress the rampaging people and to take the subdued people to the authority after all. Iris. Higaki turned her gaze to the stage. While discussing with Iris there, she saw the figure of Sakurai fighting the diva Luizina, manipulating threads and sword dexterously. Luizina, on the other hand, was toying with Sakurai, who was a few meters away, with a skillful manipulation of her, for some reason, elastic arms, backed by her inhuman physical abilities. The two observed the movements of Sakurai and Luizina, predicted the transition of the battle, and at the same time considered whether to intervene. Shall we go call the Night Order? Higaki. It seems like he is doing well anyway, right? Iris. Yeah. Higaki. Both Higaki and Iris concluded that Sakurai would not lose, so there would be no problem to leave him alone. The decisive factor was the movement of Luizina. There was a fatal weakness in her movement. They did not think that Sakurai missed that, and if he got that, yet still taking his time dealing with her calmly, that meant he was confident that he definitely could win. Therefore, the two decided to capture a nearby mob and break out of the Opera Vena first. To be on the safe side, they lightly froze the doorway so that the mobs would not pour out, and then carrying the captured man, they ran through the night city in dresses. The spectacle of beauties in beautiful dresses carrying weapons, and a clearly unconscious man whose limbs were bound was so strange to the passers-by who were not aware of the circumstance to the point they looked back twice. Hey, doesn't this make us look pretty suspicious? Higaki. But if we want to get them to believe our story, wouldn't it be easier if we go bringing a person who had actually rampaged like this? Iris. Well, that's true, however, for some reason, the idea feels like one that Sakurai would come up with. Higaki. I can't state definitively that I have not been influenced, yet. In any case, let's discuss that later. Iris. While having such a conversation, The two headed to the Night Order's station without minding the public gaze. Higaki looked at Iris rushing forward as if there was nothing to be ashamed of, and quietly decided that Sakurai's influence had to be removed from her mind. "You there? What on earth are you guys doing? Thank you for getting out of your way and came here. My arms are getting dead tired." Iris: "No, this will obviously be a hassle." Iris: "Let's have you relearn common sense when all these are over, alright?" Higaki: "In the end, before they even arrived at the Night Order's station, the patrolling knights, who were notified of their suspiciousness by the people who saw them, came and dragged them to the station for questioning." You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 55. Tonight's true objective. Demonkins are a kind of remodeled human beings created by the antagonistic organization, the Black Sword, in the original game. Obtaining the power of a compatible monster by taking it in, that is a groundbreaking technology that allows you to obtain a great power without training or such. I would like to assert that the enemy's mad scientist is amazing for being able to create genetic modification technology in this world where science is immature. The purpose of the Black Sword that possesses that sort of technology is acquisition of new power for humankind through demonization technology, and following that, the expansion of humankind's living sphere. However, while a demonkin can obtain a great power, at present there are differences in the monsters that can be adapted depending on the person, and there is also a harmful effect where the human on the receiving side would loses their reason and runs out of control if their willpower is weak. To sum up, since it is a one-off technology that can be applied only to a selected small number of people, it is surely unfit for the expansion of humankind living sphere and maintaining it, as at that point in time, there is no way of mass-producing demonkins or the likes. When they hear this, most people will probably think that it does not match the purpose of the organization. However, that is not surprising. After all, the idea they advocate is merely for outward appearance. Their real nature is nothing but an antisocial force that plans to take over the nation by a coup d'état. Moreover, the important thing to note is that, just by keeping up outward appearance with over-the-top great causes and so forth, the Black Sword, making use of the demonkins that superior than humankind, could be hostile with a peace of mind. Among them, Luizina's role is to rope in the dignitaries of the nation by using her ability to turn others into her dependents that she has as a vampire demonkin to lay the groundworks on politics, and to take over the nation from inside. However, the effect of her blood mist works only on opponents below a certain level. Therefore, it has little effect on knights and adventurers, who are also the national security enforcers, as they had been through multiple battlefields. And also, people who put themselves in battle as swords and shields that protect the people's living sphere. The influence of the voice of such people is extremely strong. No matter how many dignitaries in the internal affairs they seize, they cannot deal with them by ordinary means. In short, people like them are opponents that cannot be ignored for the purpose of the organization, yet, they cannot be dealt with due to the bad match-up. So, in this operation, by killing the dignitaries invited to the Opera House, they'd be able to chip the country's organizational ability. By letting the Night Order take responsibility for the turmoil, the influence of their voice would be reduced, and with the exposure of the demonization technology in this operation, they'd be able to lay the groundwork to grasp the country's military power. Or something along the lines of what I feel the boss of the organization was saying. Let's get back to the main subject, which is the demonkin, and talk about the boss of this time's event, Luizina Matios. The abilities of Luizina, who have taken in a vampire monster fluid vampire as a demonkin, were generally inspired by the vampires that also exist in the real world, so they're not that twisted of abilities. First of all, granting abnormal statuses. It's fundamentally something that gives opponent fascination and once-in-a-while bleeding. In case both are granted, each skill will be activated, so although it doesn't deal damage itself, the former is a skill that targets the whole party, and if one is fascinated, they would be incapacitated for the next turn, and the latter causes continuous damage for several turns. However, these two are not a threat because they can be avoided with items such as equipment and consumables. The next is raw attack power. Her difficulty as a boss is a little higher than Barbie Knife Lime, though compared to him, her attack power is lower. The attacks launched from her slender arm embodies the highest firepower at this event, among them, Rigid Body Disturbance, a move that attacks random targets multiple times, is a move so dangerous to the point that an ally's HP would thaw in an instant if it is concentrated on them alone. In fact, it is something that was personally experienced by yours truly, who got the protagonist and the heroines dissolved by keeping their levels low many times, so there's no doubt about it. And finally, Dependent Summon. This skill, which is one of her abilities as a vampire demon and is even deeply related to the event, allows her to summon up to 2 random monsters in the original game. Moreover, perhaps her action pattern was set so that she would always have 2 dependents beside her. No matter how many dependents you defeated, there would be no end to them. Furthermore, since the summoned dependents were given the ability to automatically recover Luizina's HP slightly every turn, waiting for the surroundings is a group lynch from running out of resources of allies. It's a future that will be bumpy. However, since Luizina needed to consume action to summon the dependents, by letting her replenish them, it is possible to restrict her action. Be that as it may, because she could replenish the maximum number of them with 1 action, and she could take action twice when her HP reduced below a certain limit, it doesn't change the fact that she is a troublesome enemy to deal with. However, based on the above, the strategy to capture Luizina Mateos is to strengthen your equipment, negate the abnormal status, reduce the dependents to ashes with all your attacks without letting them take action, and continue to hit the enemy while reducing the damage she deals using whatever means. That is the straightforward approach. Of course, I've prepared silver threads that would deal more damage against vampires and their dependents. In addition, by relying and making rounds around the Adventurers Guild, I've obtained and equipped myself with a preliminary bandage to increase my resistance to bleeding. Regarding fascination, I've already got it covered because I've acquired the skill to invalidate fascination in my childhood. The person who gazes at the water surface, narcissist. For some reason, before I noticed it, I already acquired this skill. If I remember correctly, the person who gazes at the water surface, narcissist, has the most anomalous acquisition method, that is to act in a fascinated state until a certain number of times. However, I can't seem to remember when I acquired it. Since it could resist even the irresistible skill like National Beauty, I thought I profited big time, but in fact, when I noticed it, I only thought, oh right, there was such a skill. Anyway, even if I'm soloing her, my countermeasures are perfect. With my plan that I've conceived using all the information of both Luizina's attack motions and her dependents in my head, I should have been able to defeat her without taking too much time. However, can't you please use your skills for a bit? My battle plan has gone haywire, though. Sakurai. What skills? Luizina. Fascinating diva. Preparation for supper. Dependent summon and rigid body disturbance. Ain't everything your skills? Sakurai. I don't know anything about skills with such stupid names. Luizina. You kidding me? There's no way a boss doesn't know their own skills. Luizina swing her arm with a totally amateurish movement. Her arm below her elbow vanish in an instant, striking heavily at the spot 5 meters away from me, the spot where I had been until just now. Twice, thrice. The whipping that strikes incessantly while I rotate my body as though dancing, when closely looked at come from her arms below her elbow that literally elongated several meters, just like the name of fluid, the attack drawing irregular trajectory. Damn it, because she just waves her arms to attack, the trajectory is unreadably. I don't know a thing about this motion. You're a boss, ain't you? So why are you ignoring the actions pattern that your creators set for you? Don't you feel sorry for the dozens of creators Sama who created your motions for you? Stop moving around. Luizina. Hey, that's dangerous. Sakurai. You're so irritating, don't move from that spot. I'm not good at fighting, you know. Luizina. Don't say the impossible. Sakurai. And depending on her mood, she would grab a nearby mob and throw them at me, wind her arm at the pillar behind me and attack me from the back, and while her arm contracts she would shoot a drop kick at me. They're movements that, as far as I know, didn't exist in the original games. They're not skills, just normal attacks. The ordinary movements that did not exist in the original game bother me. Swinging my sword, I repel the incoming arm. Occasionally, her arm got restrained by the trap of Shishu that I installed. Seeing that opening, I slashed at it with combined attack of sword and threads. However, by the time that the Kutto farm burnt and turned into ashes in the air, Luizina was already taking a posture to counter-attack with her newly regrown arm. My attacks that were aimed at her body then repelled before they reached her body at the expense of her both arms. No, they're not even an expense because they regrow right after being cut. She should receive some damage, but it will take too long at this rate. Kicking off the old man wearing a suit for gentlemen thrown from the audience's seats, I tilt my body to avoid the strikes aiming at my temporal region in a flash. I could handle them because they came from quite a distance, but if they were to come from a close range, the difficulty level would increase dramatically. For an easy-to-understand image for modern people, can you pass through two hoses that discharge water wildly in an unpredictable manner without getting wet and hit? I wonder if that's a good analogy. Should I just resolve myself to get some hit and go at her? Do I have time to restore my HP? How much HP the opponent has left? Geez, just use a skill. Damn you. If she at least does the same movement as in the original game, I would be able to make use of that and lead her around by the nose, but she hasn't done anything of the sort even once. While I inwardly complaining like that, Luizina suddenly stops her attack. Oh? Sakurai. I watch with wonderment as Luizina completely takes off her fighting stance. She looks vacantly at the air, sighs a little and mutters in a terribly weak voice. I'm tired. Luizina. What? Sakurai. I'll take a break. Wait a minute. Luizina. Sakurai. She then sits in the chair musical ensemble that is lying nearby, and begins to take a break while drinking a drink that she has brought out from somewhere. While I'm surprised at her my-pace behavior, I start wondering why she acted differently from the original, before getting sent flying by a hit while being unprepared. Gh? Sakurai. It was a complete coincidence that her fist struck the sword I placed firmly before my chest. While being blown away, I entwine threads around my body, and succeed in regaining my posture. Even so, the attack struck at that opening has dealt me a non-negligible damage. My sight taking in Luizina standing up from the chair is flickering slightly. The break is over. Let's continue. Luizina. You've already attacked, ain't ya? Sakurai. By the way, can I go back soon? The stage is over anyway, and I have nothing to do anymore, right? Luizina. For some reason, it feels like you don't take your opponent seriously. Sakurai. In addition to that, I feel a little annoyed at myself for not revving up my engine even slightly. The cause is clear. It's most likely because my purpose this time has nothing to do with leveling. The gold plating that I've been keeping up until now begins to peel off in order to create an environment for leveling. That said, if I don't attack, there'll be no end to this. Hold on. I watch Luizina's movements. Her amateurish way of fighting, which is so different from the original, is completely unreadable because it couldn't be tracked, but if I respond calmly, I'll be able to insert counterattacks little by little. However, considering her HP, it'd take too much time to defeat her. Moreover, the turmoil in the opera house is merely the opening performance. As long as I can achieve my purpose, there's no need to forcibly defeat Luizina, is there? A lightning bolt runs through my mind. That's right. As long as I can get her not to get in the way later, there's no need to defeat her. What are you laughing at? Disgusting. Luizina. What, you ask? I was just struck with an idea. Sakurai. That's so. Then can you suicide already? I hate persistent men, you know. Luizina. Well, listen to me for a second. I know that you find the current situation a hassle. So do I. That's why, for my own sake, I can offer you freedom. Sakurai. Freedom. Luizina, responding to that word with a jerk, looks straight at me, who she has only been put at the edge of her sight. The offensive and defensive exchanges turn into a stare down. and Luizina moves her gaze as though appraising me. I just receive it with a fearless smile and wait. If I can get her to a negotiation, then that's good, and if I can't, I'll bring this into a short-term decisive battle with no regard for exhaustion for real this time. Whether she knows or not of that plan of me, Luizina urges me to talk by crossing her arm to show that she's willing to sit at the negotiation table. Was it? I don't know that you know about me, but since you said that word to me, you must have a good suggestion. No? Alright, explain it briefly. I'll decide with that. Luizina. She's hooked. Because I'm not good at negotiation, I wouldn't do things like probing for her intention or calculating the advantages and disadvantages. I'll just tell her the details straight. I will attack the base of the Black Sword tonight. I'll let everyone knows that you die here and let you go, so help me act out a play. Sakurai. This is my true big objective tonight, the shortest route I chose to repay my debt. My aim is the enemy's base, or more precisely the equipment, items, and above all, the operating funds, gold and silver treasures, amassed there. It's a move-up strategy with no regard to the state of progress of the game that is only possible because it has become reality. Whether you're just joking around, or being serious, I'm interested in your story. Luizina. At my words, Luizina, with a frank and happy-looking smile, uncrosses her arms and approaches me with no fear of my sword attack range. Just that, talking while standing stiffly on the stage is a disgrace of an opera singer. Luizina. Then, when she arrives in front of me, she grabs the hem of her crimson dress and gives me a bow like a humble noble daughter. Whether you are a reliable performer, let us confirm that while dancing, fighting. Luizina. Got it. Details, rewards, etc. Though crude, I'll sing at the top of my voice. Sakurai. As though being invited by Luizina's courtesy, I give a bow in kind. When both of us raise our faces, sword and fist hit each other. I repel the straightforward punches that are unlike the whipping until now with perfect guards, scattering sparks in the air. The tempo gradually increases, and from the side it might seem like fierce exchanges at close range. While acting out such a play, I start explaining about my plan to Luizina. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 56. Massive thanks to Sylvain for becoming a patron. If you want to make money, I want a lot of money to repay my debt. And if possible, I want to settle it at once. Now then, what is the way to make a lot of money in one go? The answer is simple and clear. You just have to get it from a place that have money. However, if you were to act on such a simple answer without thinking deeply, you would arrive at bank robbery. If you were to do such a thing, you would be chased by the night order all around the clock, and you wouldn't be able to raise your level satisfactorily. If you were to commit a crime, you would definitely get a retribution one day. The timid me wouldn't be able to stand something like continuing to be in fear while striving to raise my level. The problem is in the justifiability. Sakurai. In society, the people who rob banks are said to be evil because the money in there is the clean and pure one that the virtuous citizens have obtained with their sweats and hard work in a just way. There's no denying that. Steal it. There is no justification for making money through illegal means. Such a thing is, of course, a stupid act of picking a fight with people from many sides and inviting a flood of criticism. Then, what if the act is justifiable? What if it is humane, ethical, and for protecting order? Although I only happened to hear it, it was said that the rewards of medieval knights used to be looting. I heard that the rewards they obtained from their lords were insignificant, and that the knights who knew the value of their lives on the battlefield used the property of the enemy country as their source of income to make success in life. From the enemy's point of view, they were probably nothing but a bunch of looters and fiends. However, they were treated as prestigious knights in their own country, because in the country to which the knights belong, their looting had justifiability. Going to the battlefield to protect order, country, wielding their swords in accordance to ethics, and managing the stolen things humanely. I think it's rather forced theory, but by putting on a veil called justifiable, fiendish and brutish acts can be approved by society. Justifiability, in turn, for justice, such a just cause is one of the most vicious and terrifying weapons produced by humankind. But I end up wielding such a weapon because I want money. Fortunately, the antisocial force, that is the Black Sword, are full of bad guys. So, when I remembered about the Black Sword from the poster of the Opera House, I decided to triumphantly secure support funds by borrowing the name of justice in order to eradicate the antisocial force. I see. Certainly, if you know the location of our base and everything goes well, you'll be able to get a lot of money. Louisiana. Both running the organization and researching the demonization technology require money after all. And if we're talking about a place where money gather, then there's no better place than there. Sakurai. As we're acting out a fight, Louisiana and I secretly continue our conversation. When we trade blows, we are able to have a secret talk without being heard by outsiders thanks to the sound of the play fight. So, I get that you're leading the drawing of this plan, but you're by no means carrying it out alone, aren't you? Louisiana. Well, in terms of number and quality of the personnel, I've got them all covered, but I can't tell you who they are. Sakurai. When it comes to people that you can contact and move in short notice, then there's nothing but the people from the Adventurers or the Thieves Guild. If you had contacted the other organizations, I'd have got the wind of it, as I've already had them under my control. Louisiana. Now that you mention it, you've already had the dignitaries under your control, huh? Sakurai. As Louisiana says, there's no way I can carry out this plan alone. Since I'm going to attack the enemy's base, I won't be able to succeed unless I have an appropriate number of skilled people. So, I recruited cooperators as I did in the Netherworld. Then, I gave information to the Thieves Guild who put a bounty on Yang. In order to get their help, I asserted the danger posed by the Black Sword and that Yang will definitely appear. As the Thieves Guild had their comrades killed by Yang and lost face many times until now, they made me promise them to capture him by all means as the payment. Moreover, when I talked about the Black Sword that was helping him, they gladly promised to help out with the assault plan. Well, in the process, there was a fuss about me having to show my ability and the accuracy of the information, but I'm the disciple of the Sword Saint. Remember? I was able to have my way with that established reputation and fake Sword Saints / Viva authoritarianism. As long as I'm benefited from it, it is the best ideological system. There are various detailed arrangements on that side, but well, you're not related to it, so no worries. Sakurai. Indeed. So, what's in it for me for acting out this play? Louisiana. After you hide until things cool down, you'll be free. I'll give you temporary living expense, and if you like, I'll also teach you disguise and stealth skills. Above all, after that, you will basically receive no interference. Sakurai. Who in the world could guarantee that, I wonder? Don't tell me a mere student like you could. Louisiana. I can promise it, but as for whether you could keep hold of it, it is up to you, though. Sakurai. Except for the parts that had changed due to the game turning into a reality, I'm confident that I'm unrivaled in terms of information of this world, especially geography, terrains, dungeon maps and the hidden rooms in them. Items and skills in the stages following after the Netherworld. Excluding the parts that involve people such as the storyline, most knowledge and information will most likely continue to be usable even from here on out. I mean, I'm able to prepare the option for you to head towards your second life. I can give you an advantage at the starting point toward the future. However, from there, it is up to your own effort to reach your goal. Sakurai. The moment I tell her so, Louisiana's attack becomes more intense. Her arms, which elongate and contract along with her whipping, split up from the middle, and a huge fan formed by the combination of 20 enlarged arms sweeps the stage. Whoops. Sakurai. When I avoid it with a big jump by making use of threads, the fan lay on the stage, before fists grow out of it, shooting at me floating in the air like homing missiles. Shishu-shimatsu, bullet strand shot. Sakurai. Although the thread bullets intercept the incoming fists, they only managed to slightly deviate them from their trajectory due to the difference in power and mass. However, the slight deviation of the fists created a big gap. Having connected to one of the thread bullets I shot, I thrust my body into that gap while accelerating at the speed of a warhead and land on top of the fan. Flame sword, firefall. Sakurai. The fists that lost their target bend perpendicularly many times, and then come at me from overhead. On the other hand, I swing my flame-cladded sword underfoot, before the diffused flames bursting upwards. The flame pillar that gushes upwards swallows the incoming fists and burns them. Whoa! Sakurai. The flesh under my feet transforms into a number of baby's arms, reaching for my feet. In response to that, I jump to the side while swinging my sword, but there appears Luizina, who have cut off the part of her arm that connected to the fan, dashing my way. Although her momentum is broken due to the slash of Shishu I released, and her limbs are cut off by the slashes of Shimatsu, fraying cut, they are regenerated at the next moment, allowing her to maintain her dash. I can take that as your answer, right? Sakurai. While being impressed at the far too inhuman, demonkin-like attack tactics, I cry so. In response, Luizina makes an aggressive smile, molds her regenerated right arm as hard and sharp as a spear, and swings it heavily, shooting it, along with her body, at me. Her speed exceeds the speed of sound. Luizina, having turned into a huge spear, breaks through the sound barrier, and the impact of when she takes off blasts the stage and the lump of meat that had become a fan lying on it. However, at the end of the day, Luizina is an opera singer. In battle, no matter how high your status is, if you have no foundation to make use of it, you could easily be dealt with. I have already learned that from personal experience, having saw through her trajectory when she took throwing posture. I move my body ahead of time, avoiding in advance the normal attack that only flies straight ahead. After that, while leaning a little and avoiding Luizina, not missing the split moment when she and I intersect, I fake sword saint's slash. Sakurai. Cut her torso in half. Luizina, split into two, rolls on the stage while spraying out blood. Her upper body disappears into the wing of the stage, and her lower body dissolves into ashes. The remains of the fan lying on the stage also disappears, and the people who had turned into mobs begin to lose consciousness and collapse one after another. Those facts point to the death of the demonkin Luizina. Phew, it's over. Now then, let's go to the next target. Sakurai. I use the pamphlet of the opera that had fallen nearby to wipe the blood on my sword and throw it away. Then I think about the opponents who would likely run away with the defeat of Luizina and go to the wing of the stage in order to leave the opera house. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 57. The disparity in ability. Shit. Amanai. What? That Diva-sama actually lost. Ain't that impossible? Yang. As surrounding mobs lost consciousness and collapsed, Amanai whipped his tattered body, gritting his teeth and confronting Yang. While he had dealt considerable damage to the opponent, probably due to the incomparable disparity in physical strength, Yang still had some spare strength left, though it could not be said that he was in good shape. Amanai, on the other hand, was in a not-so-optimistic condition where he might collapse at any moment if he were to lose focus. For the difference in level to be this hard to bridge since he was born in this world until now, this was Amanai's first time fighting against an opponent who had twice or more of his own level. That was natural. When raising his level, he always took a safety margin, and to begin with, he was still forbidden from exploring high-level dungeons, so he could not be blamed for that. However, it was undeniable that this time, his lack of experience in fighting against higher-level opponents came to bite him. Amanai could not realize the difference in status caused by the difference in level and how much difference it actually made. And hard was not enough to describe how difficult it was for him to close their disparity in ability, despite the fact he had made use of his weaknesses from the original game and all the combat techniques he had cultivated until now. Because you geese resist, I could only get a rosary. Well, my time is up now that the diva has lost. What an unlucky day, don't you think? Yang shook the blood-stained rosary in his hand. Ethel, its original owner, was sweating behind Amanai while holding down the deep wound on her left hand with her right hand. Give it back. That's my... Ethel, it's your fault for letting it to get stolen. No? If you're mad about it, then say your complaint to your boyfriend who couldn't protect you. Yang, stop your bullshit. Just drop the trash talk and give it back to me. If you do so, I'll let you off. Ethel, ha. Please, stop putting on airs. The one who is in the position of letting the others off should be me, right? Yang ridiculed the two and laughed loudly. Although it was supposed to be a downhill battle due to the difference in affinity, yet, the opponents became fragile once their strategy collapsed, and now it could be said that the two people before him ended up covered in injuries. Himself, on the other hand, did not get chance to fully display his power as a demonkin and had not shown even one of the many items he had collected until now. The two before him knew too clearly of the disparity in their strength. Yet despite that, they still screamed in good spirits, so he could not help but to find them too comical. That being said, my time's run out, so I'll leave it here today. I have this tendency of not being able to settle down if I don't complete a set items, so if you guys ever get such things, I'll come to play with you again. Yang, do you think I'll let you escape? Amanai, oops, if you keep being disobedient, I might end up killing this girl, you know? Yang stretched out his arm and grabbed a girl from among the fallen mobs by her head and thrust her in front of Manai. The girl was Amanai's childhood friend that had went berserk, Akinoruka. Yang lightly stroked her throat with his sword. That alone made it impossible for both Amanai and Ethel to move, and the only thing they could do was glaring at him. You fucker. Amanai, did you honestly think I wouldn't notice your friend? Your gaze blatantly showed it, you know. I was planning of using her as a shield in case my situation turns south, however, it turned out you guys weren't strong enough to drive me to that point. That was laughable of me, wasn't it? Well, I've made you an excuse to give up, so you have to stay quiet, okay? Yang. The two could no longer do anything. Yang, hugging Akinoruka with his atypical body, left the place while laughing eerily. The two could only see him off, when Yang destroyed the doorway leading to the entrance hall and disappeared beyond. Amanai was finally able to break into the run with a jolt. Amanai. In the eyes of Amanai, who rushed into the entrance hall with a great momentum to the point of smashing through the wreckage of the doorway, was reflected the figure of Rika left in the center of the hall. Amanai immediately rushed to Rika and held her up in his arms, before looking around, seeing that Yang had completely escaped. He clicked his tongue frustratedly. Damn it, I wasn't able to do anything. Amanai. His prediction missed, and he was toyed with by the situation. Although there was a disparity in ability, this result could be said to be his complete defeat against the Demonkin. Due to the fact that the efforts he had accumulated were seemingly useless, regrets that resembled irritation simmered inside Amanai. He laid Ruka down on a sofa at the entrance and returned to Ethel. When he glanced at the stage, he couldn't find Sakurai. He surmised that he probably no longer had a reason to stay in the opera house with the defeat of Luizina, his target. No, more importantly, Amanai. Suppressing the urge that sprung up inside him at that moment, Amanai went to Ethel's side. Perhaps she, who was sitting in a seat, had been casting healing magic on herself. Although her complexion was pale, her bleedings had stopped. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Amanai. It couldn't be helped. Against such a strong enemy, I say we did well. Just being able to survive is a fortunate thing. Ethel. Your rosary. Amanai. I'll get it back, definitely. Of course, you'll help me for free at that time, right? Ethel. Forgetting about his negative thoughts thanks to Ethel who had been robbed of her pretentious-looking smile, Amanai leant her his shoulders and headed toward the entrance. He then sat down in the entrance hall and took care of her for a while. Along with the sounds of heavy footsteps, he saw members of the Night Order got in from the entrance of the entrance hall. Taking in that sight, Amanai thought that this turmoil had ended for the time being and exhaled. Then, protected by the knights, he slowly relaxed as he felt the strained string of tension in his heart came untied. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 58. Big thanks to Nate for the pledge. The escape of the grotesque. A grotesque-shaped demonkin ran through the night. By the time they stepped into the light of the streetlight, their figure had returned to that of red-haired youth. The name of the demonkin was Yang Lan. For him who used to belong to the Thieves' Guild, To say that the city inside the wall was his own garden was no exaggeration. Something such as making his way through the city without being seen by anyone was a piece of cake. Tilda, to think Diva Sama lost in a frontal fight. But well, she ditched the compulsory combat training after all, so it's a reasonable result, huh? Yang began to walk down the trees-lined street while playing with his lute, Ethel's rosary. It was a time when people had already fallen asleep. There wasn't even a single figure of a person on the trees-lined street. Yang began to cook up what to report to the Black Sword in his head. He built a subtle excuse to put all the blame for the failure of the operation on Luizina in particular. The Black Sword still had a use to him, and in any case, they had items he wanted to collect. For Yang, who had no place to go, even outside the wall, being cut off due to a failure that was not his responsibility was something he wanted to be excused from. The success rate of this operation had dropped significantly, to begin with, because their time for mastering their powers as demonkins was cut down by nearly half a year. It was perfectly logical that the one who was responsible for it was not him, but the Black Sword who made that decision. However, if he were to simply point that out, he would end up incurring needless animosity. Therefore, Yang decided to elaborate the content of the report in the direction that the cause of the failure was the negligence of Luizina, who could not fully control her power as a demonkin. Now, it should be about time we meet up, however. Yang muttered and scanned the surroundings with his eyes. Originally, there was another demonkin with camouflage ability participating in this operation. They were a liaison who confirmed the progress of the operation and the movement of the Night Order and reported them to the organization. And in the worst case, it was arranged that they were to bring them to withdraw to the base by using his ability landscape assimilation. With Yang having escaped, they should get that the operation had failed. If that was the case, that demonkin should be lurking in this area. Therefore, Yang decided to search around, to leave the place as soon as possible. He made that decision in less than 1 second. There was no basis to it. Just that, he got a bad feeling for some reason. But Yang did not doubt his intuition. He knew that the more experienced a person was, the more often they would unconsciously caught the information of the surroundings and made some sort of decision. And that was known as intuition. Yang kicked off the ground even without having the time to transform back to his demonkin form. When he rushed into an alley, he kicked up the walls of the buildings, interposing the alley in a zigzag manner, climbing up to the roof. His intuition warned him that he had to escape from the place as soon as possible, no matter what, even if that would make him stand out a little. You don't have to hurry like that, you know. Yang, responding to the voice calling out to him, Yang pulled out the sword he had hidden and turned his body toward the owner of the voice. In that momentary movement, a low metallic sound rang out, and the blade of the sword that Yang was holding fell to the floor. The youngsters these days sure are vigorous. To not hurt your back or something when turning around, that suddenly really makes me jealous. Beyond Yang's line of sight, there was a man on the roof of the building across the alley. He carried an odaki on his back, and in his hand a straight sword that he had seemingly just unsheathed. The straight sword was tinged with heat for some reason, its blade dimly glowing red. Wait. What the hell is the sword saint doing here? The distance between them was about 10 meters. And the straight sword that the sword saint, Sanuki Shoichiro, had in his hand was about 70 centimeters in length. Even counting the length of his arm, the distance was still about 9 meters. Did that mean that he had the ability to cut off only the blade of his sword at such distance? Something like that was unimaginable to Yang. In any case, knowing that did not change the fact that he had fallen into a desperate situation. The true strength of that sword saint was unclear, but it was clearly superior than his. Could he win if he transformed into demonkin form? No, it was better to think that he might not be able to put up a fight. Yang knew that he himself was strong. At the same time, he also knew that there was a top above the top. He knew for sure that there was an unbridgeable gap between their strength, whether it because the difference of their talent or the quality of their effort. Additionally, he knew the tools, items, were one of the means to bridge that gap. Yang immediately thought about the tools he had and the actions he had to take against the Sword Saint. Calm down. Many options will open if I run away. There are many people stronger than me in the base, so as long as I can lure the Sword Saint there and have them to be decoys, I should be able to shake him off. There was no way that the Sword Saint was in such a place by chance. Since he had destroyed his sword at the first strike, that meant he had no intention to kill him. However, he clearly had no friendly intention. That was precisely why he gave top priority to running away now. Since he did not know the purpose of the Sword Saint and what it entailed, what will happen to him if he were caught was a mystery to him. Phew. Yang. Oops. Sanuki. Yang threw a piece of paper from his sleeve. On it engraved some characteristic patterns. Sanuki's straight sword shook slightly. Almost at the same time, the flying paper was cut off, and the effect of Feng Shui Charm, Black Tortoise, was activated with that as a trigger. Feng Shui Charm, Black Tortoise was an attribute bestowing item. There were 4 types of it, which imitated the 4 divine beasts, and each corresponded to fire, water, wind and earth. In the original game, Frontier Academia, the means of granting attributes to people other than yourself were limited, and the Feng Shui Charm series was the most popular of those means. The Black Tortoise thrown by Yang was an attribute bestowing item corresponding to water, and the target of this item would be bestowed with a water attribute for a certain period of time. As a result, it counteracted the fire attribute of Sanuki's flame sword, reducing its firepower. Of course, Sanuki also knew the existence of Feng Shui charms. Therefore, Sanuki wondered if Yang was trying to improve his survivability, even by a bit, by reducing his attribute advantage. Since it flew toward him, he tore it reflexively, but that did not stop the activation of the item. Sanuki inwardly regretted. He should have scraped off the pattern engraved on the surface of Feng Shui charm. Oh? Sanuki. The water that came out of the Feng Shui charm gathered around him. Then, it shined brightly once, before something like a bluish-white aura rose from his body. It was proof that Sanuki was bestowed an attribute by the Feng Shui charm. He tilted his head, not knowing the intention of Yang, who used the item originally used for one's allies and oneself to him. 3 silver flashes flew toward Yang's vital points. The slashes flew as thought the distance between the two did not exist. Struck on the momentary gap when he was about to take the next action, Yang rolled onto the roof due to the impact. However, the feedback was strange. When Sanuki, who felt that way, jumped to the roof across and approached Yang, he saw him slowly rose up. Sanuki was a little impressed by Yang, who had no scratches on his body after receiving his slashes and had a fearless smile despite sweating bullets. Apparently, he was not just a common thug. He thought, you could defend against that just now, huh? Well, this is a surprise. Sanuki. It's a shame, but your attack doesn't work on me. I got a business to attend to, so I hope you can let me go. Yang. Well, don't be in such a hurry. At least, show me more of your magic tricks first. At this rate, I ain't gonna be able to sleep at night. Sanuki. Don't be ridiculous, you shitty geezer. Yang cursed inwardly. He couldn't even grasp the initial movement of the slashes he took head-on, even though it was from quite a distance, and he only came to realize that he got slashed after being blown away by the impact. He was sure that he would be chopped up in an instant if his magic tricks was broken. He fortunately succeeded in creating this situation by misusing the Feng Shui charm that was supposed to be used on oneself on his enemy. It would definitely not work twice. Perverse Water and Sky Barrier, a twisted item that blocks attack of other attribute than water by the opponent that was bestowed with a water attribute. No matter what, I need to get to the base while Feng Shui charm is still in effect. The colorful and delicate wooden necklace hanging from Yang's neck was a legendary item, which was classified as the highest in rarity, the Perverse Water and Sky Barrier. However, in the original game, there were only few cases where this item could be used despite its high rarity. Among players, it had no value except as a collection. The reason was that, regarding the effect of significantly reducing the damage of attack with attribute other than water of an opponent bestowed with water attribute, There was a problem, which was there were almost no opponents appearing in the game that attacked using attribute contrary to their own attribute. A fire-attributed dragon did not breathe out water. An earth-attributed golem did not swing a wind-cladded fist. Unlike ally characters whose attribute of attack depended on their skills, most of the enemy characters in the game, monsters or demonkins, attacked with attribute innate to themselves. There were only a very small number of humanoid-type boss characters who could properly use 2 to 3 type of attributes to attack. Due to that sort of environment where there were almost no enemies who attack with attribute opposite to that of their own, bringing out the effect of blocking attacks of other attribute than water by the opponent that was bestowed with water attribute was truly an perverse, twisted concept. Therefore, as a matter of course, it could be said to be a junk item. However, that was only the case in the game. In the real world where Feng Shui charm could be used not only on allies but also on adversaries, this item had transformed into a flawless, powerful item that could roughly neutralize opponent's attack. If the physical attack resistance obtained by demonization was added on top of that, Yang could possibly obtain an iron wall defense that even the blade of the Sword Saint couldn't penetrate. However, that story was only limited to the defensive aspect. No matter how undefeatable Yang was, as long as he could not defeat the Sword Saint, he would eventually run out of resources and collapse. That was precisely why Yang, without getting complacent, without getting ahead of himself, directed his whole body to escape. Dayton's Hagromo, Sky-soaring bridge, Pegasus wings. Yang, along with transforming into his grotesque form, Yang used one item after another to increase his abilities. Wings grew out of his back, a Hagromo that accelerated all of his movements cladded his body, and a path of cloud that ignored all obstacles emerged in the air, which he stepped on. Yang had the cloud path he had ran through melted into air so that his adversary, Sanuki, couldn't make use of it, and provided the shortest route only to himself. Wanna play tag? It looks fun, my heart throbs, unbecoming of my age. Sanuki, staring at Yang, who was running with all his might with a desperate expression on his face, Sanuki properly counted to 10, before putting all his strength in his legs, and disappeared from the roof. No, he didn't disappear. He traveled a distance of several tens of meters with just one stride. His movement speed created an illusion that he disappeared. What the? Just how crazy his physical abilities are? Yang, who had created a third eye behind his head with the head equipment back eye vision that greatly increased his own evasion rate, screamed inwardly at the movement speed of the Sword Saint that seemed like a teleportation. Fortunately, thanks to the cloud path, and the roofs on his escape route being separated by some distance, Yang was slightly faster in terms of speed. At this rate, he could get the black sword at the base involved as he had planned, but it would be foolish to be thinking that optimistically. There was no way his opponent, who was hailed as the Sword Saint, could be such an easy opponent. While running away, Yang took out one item after another and used them towards Sanuki. Sanuki cut through Yang's means, such as poisonous fog, acid rain, curses from summoned beasts, and traps that he used without trying to hide his desperation, with the straight sword in his hand, a feat which drove Yang to be more impatient. Now then, I am driving him to his nest, just like the boy told me to, but I wonder if the lot called the Black Sword really exist. Well, the surrounding guys seemed to be satisfied with just this guy alone. While swinging his straight sword, Sanuki sensed some shadows pursuing further behind him. Sanuki moderately drove Yang while sensing the existence of the Thieves' Guild that had begun to move based on the information provided by his disciple, Yang Lan, who was desperately running away, and the Sword Saint who chased him leisurely. The escape drama, where the difference in ability between the two parties was so great, and could be said would make those who watch it feel bad, began. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 59. Coincidence is coincidence. After leaving the Opera House, I join up with the members of the Thieves' Guild, my collaborators in this time's case, and run through the city at night. The biggest purpose of them, who are uniformly dressed in black, is the capture or purge of the one who had betrayed them, Yang Lan, and all the mark-ladded in dangerous atmosphere. I'm taking these people to the base of the Black Sword. I had known about the location from my knowledge of the original game, but the Thieves Guild was only half confident in my information, thus I had to let Yang go and made him be a guide like this. Additionally, they shared with me the fact that they've also obtained information of the base from other sources, so they no longer have a doubt and are following me obediently. Youngster, Yang is trying to escape to that place. Exactly as you had said. That means Uncle is properly keeping his promise. I was a little worried because he told me he'd drink and wait at the bar. Sakurai. To be a well-known adventurer, you need trust and achievements. Even if he's drunk, he'd keep his words. The leader of the men dispatched by the Thieves Guild is a man with a skinhead. He looks ahead and makes a stop hand sign to everyone. It seems that we who went straight from the Opera House have arrived at the enemy's base earlier than Uncle and CO who moved while following after Yang, and we can't see Yang who is escaping here yet. I feel like rushing in immediately and take what I want to take. However, for the sake of justifiability, I have to wait until Yang comes and Uncle rushes in after him. Have they arrived, Tilda? Have they arrived, Tilda? I wonder if they've arrived, Tilda. Sakurai. I sing a little tune while peeking at the base of the Black Sword from the back alley where I've hid myself. Beyond my line of sight is a majestic two-story building. Large, inset-type windows are installed on the left and right sides of pristine and glossy wooden doors. In the store interior that is visible from the windows, counters that divides the space into two is placed, and I can see that some information boards are installed at the entrance side of the store interior which also function as a waiting room. On the other hand, beyond the counters is further separated by a wooden lattice inlaid with frosted glass. It is made so that people wouldn't know what the staff in the inside is doing. This is Obsiesco. It grew by handling luxury goods mainly for aristocrats, and is now one of the financial institutions that mainly deals with individual merchants as one of the pillars supporting the Merchants Guild. That's right, the base of the Black Sword is one of the regional banks in this world. If you want to collect money and camouflage the flow so as not to be suspicious, there is no better place than a bank. I don't know how it was in reality, but making a bank to be your base in fiction is quite unheard of, isn't it? While absent-mindedly thinking about such a thing, the members of the Thieves Guild and I ready our equipment in preparation of the assault. That said, except for me, everyone already wear theirs under their black clothes, so they just take their black clothes off. Though it is a place where I can get tons of money, that's why I attack Obsiesco, the enemy's base which outwardly is operating as a bank. In the end, ain't you gonna rob a bank too? Or so you might think, but I want you to rest assured. After all, the enemy is an antisocial force that uses the money they've collected from the people for human experimentation and illegal activities. It is no exaggeration to say that I'm doing this for a just cause. Donning the Night Order equipment obtained with the help of the Thieves Guild, we've decided on a setting to capture Yang Lan who will be trespassing the Obsiesco. At midnight. Tilda, to think we will have to get into the bank because we see a man trespass into it while we're on patrol. Moreover, the trespasser is one of the criminals who caused the turmoil at the Opera House, and that the Sword Saint, who happened to be there, is chasing him. What a surprise. In addition, the fact that we will end up finding the secret accounts of Obsiesco, research technology for demonization, records of outrageous human experimentation, and evidences of the dignitaries of the nation providing them financial support and humans for human experimentation is nothing more than a fortunate coincidence. Even if the super precious and expensive monster materials prepared for the experiments and the gold bars stored in the bank vault are gone in the process, it is surely because the people of the Black Sword have used them for bad things, no doubt. Well, since I'll leave the evidences gathering and bookkeeping to the Thieves Guild, in a sense, I'll be letting them have a hold of my weakness, but I also have some weakness, about the Thieves Guild, so I'll cut our ties at an appropriate time. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, so I can't help but be afraid of being involved with people from the underworld. To begin with, what is the value of such a connection compared to leveling? So, when this case is over, I will cut my ties with the Thieves Guild and return to a peaceful leveling life. This sure is kinda exciting. I wonder if Yang will come soon. I feel that my tension that was on the decline at the Opera House is rising slightly. After all, in the original game, the upper limit of the amount of money you could have was 9.99 million. But in the real world there is no upper limit of the amount of money you have. In this fever time, I intend to step into the untrodden monetary territory that no player could reach in the past. Foo. Would this make me the only one able to get this platinum trophy in this world? After all, it could be said to be unobtainable unless the game becomes a reality. It's an unreasonable difficulty, don't ya think? Well, it is totally unreasonable. And, to begin with, there's no trophy system here. Anyway, my goal is to collect and sell various things that I'd get at Obsiesco. And repay my debt. Of course, if possible I would like to get over 100 million, rather than just enough to repay my debt. For the time being, I've been promised a certain amount of reward for providing information about Yang Lan, but it's only a paltry amount compared to my debt. Therefore, I'm doing this believing in the potential of Obsiesco, their secretly stashed gold and silver treasures, the Thieves Guild who will do various things including cleaning up after the operation built from such rough idea. Though they're doing this for their own purpose, they sure are extremely generous. The setting data only revealed them to be an intelligence agency under the direct control of the royal family that is allowed to take extrajudicial measures. However, there appeared inconsistencies to that setting in the story, but well, it's a normal thing for a game setting, and honestly, it no longer matters now. Sakurai. At that time, I heard a voice from the back alley where we hide. When I turn to look for the owner of the voice, I see Uncle who should be driving Yang. Oh, boy. You're here, huh? Sanuki. Uncle, that is? Sakurai. That apostrophe s. For those at my age, the effect of alcohol would last longer, so I made a little mistake, see? Sanuki. At the feet of Uncle, who makes a poor excuse. There is the figure of Yang Lan, whose limbs are bent in the wrong direction. Although he's beaten up all over, including his face, I know he's still alive, for he continues to breathe weirdly. Koheu, I didn't kill him, he's just passed out from shock. In my defense, I was just trying to surprise him a bit, but then he fell from the air for some reason. Sanuki. The smell of booze drifts over from Uncle. I silently move my gaze to the skinhead man, but he looks away, feigning ignorance. Well, I don't know what had happened, but I know that he ended up catching Yang Lan who was supposed to had been let go to be a guide. The problem is, with Yang Lan having been incapacitated, we have to reconsider about the means to enter the bank. Well, calm down, boy. Before it ended up like this, I had heard about what we need from this guy. Sanuki. Do you mean the way to the underground facility? Sakurai. You got that right. Sanuki. Then, there's problem, ain't it? He's a hassle, so let's just throw him in. So, after sharing information, I make an impromptu human slingshot by making use of thread in the back alley. Then I load Yang Lan after rolling and binding him up with a rope. With the help of the people from the Thieves Guild, I pull the slingshot to the limit and release it. Yang, who seems to have regained consciousness in the air, makes a loud noise, destroying the window glass, and rolls inside the Obsiesco. Having confirmed that, we head for the bank following after Uncle who get inside as though pursuing Yang Lan at a short distance. Don't you run away, you damn criminal. The nights are here. Sakurai. We're just shams though, but well, don't mind the small details. Attack. All members, raid Obsiesco. I get in through the broken window, jump over the counters, kick through the wooden lattice, rush down the hidden stairs leading to the basement, and Sakurai. That brat fell down. It's fine as long as he's still alive. Continue the search as planned. Getting overexcited, I end up falling down the stairs. It hurts. However, without being discouraged with such a thing, we divide ourselves and suppress the inside of the underground facility one after another. Particularly noteworthy is at the center of the facility, the central laboratory, where the Sword Saint Uncle and the Black Swords who are in this facility are battling it out. The sounds of sword clashing and explosion from there are audible even from this place, which is at quite a distance away. To sum up, Uncle is dealing with the strong enemies, so I can devote myself to the search calmly. Remembering the map of this facility from the original game in my mind, I go around the places that seem to contain things that have monetary value. The amassed precious materials, the gold coins created by manipulating the flow of money. As I unintentionally leak a grin at the lineup of selectable items, I sort out the ones to take out. If only I have the item box, then I'd be able to take out all the materials here. Sakurai. While putting various items in the backpack I brought, I complain, finding not being able to take everything out painful. The boy is righteously robbing a bank. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 60. The Black Sword. A line of blood trailed down Sanuki's cheek. There was no lighting in the place called the Central Laboratory. Rows of capsules filled with turbulent cultivation solution emit poisonous fluorescent light illuminated the room. Man tilde. What on earth are you, to possess such a ridiculous strength? Well, I think you're plenty strong yourself. Much stronger than my disciple. Sanuki. Sanuki returned a smile of praise to the young man who cut his cheek. Currently, there were 3 people facing the Sword Saint Sanuki Shoichiro. An H. The name of the girl who was silently holding up a silver trident was Asunago Ayako. With slightly sweating, lifeless white skin, her large and round eyes were opened unblinkingly so as not to overlook any moves of the Sword Saint. The color of her beautifully trimmed bob-cut black hair was fading and became whiter toward the tips, giving off an eerie impression. However, if one had to point out Asunaga's most striking feature, then it was probably the upper body of a skeleton growing from the back of her head and nape. It covered her head like a helmet, with its arms stroking Amanaga's cheeks lovingly. Sanuki felt a strange sense of discomfort at the skeleton that had been showing no behavior other than cherishing her since the beginning of the battle. And GG slurp. Seriously, please cut me some slack slurp. In the first place, why is the Sword Saint entered this kind of place slurp? Pygmalion Don Troll, a man who kept collecting the saliva that leaked out the edge of his mouth every time he spoke. He had dark gray-colored obese body that swelled so much that he looked like massive body fat and an ugly pig-like face that seemed inhuman. Each of his arms were holding a large semicircular shield, which shone mysteriously as if illuminated by moonlight, even though it was indoors. At first glance, he looked like nothing but no be sky, inviting his opponent to lower their guard, but in Sanuki's eyes, his body was but an extraordinary giant lump of muscles, so to speak. In fact, the obese guy was sturdy and agile. He had the ability to intercept and block the sword slash of the Sword Saint, which Yang could not even perceive. Geez, this is totally out of the script. And finally, a young man wielding a two-handed sword and breathing shallowly. Nanashino Katsumi. He was the best fighter in the Black Sword and the only swordsman who was able to respond to Sanuki's surprise attack and counterattack him. Dressed in a simple rider suit, he tied his long gray hair around his nape and let it flow down his back like a tail. It was no exaggeration to say that his sword technique was at master level. Although it was with the help of his companions, he had the skill to make his blade reach the Sword Saint. On top of that, he was the centerpiece of the enemy side's teamwork. Sanuki thought that among the enemies he had faced so far, his degree of troublesomeness was among the top. But well, including my disciple, the youngsters nowadays sure are brimming with talent that it makes me jealous. Oh, the kid over there. What's your name? Sanuki. No way, I'm telling you. We're members of an evil organization, you know? Nanashino. What a pity. Ain't you usually give out your name in a situation like this? Sanuki. R. In stories, this is when the enemies introduce themselves, so that was rude of me, huh? Nanashino. Enan slurp. Hey, stop right the slurp. We're actually in a bit of a serious pinch, I tell you slurp. Pygmalion. Isn't it okay, it's just names, right? Nanashino. R. But. Asunaga. Enan slurp. Please don't pull her into this slurp. Please be aware that this is your bad point slurp. Pygmalion. While having a casual conversation, The three powerful people swapped their standing positions with each other. That mere change in standing position created diversity in the attacks they released. Every second, they racked their brain to find the path to victory. Each of them would require at least 3 moves, though it's doubtful whether even 5 moves would be enough for the swordsman kid. At this rate, it'd surely be a little troublesome to deal with all of them at the same time. Suppose he was in a situation where he could divide them. He'd leave one to Sakurai, his disciple, and kill the remaining 2. He believed that with Sakurai's current strength, even though he might not be able to defeat Nanashino, he should be able to at least tie him down for a while. However, in this room where the enemies could even reach him with their blades with their cooperation, he doubted that he would be able to divide them by himself. In that case, he could opt to wait for reinforcement. But the addition of the mobs from the Thieves Guild or Sakurai who did not have the word of cooperation in his dictionary would only make it more difficult for him to fight. It sure is sad that there aren't that many people who can keep up with my pace even indoors. While suffering from the hardship caused by the fact that he was in his own league compared to his surroundings, Sanuki swung his sword. It was no exaggeration to say that his blade suddenly disappeared, tearing through the air without a sound and approaching Asunuga's neck. Asunuga, facing the swung sword, Asunuga immediately hid her throat with her trident, following her intuition cultivated as a warrior, succeeding in receiving the slash. However, the slash was so heavy that it couldn't be thought of as a casual attack. Her petite body was pushed over the ground in an instant. Without missing that defenseless posture, Sanuki released a second blow with the returning sword. Whoopsie! That's dangerous. Pygmalion. Responding to that, Pygmalion cut in between them. Pygmalion, who jumped in while joining the shields in both of his hands, tilted the shields slightly at the moment the slash made a direct hit, diverting off Sanuki's slash. That ability to receive the slash of the Sword Saint, with agile movements that did not match his obese body, was nothing short of spectacular. Frontally, Sanuki might not be able to break through the defense without at least 3 power-oriented, two-handed slashes. Oh, you're coming? Sanuki. Nanashino Katsumi, holding a two-handed sword, emerged from the back of Pygmalion. Stepping on the shoulder of Pygmalion, holding up his shields, Nanashino, adding the momentum of Pygmalion expanding his muscles instantaneously to his own velocity, challenged the Sword Saint. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows, crossing over 4 blows and still hadn't stopped. The number of sword clashes during the blink of the moment finally exceeded 10, and the scattered sparks covered them like rain. Inwardly, Sanuki was astonished at Nanashino, who was able to cross blows with him, even though from outside, he looked to be not that different in age from Sakurai. At that age, Sanuki should have been a few steps below Nanashino. In terms of talent, he felt that it would not be an exaggeration to say that Nanashino was heavens above him. At that moment, Nanashino jumped out of the spot. Seeing that, Sanuki, without moving his gaze away, immediately swung his sword backwards, following the presence he felt. And while the 6-layer defensive barrier surrounding her shattered in an instant, Asunuga managed to stop Sanuki's slash with the handle of her spear. Enduring the impact without being blown away while clenching the back of her teeth, Asunuga activated binding magic that she had set up behind Sanuki, surrounding him, through the thread of magic power that extended from herself. In addition to the chains of magic power coming at him from all directions, Nanashino, who had retreated, made a 180-degree turn and rushed back at him. Pygmalion entered to back Asunuga up while making use of his huge body to block Sanuki's escape route and create a situation where he had no choice but to receive Nanashino's attack. Not bad. Sanuki. 1-on-1, the Sword Saint would definitely win. However, on top of facing 3 people by himself, the opponents were cooperating seamlessly, thus multiplying their power. Nanashino attacked with a sword, Pygmalion defended with shields, and Asunuga destroyed with magic. However, depending on the situation, their role might change in an instant. If Asunuga were to suddenly strike with her spear, Nanashino became the one receiving the slash, and Pygmalion threw his shield and broke Sanuki's rhythm. It could be said that the cooperation that displayed each of the 3 having his Her own role was a feat that was only plausible because each of them was powerful and had a solid understanding of what each other could do. However, the Sword Saint was not so weak that he'd collapse just because of that remnant flash of fire. Sanuki. At that moment, Sanuki stopped moving, leaving behind an afterimage. He disappeared. By the time Nanashino noticed it, Sanuki had already entered his bosom, gently putting his hand on his abdomen. Ignition strike. Sanuki. Gaga? Nanashino. Along with the shock as though his abdomen exploded, Nanashino's lungs were crushed, and he was blown back horizontally with air forcibly exhaled out of his mouth, destroying cultivation capsules which contained failed product on his path one after another. He smashed into the wall, creating a small crater. Still, was it because of his will as a swordsman that he hadn't let go of his sword? Slurp. Pygmalion. Oops. Sanuki. Not missing the opening when Sanuki had finished releasing his skill, Pygmalion charged at him with his shields raised. The mass and speed of the hitting matter were crucial factors that decided its destructive power. The heavier its mass, the faster its speed, the greater its power. If Pygmalion's giant body with a mass surpassing human understanding hit a person directly at a speed equal to 270 km per hour, becoming a lump of meat would be the least worst of the person's end. Coiling fire guard. Sanuki. Foa. Pygmalion. However, the Sword Saint also surpassed human understanding. At the moment when Sanuki, who made a posture as if catching a blade with his hands, hit Pygmalion directly, the flames overflowing from his hands swirled and warded off the huge body. Pygmalion, whose even reaction disappeared when hit, stumbled backwards while making lifeless voice, and collapsed abruptly. The assault created by Pygmalion's giant body and speed would certainly work wonder even on Sanuki if hit directly, but for Sanuki, who had used to deal with monsters living slightly away from outside the wall that used that sort of moves, being able to counter it was natural. Rather, the fact that there were no shockwave that gouged the surrounding ground resulted from the attack was, to tell the truth, nothing short of amazing. Sanuki assumed the stance of holding his sword on his waist without looking at Pygmalion collapsed in the ground, his eyes laid on the figure of Asunaga. She kicked off the floor and jumped away while releasing a chain of magic power from the magic circle she had drawn around her. That was a support for Nanashino and Pygmalion disguised as an attack to keep Sanuki away. If the chain hit Sanuki, it'd act as a restraint, and if he avoided it, she'd be able to pull Nanashino or Pygmalion to herself. In addition, based on her observation on him so far, Asunaga had measured the approximate range of the Sword Saint. If he did not take at least 2 steps forward, his invisible slash would not reach her, and even if he did step forwards, at least, Nanashino would come back and launch a pincer attack at him. If he could deal with it, Pygmalion could use that opportunity to come back to the battlefront. No matter how it turned out, they would be able to rebuild the collapsed battlefront. Hunting Firebolt. Sanuki. After she blinked, Asunaga was preyed on by a snake that appeared before her suddenly. Her whole body was lit up and burned, and shortly after, a roaring sound that teared through the air reached her ears. It showed the fact that the snake shot by Sanuki exceeded the speed of sound. Unlike his disciple's fire snake, his was cladded not only in flames but also lightning and thunder. The thunderbolt-like fire snake released by Sanuki, it had instantaneously burned off everything in a straight line before his gaze, including Asunaga. Oi, Chu-chan. Haven't you learned that the straight line of a swordsman is dangerous? Sanuki called out to Asunaga, whose whole body was burned and white smoke rose from the charred parts. It was because B believed Asunaga would not die from that level of injuries. And in fact, Asunaga's injuries began to regenerate as if time had rewound. The skeleton of On head caressed her cheeks and head excitedly as though pleased by it. Bastard. Remnant flash of fire. Sanuki. Nanashino, who was hoisted up by the chain released by Asunaga and made use of the momentum to close the distance in one bound, attacked Sanuki from behind. However, the sword he swung down only managed to slash Sanuki's afterimage. Sanuki reappeared beside him and gave him a kick, blowing him away, but Pygmalion, who had been lying collapsed on the floor, appeared to catch him, feeling pain coming from his abdomen that hadn't recovered yet. Nanashino frowned slightly. Phew Tilda. You geese sure are strong. It would definitely take some time to finish this if I just keep swinging my sword around. Sanuki. NN Slurp. In that case, how about you just overlook us this time Slurp? Our strength can't hold a candle to you after all Slurp. Pygmalion. Listen here, should you guys obediently explain to me about whatever was going on here, I won't offer you to my sword. Though given the state of things here, letting you geese scot-free is, of course, kind of difficult. Sanuki. Sanuki knocked nearby capsule. In the cultivation solution, the upper body of a man whose left half turned into a wolf's head and something like a gooey dissolved flesh like melted ice cream were floating. It was the end of a pathetic subject who became a sacrifice for the research of demonization because he was not compatible with the monster. It's one thing to try various means to become stronger, but you know, this is a little bit too much. Sanuki. NN Slurp. Even if you find it unpleasant, as an adult, shouldn't your response be to support the effort Slurp? Besides, at any age, isn't a technology that leads to the future always stems from an idea that goes beyond common sense and defies it Slurp? I believe that this means will lead us to a better future Slurp. Pygmalion. While Pygmalion attracted Sanuki's attention with his meaningless chatters, Nanashino tried to recover even a little by relaxing his body a bit. At the same time, he gave instructions to Asunaga at the back and shared information with Pygmalion by making a certain set sounds of footsteps while pretending to be adjusting his standing position. Well said, that's exactly the kind of drivel I expected from men doing this kind of deeds. Even your eyes said you don't believe a thing you said. Anyway, since I hold a seat in the Adventurers Guild, I can't pretend not to recognize you geese making use of monsters to do human experimentation. Sanuki. By the way, what would you do if you don't belong to the Adventurers Guild? Well, I'll beat up you guys out of righteous indignation. Sanuki. NN Slurp. Don't you actually just want to have a fight Tilda? Pygmalion. In response, Sanuki re-grasped his straight sword, which had been chipped slightly due to the clashes with the two-handed sword of Nanashino, and looked at the appearance of the executives. Originally, an adventurer was a profession where you were expected to fight against monsters, while anti-personnel combat was under the jurisdiction of the knights who protected the domestic order. Therefore, adventurers whose main sphere of activity was outside the wall exerted their true power in open places such as outdoors, and the Sword Saint, Sanuki Shoichiro, was no exception to this case. In the first place, the odaki he carried on his back was his main weapon, and the straight sword he held currently was nothing but an ordinary sword for self-defense that he had prepared so as not to cause damage in the city as much as possible. On the other hand, Nanashino's two-handed sword was a boorish yet reliable high-quality sword that seemed to embody simple robustness. Even though he was called the Sword Saint, Sanuki was not able to completely negate damage from accumulating on his sword itself when the blades clashed. If the sword I'm using now breaks, I'll be hard-pressed to prevent them when they're trying to escape. Well, even though I can't go all out, keeping them here should be good enough. If he pull out his odaki and fight with all his might, he would surely be able to kill at least 2 people. However, if he did that, the collapse of the building would naturally spread to the surrounding area. In addition, the wider the scale of the battle, the more escape routes the enemies would have, so his odaki now only served as a decoration, a dead weight. As a person holding the nickname of Sword Saint, which signify him as the strongest individual across all occupations, Sanuki naturally had an extraordinary fighting power. However, the underground facility was too small for him. His time limit was until the sword broken. If he could capture at least one person within the time limit, it would be his victory. Sanuki Shoichiro quietly readied his blade with an adventurer, acquaintance, floating in the capsule beside him. You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 61. The person striving toward their ambition. Nanashino Katsumi was a reincarnator. No. Perhaps it was more correct to say that he was a possessor. When he came to, He had belonged to the hostile organization, the Black Sword, in Frontier Academia. Moreover, he woke up not as an ordinary member, but as an executive of the organization called Nanashino Katsumi, an amnesiac, mysterious swordsman. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Good, ain't it the best? Nanashino, having came to realize the world he was in after a little bewilderment, he raised the corner of his mouth, deciding to fulfill his hidden ambition. Fortunately, he woke up 2 years before the original game began. Thanking his fortune, he first focused on getting used to the body he was given. The body moved as he wanted, knowing neither tiredness nor fear. He felt no repulsion to cutting down monsters, and was unwavering to murder a wide range of races, from sinners to ordinary people. The mind and body that could make every movement just as he imagined made him powerful in just a few months. He then, armed with his knowledge of the original game, devised a plan for the fulfillment of his own ambition, interacting with his peers and increasing his allies. The faction he created became so large that it could no longer be dismissed in the Black Sword. He even succeeded in moving forward the time of the Opera House incident, which was an important operation for the organization. If we let the enemy grow and start the event at September, we would just end up losing like in the original game. If you can see such a future, you'd normally take the initiative, no? Nanashino belonged to the Black Sword. Putting that the other way around, if things progressed just as it was, he would definitely be defeated just like in the original game. He couldn't allow that, therefore, he decided to take steps to move forward the event and crush the protagonist before he grows up. That sort of alternative route, a what if, where the evil that should be defeated triumph, everyone must have thought about once. Furthermore, Nanashino did not mind if this operation failed. If the operation was successful, the Black Sword would make a leap forward and take root in a social position that the main character would not be able to reach. Needless to say, this was a big victory. On the contrary, if it failed, he would be able to eliminate the problem children, Luizina and her subordinates, who sought freedom and refused to join his faction. Certainly, the organization itself would be weakened, but it would also lead to his increased influence and discretion within the organization. As a result, it would be easier for him to pass his own suggestions and plans, and at the very least it would be his first big step to go against his inevitable future, that was losing in accordance to the original game. His plans went well. Nanashino, who had been secretly moving behind the scenes, had made no fault. In fact, he had triumphed over the protagonist, Amanai Hayato, in this stage. The problem was that a certain money-hungry idiot, Sakurai Toru, struck him from the side. Moreover, that idiot was a reincarnator who had a strong connection with the Sword Saint, who, in the original game, should have died, and was a mass of energy that had prepared a plan to raid the Obsius Company along with the Thieves Guild in just half a day. Seriously, this is out of the script. Nanashino. There was no way he could predict such a thing, and it was ironic that Luizina, who he tried to eliminate, was also involved in the series of events. Moreover, the perpetrator, Sakurai Toru, who caused all of it, was carefreely going around the Obsiusco, collecting their ill-gotten money, so Nanashino had no way to discover his existence. The Sword Saint and the Thieves Guild raided their base. The Black Sword was now at the crossroads of whether or not it would be destroyed, rather than the weakening the organization. SSHHH. He swung his sword. The name of his beloved sword that he was currently swinging at will was Indestructible Sword XH. It was a one-of-a-kind two-handed sword that could only be owned by Nanashino Katsumi. A rustic magic sword that gave others the impression of going through many battles unbroken, unscathed. Just like its owner, it wouldn't get chipped when clashed with any weapon. And the sword also bestowed Nanashino, its owner, with a though body. The current him could repel a knight's swung blade with his bare skin, and the strength hidden in his body was such that he could hit and tore off a several centimeters thick iron door with his bare hands. A tough body, blessed by the indestructible sword, an unwavering heart, battle experience that permeated the body, and pinnacle sword technique backed by them. The only one who could match Nanashino Katsumi, who had all of that, might be the fully grown original game's protagonist. Remnant flash of fire. Sanuki NH. An afterimage. However, he was not able to contend with the Sword Saint. Despite all of that, the supreme abilities, specs, that he got was treated like a child's play. Ignition strike. Sanuki. Gaga? Nanashino. His tough body that could repel sword with bare skin and gouge iron with bare hands was blown away. The sword technique that he believed to be the pinnacle was overwhelmed by the real, ultimate sword technique. Even his unwavering heart, and future predictions that came from the battle experience permeating his body was only able to follow the shadow of the Sword Saint. If Pygmalion and Asunaga weren't here right now, Nanashino knew that he would definitely have been defeated. He could only laugh in his heart at that difference in strength. The weakening of the organization is still fine with me, but if it's destroyed, all I've been doing till now would come to nothing. Only a minimum number of people and equipment could be swiftly evacuated, but rather than being completely obliterated, it's better be left off with a piece of skin. Enduring the pain from his abdomen, Nanashino nonchalantly gave instruction to withdraw. In addition, determining that he would not be able to withdraw through a half-baked way like using a smoke screen, he instructed Asunaga to use her last resort. He would also have to use his, but the people of this world would probably not be able to see through it. He adjusted his breathing and let his magic power to flow out of his body. The magic power began to fill the room, and perhaps sensing that, the Sword Saint squinted a little. Pygmalion, I'm gonna go all out for real, take care of the rest. Nanashino. Slurp. No, hold on, Pygmalion. Before Pygmalion could finish his words, Nanashino stepped out. Nanashino, who instantly narrowed the distance with the movement skill ground shrink, swung his sword at the Sword Saint. World intervention, system command, phenomenon tampering, cheat code. Nanashino. At the same time as the sword swung down from the top, two swords, the same as the one Nanashino had, appeared at the side and behind of Sanuki respectively, and slashed him. Following that, a second Nanashino appeared at the back, taking the posture of sword drawing. The existences of the second Nanashino and the multiple slashes that appeared without omen from the empty space. Having judged from his own sense that they were not some sort of after images, Sanuki stepped up his gear and rushed to deal with them. The Sword Saint couldn't help but feel that Nanashino had increased by 3, counting in the slashes that appeared from the empty space. Whoops. Sanuki. However, the change did not stop there. At the moment when the Nanashino at the back drew his sword, Sanuki, feeling chills for the first time since he came here, jumped away from the spot. While his body was slightly torn by the swords enclosing him from 3 directions, Sanuki avoided the invisible slash that came from under the ground. Now this is surprising. It's my first time seeing such moves. Could you tell me how you did them? Sanuki. No way I'm telling you, abnormal old man. Nanashino. I'm still on active duty, though. At least call me uncle. Sanuki. Shut up. Die. Nanashino. Nanashino and Sanuki clashed violently. It was different from the battle that had been going on until just then. Nanashino was putting up a fight against the Sword Saint, Sanuki Shoichiro, on a one-on-one battle. However, the battle was strange when looked at from the side. Nanashino appeared at places where he shouldn't be at, slashes would appear out of nowhere, and for that matter, there were instances where Nanashino's slash passed through Sanuki's body. They're not after images or the likes. They do have flesh and blood after all. It actually feels like the kid increases, but they sure are behaving peculiarly. Sanuki. After cutting off the 4th Nanashino, Sanuki observed him while bathing in the spurt of his blood. In addition to their strange behavior, the Nanashinos also had greater speed and weight of slash. Among the strong people Sanuki knew within the nation, was there anyone that could deal with this storm of attacks? The current Nanashino was demonstrating strength so great that he, the Sword Saint, thought so. However, that did not last long either. The magic power that was expended at an accelerating rate eroded Nanashino's body. Even for someone abundantly blessed by the heaven like Nanashino, the work of altering a curing phenomenon and elevating physical abilities were things that could only be done for a few minutes once a day. That's why, die here for me, Nanashino. Suddenly, The onslaught stopped. Without avoiding the slash that Sanuki released as a counterattack in that opening, Nanashino created a dozen Nanashinos by directing the magic power he devoted to attacking to duplicating his body, and had them to flood Sanuki. Oh! Sanuki. People with exact same faces came at Sanuki at a speed that was beyond human intelligence. Not all of them were living bodies, as some were even able to pass through the debris of the surrounding floors and walls to come to restrain him. Moreover, these Nanashinos showed not an ounce of fear facing the slashes Sanuki released. The slashes that should have hit their targets only passed through and came out of their bodies. Sanuki could do nothing to them. He could only receive one-sided interferences from the other party. Though, it seemed like their purpose was not to defeat him, as they did not go at him at full power, keeping themselves around him. Sanuki, who was slightly confused, found that his room of movement was sealed. Welp, time to turn the table, Sanuki. The sword saint turned over his sword. The power in his body surged. It gathered at the handle of his sword, and was released in the form of Sword Saint Slash with just a flick of his wrist. Sanuki's slash successfully cut off all the Nanashinos, not passing through their bodies. However, the ordinary sword could not withstand the unreasonable move that was only allowed for the Sword Saint. Its blade that had already been at its limit scattered in all directions at the end of the slash. And then, thud. A girl settled herself in Sanuki's chest. When he raised gaze while hugging the girl, he could see the upper body of a skeleton growing from her nape and the back of the escaping Pygmalion. Were they discarding the girl as a decoy to escape? The question went through his mind. Since his sword had already been broken, it'd be difficult to chase them. Should he settle with the second best option, that was to secure the girl who had been discarded for some reason, rather than to forcibly chase Nanashino, who used strange moves and the still perfectly fine Pygmalion? When he dropped his gaze on the girl with such an indecision, her big round eyes locked with his, before she muttered, "Self-destruct." Magic power concentrated to the point of being visible was released from her orifices. The skill self-destruct that the girl activated was a great skill that caused enormous damage to everything that existed in the field, regardless of enemies or allies, while rendering the character that used it incapacitated. Its power was made up of a very simple formula, a sum value of 5 times the total value of HP and MP at the time of activation and the total of all their remaining attribute values. What would happen if an executive, boss, who had a much higher HP than a player character were to use such a skill? The power of such self-destruct need no mention. You could probably understand what would be the outcome of the building of Obsius company that received it, without words. The self-destruct skill that Nanashino Sanagu Aiko learned according to the setting, this was one of his last resorts. The next moment, Obsius company exploded. More reincarnated person tilde. See that coming? You can read more chapters, up to 12, on Patreon. LVL Chapter 62. The curtain falls. The enormous energy Sanagu Aiko produced rushed out of the underground facility, directly hitting the building above the ground. The energy that exploded the Obsius company with a thunderous sound thrust straight through it like a white pillar in the night sky, illuminating the surrounding area as brightly as noon for a few seconds. Naturally, the members of the Thieves Guild who were exploring the underground facility also got caught up, resulting in a considerable number of casualties. Fortunately, probably because the explosion occurred in an underground facility, most of its destructive power was concentrated upwards. There was almost no damage to the surrounding area due to the explosion itself. However, the debris of the exploded company flew to the surrounding buildings, causing many damages, but miraculously there was no harm to civilians. Hilda heaved. Ho, phew. Who would have thought she would blow herself up, so showy. Sanuki Shoichiro appeared above ground while pushing away the rubble of the destroyed Obsius company and blowing away the rising black smoke with a swing of his odaki. His upper body was engraved with many lacerations and not a few burns, making him looked to be covered in blood all over. Some parts of his body were black like charcoal, and a part of his thigh had a chip as if the flesh had been gouged. Even if he was the Sword Saint, when viewed from the side, his condition looked so bad it was doubtful whether his body was still functioning properly. However, He did not make even a frown and just thought about the result of the battle while relaxing his body slightly. After all, there was no way to avoid it in such enclosed space. The opponents have also run away. Which reminds me, is the boy alive? Sanuki. Having spitted out a blood clot from his mouth, Sanuki carried his odaki on his shoulder, threw away the handle of the straight sword whose blade had been destroyed, and scanned the surroundings. The obelisk that should have been above ground had collapsed without a trace. Fires rose from places other than where Sanuki stood, and from a distance could be heard the hurried footsteps of knights in metal armor. Sanuki, thinking that it would be a hassle to explain the matter, found a figure treading on the rubble, approaching him. So you're safe. Good, good. Sanuki. You sure sounds fine despite the look. It was though. In fact, I couldn't avoid getting my whole body injured. Sanuki. Well said. The one responded to Sanuki with a slight dismay in his voice was the skin-headed guy, a member of the Thieves' Guild. Having been able to escape from the explosion because he was waiting outside to monitor the surrounding area, he was the person who was able to act earliest immediately after the explosion. Can you still use potions? Better than nothing. But at my age, they ain't that effective anymore. Give them to the other, younger lot. Sanuki. Sanuki laughed and refused the highest potion glittering in scarlet that the man took out. As everyone knew, potions were items that restored a character's HP, and were useful medicines that healed all injuries. In this world where humans kept challenging the outside of the walls and dungeons, potions were friends that had been supporting them in their battles for many years. With their power, one could imitate Sakurai's, simply insane, way to gain battle experience that he had once went through, that was to continue challenging the Sword Saint. They had been permeating the society as a great aid to the point that they contributed to delaying the development of surgical technology in this world. However, on the other hand, potions had a certain disadvantage: their effect faded with age. Although there are differences depending on the individual, their healing ability began to decline on people around the age of 30, and over 40. The effectiveness dropped to the point where it was difficult to heal even a minor injury. Sanuki, who was advanced in age, was no exception to this. To the current him, no matter how high the grade of the potion was, it was like throwing water on a hot stone. However, I told you, no worries. Sanuki. Of course. The man also knew that fact. The reason why he didn't back down despite that was sentiment. Maybe he didn't want to see even a little bit possibility that the living legend, the Sword Saint, would collapse. Whether or not he knew that, Sanuki lowered his eyebrows slightly and asked the man the question he was curious about. By the way, is my disciple alive? It seems to be quite a mess here. Sanuki. Yes. Surprisingly, he flew headfirst into a nearby house from the impact of the explosion, but he survived despite that. The man replied and muttered, like master, like disciple. After the explosion, the personnel who could move checked for damage to the surrounding area and rescued the survivors. During that, Sakurai was found with his head stuck in a house. Perhaps because the house that he was blown into was an old wooden one. The aged wood acted as a cushion that reduced the impact. Although he was in a serious condition with a severe bleeding on his head, it didn't seem to be life-threatening. Then, Sakurai was sprinkled with a cheap potion to close his wounds, and afterward taken to a nearby hospital. Hearing that details, Sanuki laughed, amused. Ha ha ha, I see. Well, all's well as long as he's alive. Sanuki. He's your disciple. Right? Aren't you treating him a bit sloppily? That much is just right up his alley, you know. So what about the traitor you were aiming for? Sanuki. We were able to collect him without any problems. We managed to recover most of the items he stole. But since his jaw was broken, it would take some time to make him vomit everything, including the incident this time. I see. It's good that the boy's information is useful. Sanuki. Hey, Sword Saint. Just who the heck is that boy? Why do a low-class student from the academy has such an accurate grasp on an information that even we don't know of? For the man, this incident was so sudden, like a bolt out of the blue, so to speak. A young man who suddenly appeared in the Thieves' Guild along with the Sword Saint talked about not only the whereabouts of Yang Lan, but also the incident that was going to occur at the Opera House and the existence of evil organization, its perpetrator. Normally, it would have been laughed off as a joke. But since he was introduced by the Sword Saint who had done numerous meritorious deeds, they had no choice but to listen to the story in order to give him face. When they sent a person to investigate it just in case, the information was found to be credible as Yang Lan was actually lurking in the Opera House. Even though they didn't know from where he did get the information, since the story of the boy, the source of information, was found to be credible, though slightly, as the Thieves' Guild, they had no choice but to act. Even if the rest of the information was in fact unfounded, the one about Yang, who used the status of the Thieves' Guild to steal one of the national treasures, perverse water and sky barrier, legendary item, from the nation's treasury was definitely true. Who knows? Even I had no clue about it. He's always been the kind of guy who does strange things, so maybe he got it by some strange coincidence? Sanuki. Now that's just nonsense. Anyways, you guys gonna have difficult days ahead, so just leave the matter about the boy for a while. Sanuki. Man, how could a simple crackdown blown into such a serious matter? While remembering about the documents found in the underground in the progress report, the man muttered. A part of the demonization technology left in the documents. A technology that could be called innovative that allowed one to obtain mighty power without the need for long training if one were to close their eyes to humanity and ethics. If a part of the men from Night Order got to know about it, they would definitely kill to get it. However, if that technology was applied to a person who only cared about their own self-interest such as Yang Lan, if a mentally immature person with unforged heart gained a great power as a person acting to protect the current order, he could only imagine a horrible future that would be unpleasant just to think about. In addition, there was a list of dignitaries and prominent figures of the nation that cooperated in the development of the technology. It was clear as day that these would develop into troublesome situations if not handled carefully. Simply reporting the truths as they were might endanger the men of the Thieves' Guild. He had to think about who to report and how. Anyways, I'll leave the rest to you. It's been so long since I had worked this hard, I'm tired. Sanuki. There is a wagon that hasn't been destroyed nearby. Let me take you to it. Well, thanks. Then, shall I clean up this mess as a service? Sanuki. After saying so, Sanuki purposefully walked on the rubble. While swinging his Odaki, the released sword wind blasted away the black smoke and extinguished the raging fires. While the man was amazed at the ridiculous way to extinguish the fires, he was troubled on how to respond to the knights who were about to arrive. LVL Chapter 63, Abominable Skeleton. Asanago Ayako slowly regained her consciousness. When she looked around, she found herself in a room in a vacant mansion that had been prepared as a safe house. Asanaga tried to move her body and found that her own limbs, no, the parts below her hands and pit of her stomach were missing. Then, she saw the skeleton that grew from her nape immersing itself in the work of regenerating her body while stroking her injuries dearly. The pain that eroded her body was less than she had expected. That was probably because she had lost the nerves and parts of her brain that perceived it. It might be thanks to the skeleton, and also the fault of the skeleton. Asanaga could do nothing but to entrust herself to the skeleton while glaring at it hatefully. Enan Slurp. You're finally awake, Ayako-san. Even though I knew you'd resurrect, that was bad for my heart. Really. The one who appeared in the lying down Asanaga's view was Pygmalion, who excreted greasy sweat from his whole body. His left arm was missing from below the elbow, and the bandages sloppily wrapped around it were lightly dyed red at the tip. If it was just a cut, it'd heal right away. But it turned out my arm was cut off, and the opening of the wound had to be burned. It got me thinking that this condition would be a new normal one for me. I don't have a power to regenerate after all, so I think I can now be counted as a one-armed man. Enan Slurp. Good grief. Pygmalion, noticing Asanaga's gaze, said with a smile on his face. However, a frown was visible between his eyebrows. He was clearly enduring pain. Shortly before Asanaga self-destructed, the positions of Pygmalion, who was escaping, and the Sword Saint were connected in a straight line. Sanuki, who found the opening at that moment which could be called an instant, cut off one arm of the escaping Pygmalion with a slash of his Odaki as he inserted it between himself and the self-destructing Asunaga. The distance was a little over 15 meters. It was the normal attack range of the Sword Saint Sanuki Shoichiro when he used his favorite Odaki, the original weapon he wielded in battles against monsters living outside the wall. NN slurp, I thought, what the heck? When I got slashed. Then, I desperately ran for my life. There was also Asunaga-san's self-destruction anyways, so I could do nothing but to throw all my pride and whatnot and just escape. I've heard people said that he's strong plenty of times, however, so that's the Sword Saint. Rather than strong, abnormal is more apartment to describe him. I can't stop having cold sweat, you know. Pygmalion. Was he talking a lot to distract himself from the pain of his wound? The bandages was visibly becoming redder than before. A part of the wound that had been cauterized by Nanashina might be opened again. Asunaga felt a slight sympathy for Pygmalion, who had to put up with pain during recovery unlike herself. When the regeneration of her upper body was over, Asunaga filled strength into her arms and raised her upper body. She walked to the window using her arms in place of her feet and reached out to the curtain covering it to check the state of affairs outside. Please don't show your face too much, okay? Someone out there might notice you, after all. Pygmalion. Asunagi nodded a bit, ducked her head so that her eyes could barely look out the window, and scanned the surroundings. It seemed that a considerable amount of time had passed since the battle underground, as she could spot the sun was starting to rise from the eastern sky, and from a place far away from the vacant mansion, from the direction where Obsiusko should be, a large amount of black smoke that looked as though covering the morning sun was spreading into the sky. Asunaga. Judging from the scale of the black smoke, the underground and the company above it should have been destroyed. Though I don't think that the Sword Saint was killed by that. At least, most of the evidence should have gone, so it could be counted as you have succeeded. Pygmalion. Asunaga. Well, that, too, doesn't guarantee that we're off the hook. Yes, we've succeeded in erasing our tracks, but I believe we're better not thinking that it would last for long. After all, it seems there was a fellow in the enemy camp who saw through Luizina-san's performance last night, and caught onto that braindead's, Yang-lan, movement, exposing our base. Pygmalion. Braindead probably referred to Yang-lan, who led the Sword Saint to their base. Perhaps because the accomplishments that he had built up so far was ruined. Pygmalion's speech was uncharacteristically rough. Asunaga also got why he couldn't suppress his anger when he spat out the word fellow, the completely unknown enemy. Asunaga looked out the window again. Her self-destruction must have caused an impact and made a thunderous sound on a considerable scale. The people that came into her sight would point at the black smoke and exchange some words from time to time. The skill she acquired at the strong recommendation of Nanashino Katsumi, self-destruct, a skill which would convert one's own body, from hair to toe, into magic power and explode that energy. It was a last resort that came into existence only because Asunaga Ayako could revive after the explosion scattered. The skeleton that grew from her nape could be moved to another person or goods. As long as it was safe, it could recreate and revive the blown-up body of Asunaga. However, as a matter of course, self-destruct was not a technique that could be used casually. Even though she could revive, she would be completely defenseless until her whole body was regenerated. That was precisely why she wouldn't use it unless there was no other choice. It was a last resort that Asunaga hated much. However, the enemy this time being as he was, Asunaga, who was keenly aware of the difference in fighting power in the battle against the Sword Saint, decided to use her last resort without hesitation in response to Nanami's instruction. She lost her body. Their existence was exposed, and their biggest base was destroyed. However, Asunaga and CO managed to balance the destruction of evidence and the securing of a retreat, and escaped from the Sword Saint. It was as though they survived only with single piece of skin connecting their heads. Asunaga. NN slurp. Katsumi-kun is resting in a separate room, Why apostrophe no tilde. It seems that the damage he received from the strike of the Sword Saint was considerably larger than the ones inflicted on him by his sword. Even his magic power was completely exhausted. Though he could move, it seems he wouldn't be able to fight at full strength for a while tilde. Pygmalion, NN slurp, you're right. Well anyway, let's first take a rest until we all could move, then go to the academy, borrow a corner of it and spit out the guys inside all at once. After that, we're gonna review our plan and that's about it for now, I think. Pygmalion tapped his belly. Inside contained the few equipment and researchers he managed to recover during the battle. The flow of time in the inside of his belly was slower than the outside, which made him feel cramped, but they would not be digested even if left unattended for a while. NN slurp. It was so disastrous to the point it makes me want to sigh, but we can't change what has happened, so let's just move on. I'm gonna sleep for a while, so please be on the lookout for the surroundings, okay tilde? Pygmalion. N. Asinaga agreed to Pygmalion's request. Asinaga felt touched at Pygmalion, who had been enduring the pain of losing one of his arms but remained awake until she had regained her consciousness. If only he weren't so ugly. She went into alert mode with a moderate amount of tension while thinking something reasonably rude. TSK. Asinaga clicked her tongue. It was also a signal that her body had completely regenerated. With the complete regeneration of her body, the skeleton got back to its original place on her head. It wrapped its arms around Asinaga's head and rubbed its eerie face on hers as though asking for compensation. It was actually incorporeal, so she couldn't feel its touch, but its appearance that came in her view was simply unpleasant. Asinaga Ayako. She was one of the demonkin who had a cursed body that was liked and possessed by a demon. She hatefully glared at the crazy skeleton that was obsessed with her today as well. LVL Chapter 64. You don't want to get familiar with sealing. After my consciousness returned from the darkness, I found myself in a hospital I was familiar with. I didn't want to be familiar with it, though. What was waiting me upon waking up was the questioning of the gentleman from the Night Order. I obstinately refused the questioning from the knights who had driven out Iris, who had came to visit me, and had no clue of the things going on behind the scenes, and said that I just happened to be there. However, they kept hounding me, saying things like, "Why were you there that day?" Or "It's strange for a low-class student to wander outside during that time." On the other hand, I resisted by becoming a machine that just kept repeating the cover story prepared by the Thieves Guild. In the end, it became an endless and meaningless argument, and for some damn reason, they even started breaching me, so by the time everything was over, I was mentally worn out. Well, the incident this time was related to the prestige of the Night Order, so it was not like I did not know where they were coming from. If I could, I would divulge the situation to them. So tired. Let's practice swinging. Sakurai. After being released from such torture-like questioning, I enthusiastically began to practice swinging in the hospital room to recover my spirit, but a nurse angrily came and scolded me. Be quiet. I couldn't even practice swinging to my heart's content. Is this really the treatment for a person who has rendered such a meritorious deed? Can't the people of this society be a little more kind to me? Hey, Iris. Society sure is absurd. Sakurai. While that may be true, don't you just charge into the director's office and demand for an early discharge? Stupid. Iris. When I tell Iris, who had been kicked out of the hospital room by the knights, about the unreasonableness of the society, she hit me with a slap on my shoulder. Perhaps in consideration that I'm injured in the head, the aim of her stupid attack is directed to a different place than usual. The person herself may have been seriously warning me, but that look of hers is, well, pretty cute. Hey Sakurai, what did you do to Iris this time? Higaki. Can you not suspect me as soon as you enter the room without even a greeting? I'm always upright and clean-handed, just so you know. Sakurai. What right does a guy who demanded an early charge directly from the director of the hospital have to say that? No, if you have energy to talk back, it means you're surely fine. This package seems to be addressed to you. Catch. Higaki. Whoops, from whom? Sakurai. He said you'd know if I said it was from a guild member. The guy had a skinhead. Higaki. I see, thanks a bunch. Sakurai. I received the thrown leather bag from Higaki, who came in a little later after Iris while being exasperated. It feels heavy on my arms. The leather bag is quite large. It is maybe about the same size as a large backpack in the real world. It is the loot from Obsiesco that I had given to the Thieves Guild. I haven't heard the details of the matter yet, but I did heard that Obsiesco was finally blown up by a big explosion caused by someone. As I was collecting things in a room above ground, I was also finally blown away and ended up being hospitalized in this way, but well, I was prepared for something like this to happen, so once I collected a certain amount, I temporarily retreat and took my loot outside. Well, frankly, I actually couldn't carry any more things because I didn't have an item box, so in my helplessness, I went outside for a moment to put them away, but it sure was a blessing in disguise. Anyways, the things I took out was able to avoid the explosion and came back to me this way. If added with the gold bars I was collecting when the explosion occurred, I think I probably got a double score of 200 million, much higher than my initial target of 100 million. But since the gold bars were all blown away in all directions by the explosion, I most likely wouldn't be able to recover them. It couldn't be helped anymore, so I came to a clear decision to give up on the scattered gold bars as condolence gifts to the people whose houses were damaged due to the explosion. I'm a super good person, ain't I? I'm kind enough to send condolence gifts to people whose faces I don't even know, yet, I wasn't even allowed to practice swinging in the hospital room. Isn't that strange? Well, that aside, it's time to unveil the result of the event. Sakurai. Yay. Iris. Wait. The source of your strange knowledge has something to do with this time's incident as well, right? Explain that first. Higaki. Do you think I talk just because I'm indebted? Sakurai. Usually you talk because you are in debt, right? Higaki. That theory only applies to minor characters that appears in fictions, so please don't lump me together with them. After all, in this world, I'm just a useless mob character. It's doubtful if I even appear in the background, you know? And for the record, there is no close-lipped mob characters, because we're not given even a single line to begin with. We're just there to make up the number. Got it. If you don't want to talk, then let's just put it off for now. Get your business done first. Higaki. Now then this time for real. Sakurai. Stop right there. When I try to open the leather bag filled with rewards, results screen, I'm stopped for the second time. Geez, who is it this time, and what for? When I turn my eyes to the entrance of the hospital room, there stands a beautiful blonde nurse San. While she looks emotionless, her eyes are filled with slight displeasure. Seeing her, an R unintentionally escapes my mouth. You are Iris. Luizina Mateos. Why are you here? Higaki. Wait, calm down you two. Sakurai. When Higaki and Iris takes battle posture, I immediately grab their hands. Seeing that, Luizina, who's in nurse uniform, briskly walk up to me. And then she stands by bed and looks down at me, before swinging her arm and hitting my head quite hard. It hurts? Sakurai. Hey, what are you doing? Sakurai-san's head is still injured, you know. Iris. Who cares? You keep me waiting for too long. Do you have no intention to keep your promise? Luizina. Luizina ignores Iris' words and says so. Her voice contained a slight anger. Luizina Mateos, a collaborator who, in this incident, played a farce on the stage with me and provided me detailed information on Obsius Company. In the stage wing where there were no prying eyes, I promised to provide her, whose lower body had been cut off, the essentials so that she can live her second life without obstruction. The content was to keep her in Iris's place until things cool down and provide living funds after that. Just in case, I'd also teach her disguise and stealth skills. Then I had her changed into a male costume and had her head to Iris's place first for the time being. During the incident, I told her to quietly wait there and I'd be there by the next day at the latest, and yet, I made the impatient Diva-sama wait for too long. Hold on a second. Hey Higaki, could it be, I was asleep for quite a while? Sakurai. Well, given that it's been 3 days since the incident. Yeah, you was asleep for quite a while. Higaki. What? 3 days? Did you guys not meet Luizina at home? Sakurai. We have been staying at the hospital the whole time. Wait, did you say at home? What did you mean by that? Iris. I get why Iris hadn't met her, but Higaki, did she stay overnights too? Why? Come to think of it, since Uncle was at the scene, there's a chance that he was also caught up in the explosion. I don't think he would be that seriously injured, but he might be hospitalized for a checkup. Then I can understand why Higaki is staying here. Let's ask more about it later. However, if that's the case, I can understand where Luizina's anger coming from. The meeting time had been delayed for 3 days and she couldn't get in touch with me. Of course she'd be angry. I want to make excuses, but it's true that I hadn't make it in time. I'm sorry. Sakurai. Good, I'll forgive you. Luizina. By the way, you look cute in that nurse uniform. Sakurai. That's a sexual harassment, you know. I'll take back my forgiveness. Luizina. Why wouldn't a girl usually be happy when praised? Is this the pattern where she'd tear the feelings of mine, who tried to appease her anger even a little, to pieces, before forgiving me? I receive a pretty painful flick to my forehead from Luizina as an additional punishment, and Higaki and Iris don't even try to stop her. It seems that was a no-good line for girls. I still don't understand girls' heart. Should I once again work to rise the level of my Casanova-style communication skills? By the way, it seems that the nurse uniform was something she borrowed to get in here. Let's advise her to return it properly or pay back the store with money later. Long story short, Luizina gave me various help in this incident, so she isn't an enemy. And to pay her back, I promised to hide her for a while, so please help me. Sakurai. You're deciding things selfishly again. Higaki. You mean to hide her at our home, right? Then we have to clean the vacant room. Iris. I had cleaned it because I was free. Luizina. Thank you. Sakurai. She calls it our home, but that log house is Iris's home and my home is in the dormitory, right? But well, I wonder if can call it my home. After all, I have never been to the student dormitory even once because of the mess at the day of the entrance ceremony. Rather, since Higaki and I have been given our own private rooms when we were staying over, it won't be weird even if it's called a home. You may still have questions, but let's leave the detailed explanations and other stuffs for later. I wanna count my money already, Kahi. Sakurai. If that's going to take some time, I'll get some shirt. Get off. Luizina. I've never seen a nurse telling the patient to get off their bed because she wants to sleep. Sakurai. Well, it's difficult to check the contents on the bed, so I'm planning to get off in the first place. In the original game, there weren't many scenes in which the characters were delved into, so I had no impression of Luizina other than she was a boss character, but she sure is quite a my-pace character. Now then, let's see what we have here. Sakurai. Then, with Luizina really falls asleep, I now confirm the rewards. I start opening the heavy leather bag with a smile while imagining about the luxuries inside. LVL Chapter 65, Rewards Confirmation. The first things I notice in the opened leather bag are 3 items. Dayton's Hagoromo that is so thin that you can see through it. Sky Soaring Bridge, a bundled, unique raw silk thread, and Pegasus Wings, a flat piece of steel plate with a horse head as a motif. In the original game, this group of items are commonly known as the 3 Sky series because all of them have the character of Sky, in their names. A part of items owned by Yang Lan, probably given to me because they didn't know the original owners. Hagoromo is equipped on the head slot, the thread on accessory slot, and the wings on armor slot, and equipping them all would allow you to have a paper armor, high-speed battle style, right? All items in the 3 Sky series have the effect of greatly increasing the agility and evasion of the character. It is to the point that if the protagonist who specializes in agility wears all of the equipment, he would be second to none in terms of agility. In that state, the protagonist could act twice in every turn while avoiding most of enemies' attacks, so you could have a quite exhilarating battle where you could just sit back and have him bombard the enemies to death with magic or chop them all to pieces with continuous attacks. However, with this build, his defense power would be so poor to the point of calling it paper thin is no exaggeration. It is often the case that the successful attacks of the small fries surrounding the boss would make you feel like screaming rather than the attack of the boss themselves. Also, at the final stage of the story, once he received an attack, it wouldn't be easy to get him back to shape, or rather, he would die in a single hit, so it was given the nickname of Icarus build. He would fall straight down if his wings were removed. It is a heroic character build, in a sense. However, even if you don't use that build, the effect of each items in 3 Sky series is useful by itself. Originally, they couldn't be obtained without completing the sub-quest from the Thieves Guild who collected Yan's items after the incident in the Opera House, so it can be said that I'm quite lucky to have obtained them in April, which is still the early stage game-wise. The rest are just junk items. A rosary, bloody, which is Ethel Tyner's initial equipment, is also included for some reason, and gold coins as a recompense for the documents collected as evidence and hush money. What the heck's with this rosary? It's bloody and very scary, ain't it? It looks more like an item that would appear in a horror game. Are they telling me to return it to her? Won't she charge me money for discovery fee or something? She won't, maybe? But seriously, there are a lot more gold coins than I expected. Sakurai. It sure is. How many are they, I wonder? Iris. Hey Sakurai. Is it really okay to accept this money? Higaki. Don't worry about that. Uncle is also involved in this, so everything's gonna be fine. Sakurai. If teacher involved, then it's going to be fine, huh? Hey, how's teacher involved in this? Were you with teacher that night? Were you two doing something behind my back? Higaki. Stop getting angry at the drop of a hat. That's what's so bad about you, you know. Sakurai. I thought she had settled down lately, but Higaki keeps reminding me that people's nature doesn't change. She sure is an ideal bad example. Ignoring her, I turn the contents of the bag over. I collect the gold coins that fall while making jingling sounds, check each one carefully, and start counting them. The words money counting +1 appear and disappear in my field of vision, and while taking the writing utensils that are in the hospital room, I begin to try to find an efficient counting method. Sakurai sounds at it again. Iris. As I begin to be absorbed in counting money, Iris squints pleasantly, whereas Higaki sighs loudly. The money counting skill has the effect of slightly increasing the sell price of material items dropped by monsters and slightly reducing the amount of money required when creating items by alchemy. Since it only decrease value marginally, it is basic to use it in combination with other correction skills, but there are experience points and a level that could be raised quickly before me. There's not even a fragment of reason to let the opportunity pass, right? Besides, I can't even practice swinging, and there's no knitting tools around. Then how am I supposed to rest? I can't settle down unless I'm doing something. 1 tilde, 2 tilde, 3 tilde. Sakurai. I'll help you. So let's get this over with quickly, Sakurai. Higaki. Stop. Don't touch them. These are my experience points. My experience points would decrease by the amount you counted. Sakurai. Sakurai-san, I will pile them up by a stack of 10 for now, okay tilde. Iris. Darisha. Sakurai. Why did you tear them down, even though they had been piled up nicely? Iris. It's because I'm gonna recount them. Obviously. Sakurai. These experience points, gold coins, are mine. No way I'm gonna hand them to anyone else. I'll recount them at least 30 times to raise the level of money counting, so please do not disturb me for a while. Begone, outsiders. I won't let anyone touch these gold coins. These are sacred treasures that I handed down to mine hospital room. People who came from outside the hospital room is not allowed to touch them arbitrarily. Sakurai. From which tribe are you? Higaki. Sakurai-san's strange switch has turned on again tilde. Iris. Shu tilde. Sakurai. Now that he's acting up again, let's just leave him alone for a while. I'm going to go visit teacher again, but what about you, Iris? Higaki. By teacher, you mean the one who's also Sakurai-san's, don't you? I want to say hello to him. Iris. Ah, I knew it. Uncle is also hospitalized. However, since Higaki even bothered to show up here, it seems his condition isn't that serious. Otherwise, she'd definitely stick to him. After all, for the time being, I'm gonna count the gold coins several times until my money counting level rises to a good degree, then I'll go visit Uncle. I have to repay my debt anyways. 1 tilde, 2 tilde, 3 tilde, 4 tilde. Sakurai, Iris and Higaki leave the room, and I continue counting the gold coins quietly next to Luizina, who's sleeping soundly. Afterward, there was an accident where a nurse who came to check up on me witnessed that scene and mistook it for me trying to rape a hospital staff by coercing her with money, but thanks to blood mist of Luizina, who was awoken, it did not develop into a big uproar. From now on, if I have an interpersonal trouble, turning the other party into a puppet by relying on her blood mist might be an option. No, that'd seriously make Iris angry. Then, she'd tell it to Higaki, and I might end up being chased around by the full force of the disciplinary committee. If I ever have to do it, I'd need to carefully scrutinize the case and get the approval of the two. After 37 error counts, it finally reached level 3. Well, not bad, I guess. Sakurai. The time passed quickly while I'm absorbed in counting the gold coins, and now it has passed noon. With my stomach starts to rumble, I decide to take a break. Honestly, I can't think of a way to put money counting to good use, but it is mankind's duty to raise a level if it appears before them. I don't know if I will have an opportunity to raise its level again in the future, but let's keep in mind that I have acquired such a skill. Welp, for now, let's go to the reception, complete the discharge procedure, ask Uncle's hospital room, and are Manai and CO in this hospital too? Might as well ask about them, huh? Sakurai. Casting a glance at Luizina, who has awakened before I know it and is quickly eating my hospital food which has been brought in again before I know it, I pack up my luggage. Once again reminded of the greatness of item box thanks to the weight of the leather bag I'm carrying on my back, I head to the reception to complete the discharge procedure while pulling Luizina out of the hospital room. LVL Chapter 66, Repaying Debt. After completing the discharge procedure, I came to the hospital room of Uncle Bonus, aka Sword Saint Sanuki Shoichiro. Other than me, there are Higaki and Iris who have come to visit him before I know it in the hospital room, and they are currently sitting on chairs by the wall so as to sandwich both sides of Luizina, who came with me. As for Uncle, he gave her a cold gaze when we had entered the room because he had been informed that she was a member of the Black Sword ahead of time. But when I told him that we were allies for the time being, he relaxed his gaze. That reminds me, boy. You didn't explain anything about the matter to the young ladies here? That's a bit cruel of you, you know? Sanuki. To think you would discover the incident in the opera house in advance and even knew about the Black Sword. On top of that, all the more reason I need to have you explain the source of your knowledge. Higaki. You are so cruel, Sakurai-san. Not explaining anything about such an important matter to us. I am sad that you don't trust me. Iris. Higaki, who looks sullen, and Iris, who looks about to break into tears any time now. Back then, my head was wholly filled with the thought of repaying my debt, but looking back on it, well, I think that I did many extremely selfish acts. I trust them, and that was why I left the shitty lizard bastard to them, though. No. That only sounds like an excuse. As for me, if you knew that the incident would occur in advance, I wished you had prevented it rather than took advantage of it. Even if you hadn't, if you had at least told me that the incident would occur ahead of time, I think we could have possibly reduced the number of injured people. Higaki. Higaki says slowly and in a low voice. Since it's her, I had thought that she would harshly point out my faults. However, she sounded as though she was blaming her own untrustworthiness. The emotions contained in her voice give the impression that she is feeling miserable for some reason. That figure of hers thinking that she could have done something if she was involved, preventing others from getting injured, closely resembles not the usual her, but that of the original game hero Inao Higaki that I know well. I don't mind Sakurai-san doing whatever you like. However, I don't want you to do dangerous things. If you think you can go to the netherworld again if you die, please throw that idea away. Anubis-sama said that it is rare for a soul to be able to revive repeatedly. Iris. It's not like I was acting with the intention of dying, but from others' perspective, it might look like I was endangering myself with reckless acts. I don't know how Black Sword was described by Uncle, but people would normally be worried when they hear that an acquaintance had plunged themselves into the base of an antisocial force. Iris is one of the kindest people I know, and she has childlike mind because of what happened in the netherworld. It's not hard to imagine that she would be extremely uneasy if she were to hear that I, one of the people she depends on, expose myself to danger, regardless if it's right or wrong. Sorry. Sakurai. Anyways, I decide to bow and apologize. However, the society isn't so kind as to forgive you with just an apology. I need to take action to convey my sincerity to show that my apology isn't merely for form's sake. In my previous life, I'm a Japanese who demands unrivaled severity in apology. Because I've been accustomed to lowering my head and am able to lower my head on a regular basis, I now understand that the true form of apology that the two people demand is in my hands. The crystallization of wisdom that the wise men of mankind have accumulated since the dawn of history. That is exactly what is needed now. I put down the luggage on my back and kneel on one knee while looking at Higaki and Iris. The two involuntarily swallow their saliva to me, whose extremely resolute face and dead serious eyes are directed at them. So, how much is the consolation fee? Sakurai. I should have known better than to expect you to honestly apologize. Higaki. No, I am honestly apologizing right now, though. Even though I truly admit my fault unlike usual, what is this reaction? Sakurai-san. Why? Iris. Ha. That's the boy for you. Too, to think of settling it with money. Ha. Sanuki. It's so awful that it's refreshing. It's amusing to watch from the sideline. Luizina. That's weird. Did I say something strange? I thought that the ideal form of apology for the mental damage I caused to Iris and Higaki was a consolation fee, or, could it be? They want the traditional apology style to customer, dojeza. Dear customers, if you wish to pick seppuku option in our store, please prepare a potion at your own expense. However, we shall provide you a special service this time. But don't behead me to end the seppuku, okay? I will die if my head is cut off, after all, so please spare me from that. So, do you forgive me, or not? If you've forgiven me, then I'd like to move to the main subject. Sakurai. Geez, fine, I'm fed up and exhausted already. Higaki. Sakurai-san really is a hopeless person, making me feel assured like usual in this way. Iris. Somehow, the mood feels like they've forgiven me, so good job, me. Now that's behind us, let's move to the main subject of my coming to Uncle's hospital room. I take out a check that can be redeemed at the bank from the leather bag and a bag containing the gold coins that I had separated in advance and hand it to Uncle. Uncle, receiving it, confirms the contents, before muttering, "Ooh, thanks," without being affected by the amount. To be unfazed receiving an amount of money that I've never seen in the game, let alone in reality in my previous life, should I say, as expected of the top adventurer praised as the Sword Saint, but still, to think you'd be able to pay back the money this quickly. Youngsters these days sure are amazing. I'm honestly surprised. Sanuki. Teacher. Sakurai is just especially weird, so please don't use him as your standard of youngsters. Higaki. If there are people who can be legally beaten and steal money and materials from, I think any normal human, gamer, would do so too, though. Sakurai. I don't want to believe that there are many of such people in this world. Iris. It's not, in any way, legal, but in the olden days, there was a kind of robbery group targeting nobles, though they had essentially been subdued and thrown outside the wall with nothing but clothes on, at this point. Sanuki. Banishment outside the wall, according to the setting in the book that came with the collector edition, it is a heavy punishment equivalent to death penalty in reality, right? How much did those robbers steal? Outside the wall field. I'm sure I'll be going there when I take the upper class certification quest, but the farther it is from the nation, the more terrible the condition becomes, isn't it? It is an unforgiving field where the further you proceed, the stronger the enemies, the higher the encounter rate, and the more often hostile reinforcements coming in during a battle. Even encountering boss-class monsters one after another is not weird. In that world where there are no supply bases, you could do nothing but pray to find a drop item or a corpse of an adventurer to replenish your items for survival. Due to the random map generation system, the terrain outside the wall was unique to each player, so the information posted on the bulletin board on the strategy guide site was only at the level of advice until a patch that added a fixed terrain was released later. When it did, the residents of the dedicated thread on the bulletin board all faced toward the sky and exclaimed, "Oh, God!" There were even some people with extra shitty luck who got a terrain where the nation was located in the center of a gigantic lake that could be mistaken for a sea, and were absurdly required to pay money and materials to cross the sea each time they wanted to go to the dungeons outside the wall. In one of my playthroughs, I encountered a terrain where there were poisonous swamps in all directions and volcanic area beyond them. In that terrain, the volcanoes erupted once every 5 minutes, hailing me down with the erupted magma and volcanic rocks. Due to that, I felt like my heart breaking down every time I went out to complete quest. Thinking about it now, I feel like the biggest drawback of this game were the elements outside the wall. Well, the elements outside the wall were mostly endgame contents, and the only things that were largely related to the main story were upper-class quests and, in some cases, the map named Sacred Mountain, but some people evaluated it as trashy, though. Speaking of which, the fact that the patch fix was released quickly was probably because the developers had expected it. I sure have digressed. Now let's return to the main subject. Anyways, I've handed you over 80 million gold, adding up the debt you overcharged me and the reward for your work. With this, my debt to you is now all cleared, Uncle Sakurai. It would be great if you would pay for my treatment while you're at it, though. Sanuki. I had thought you would say that, so I already paid for it. Sakurai. Oh, really? So you do remember favors? Ain't you thoughtful to your master, boy? Sanuki. Uncle's treatment cost was quite high, most likely due to the fact that potion was no longer that effective on him. Probably it is also the bad effect of the surgical technology being not that advanced in this world. Still, considering that it still cost about 2 million gold, I'm personally interested in how much treatment was given to me whose body had become something like a Daruma doll that had been ritually incinerated back then. Actually, I haven't tried treatments that normally can't be done or human experimentation, which I haven't get the approval for, with the rare materials Uncle brought back, have I? I should try them one of these days, right? Anyway, with this, about 80% of the money I earned in this event has gone. However, when I think of the fact that I can work hard to purely raise my level without having to think about money from now on, I don't care one bit about that 82 million gold. After all, raising your level. How should I put it? Is an act that must be done with liberty, pure heart, and piety, you know. Hey, while I'm thinking about such things, I notice that someone is pulling the hem of my clothes. Sakurai. When I turn around, there's Luizina there. I silently take out a check, write 5 million on it and hand it to her, who silently holds out her hands as though asking for something. Then, next is, Sakurai. Sakurai, it's bad for my heart seeing you silently give out such a large amount of money for some reason, so stop it. Higaki. Hey, this is not enough. Luizina. Mateo-san, it seems as though you don't have the word modesty in your dictionary. Iris. Fine, I'll double it, okay? Sakurai. I write 10 million on a new check this time and exchange it for the 5 million one I gave her earlier. Perhaps Luizina is satisfied with it, as she raises the check by the window and stares at it for a few seconds, before folding it carefully and stowing it in her nurse uniform's pocket. With this, a total of 92 million gold gone. I earned about 120 million. So I have about 30 million left. Even with this much money, I surprisingly can't think of a way to use it. Sakurai, since it's you we're talking about, why don't you use it to buy weapons, armor, consumables or the likes? Higaki, other than consumables, it's faster just to get them in a dungeon than to buy them, and my current equipment I brought from the netherworld is stronger, to begin with. The netherworld that I arrived in unintentionally. While resolving the turmoil that occurred there, I had obtained mid-game class arms with the help of Anubis. The majority are in Iris's place, but as long as I have them, I won't have any problems with arms for a while. It can even be said that I completely have no need of the obtainable equipment sold in stores at this time except for some rare finds that are sold with a low probability and items that have a limited number of purchases. In the original game story, as the story progressed, the lineup of stores would increase, and items with higher performance than before would increase in number, but when they came out, there would be no need to look at them. The reason being, the drop equipment and reward that could be obtained from the intermediate, advanced class quests had far higher performance and were more convenient, so the only things you'd buy at the stores were consumables. Truly, a game-like situation, and for me who has knowledge of the original game, it is much easier to go get them by myself than to buy them with money. Besides, I know where the truly high-performance ones gather, so I don't plan on going out of my way and spending up this large amount of money. If I can buy experience points with money, I would have used it all up in a second, though. Sakurai, if you don't need it, then you can just leave it in my care. Luizina, aren't you being too greedy, Diva-sama? Sakurai, unlike you, I have to start over completely broke. No matter how much money I have, it won't be enough. As a good person, shouldn't you normally take pity on me and give it all to me if you can't think of how to use them? Luizina, I'm not a good person, so I only gave you a reward that worth your contribution. If you want money from a good person, go beg on the street. Sakurai, cheapskate tilde. Luizina, anyways, I also don't want to leave it as is. Should I save it? No, I suddenly got a lot of money, so if the information gets out somehow, it won't be weird if relatives who I've never heard of to suddenly spring up out of nowhere. Those kind of people have the established reputation of being unpleasant and persistent, so for a healthy leveling, I'd like to remove any elements that might attract them toward me. However, in that case, Luizina's proposal may be a good no. Since this is a rare opportunity, I won't try to do things that are only possible if you have lots of money, like burning a bundle of bills or something. I can only burn checks, so there's no meaning to it. Hospital, Alright, Higaki, accompany me to the reception for a bit. Sakurai, what are you planning to do? Higaki, it's not like I'm planning to do anything wrong, so don't stare at me. There's something I'm curious about, but I just thought it would be better if there's someone other than me who can understand the particulars if it involved procedures. Iris would probably find it difficult, and Luizina don't really like to go to places with many people. Sakurai, I am still new to the systems and procedures of the world of the living, it can't be helped. Iris, world of the living? Young lady, could it be, you came from the world of the dead? Sanuki, yes. Did I not say it when I introduced myself? Iris, that sounds interesting. Would you tell me a little about it? I get curious, you see. Sanuki, then just a bit until Sakurai-san and Higaki-san come back. Iris glances at me and says, looking a bit uneasy, in a situation where Higaki and I would be absent, she wouldn't shrink from Luizina and Uncle, who she roughly met for the first time. Still, as she is willing to talk about the netherworld, she may be thinking of confronting and healing her own trauma. It's maybe a positive sign. Higaki, maybe tilde. Sakurai. While agreeing with the words Higaki muttered, I lift up the slightly lighter leather bag and leave the hospital room. LVL Chapter 67. Special thanks to Andrew Lim for becoming a patron. Their resting point. When you knocked a door, you should knock it thrice. Right? Amanai gently knocked the door of a hospital room while remembering the basic manner in the back of his mind. Hearing a voice permitting him to enter the room from the other side, Amanai opened the door so as to make as low noise as possible. Hi Arto. The one on the bed in the hospital room was his childhood friend, Akano Ruka, wearing a simple pajamas for inpatients instead of her school uniform. She smiled like a blooming flower when Imanai entered the room. Ruka, how's your condition? Imanai, I have some bruises and other small things, but I think I can return to the school the day after tomorrow. Ruka, I see, I'm glad you got no serious injury. Imanai started peeling the apples that he had brought as a gift. While saying so, apples were Ruka's favorite, and Imanai naturally came to be familiar with handling kitchen knife as he spent his childhood with her. Because when both of their parents were away from home, they often played around in the kitchen. Ruka also naturally accepted Imanai's act, and watched him in a relaxed manner until the apples had been peeled off. She ate the peeled apples little by little while chatting with him, and when the topic about this time's incident came up, she listened to him with a slightly marvelous expression and agape mouth. She was under the control of Luizina. Therefore, she hardly remembered what happened in the opera house. So, she still couldn't believe the story that Diva Luizina cooperated with criminals and disseminated poisonous substances in the opera house. Hey, did Luizina really do that? Ruka, yeah, it's true. The ones who were colluding with her were the big guy at the entrance and one of the instrumentalists. Ethel and I were even attacked by that instrumentalist. Imanai, it's kind of frustrating. I was the only one who collapsed due to the poison. Ruka, but I'm really glad you're safe. There were others who were even more seriously injured after all. Imanai, most of the audiences in the opera house that fell under control had been more or less injured. While there were few deaths, many were injured. To be only bruised among them was nothing short of miraculous, so to speak. Besides, we're just enrolled at the academy. You only need to use that frustration as a drive to grow stronger slowly but surely. Imanai, that's right. Ruka nodded a little. It seemed like she hadn't swallowed that frustration, but she should be back in shape by the time she was discharged from the hospital. By the way, were Higaki-san and CO all right? They were also in the opera house, weren't they? Ruka, Imanai's words involuntarily stuck in his throat. It wasn't because Higaki-ao, but because of a man that came to his mind when he thought about her. Sakurai Toru, a player and a reincarnated person just like himself. The man who saw through the occurrence of the event of the opera house and defeated Luizina in this time's case. Moreover, by assuming Imanai's name as a pseudonym on the spot, he pushed all the troublesome things such as reporters seeking for coverage and the meritorious deed to him. Imanai couldn't help but feel bitter about it. Imanai conjectured that he was also most likely had something to do with the incident that occurred in the base of Black Sword involving the Sword Saint, which was treated separately from the incident at the opera house. For the Black Sword and the Sword Saint came into contact accidentally or such. He couldn't believe such nonsense. In regard to his Sakurai Toru's matter, it can't be helped. I'm also at fault. Thinking back, he thought that his own actions were thoughtless, and he even carried himself conceitedly in some. He didn't think to the extent that everything he did was wrong, but at least, he likely made a lot of mistakes in this time's case. With that in mind, Imanai thought he should restore his relationship with Sakurai in preparation for the future activities, but decided to put it in the corner of his mind for the time being. The real problem is the fact that the Opera House event occurred ahead of schedule. The Opera House incident perpetrated by Diva Luizina, which was held almost half a year ahead of schedule. At first glance, it seemed that Sakurai made use of it to bring Black Sword and Sword Saint together to drive Black Sword to destruction, which upset the original flow. However, when he thought about it calmly, the original flow had already thrown out of order when the incident occurred in April. Sakurai just saw through it and took advantage of it. There should be a corresponding cause for the original flow to go out of order, and the most probable being that could do so was probably a reincarnated person. It wouldn't be strange even if there was a third reincarnated person in addition to himself and Sakurai, two reincarnated people that had already exist in this world. If the third reincarnated person is a part of Black Sword. It would be great if he's not a dangerous opponent, but that's unlikely, isn't it? Hayato, what's wrong? Ruka. No, it's nothing. No worries. Imanai. Amanai cut his train of thought in an instant and turned his looking down face toward Ruka. Then he made a small smile to reassure her, who was looking worriedly at him. However, looking at his face, Ruka lowered her eyebrows further, recalling what was bothering Amanai, and asked, "Did something happened with that Sakurai guy?" Ruka: "Well, yeah. I'm just a bit frustrated that I lost the bet I had made with him. It has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to worry about it." Amanai: "Really? If something happened, I will be there with you." Ruka: "It's okay, really. Also, Higaki-san and CO were safe too. Moreover, it seems that they defeated and captured one of the criminals. That's upper class for you, I guess." Amanai evaded Ruka's pursuit and forcibly changed the subject. He could not involve Ruka with the issue of reincarnated people and the original game, and even if she got involved, he couldn't say anything about the original game to her. Ruka also guessed that he didn't want to dwell on the topic and avoided mentioning about it further. Amanai decided to presume upon her kindness while feeling a little guilty inside. He started small talk in a somewhat humorous manner, and the subtle air between them slowly changed to a relaxed one. Their conversation was cut off by the sounds of gentle knocks on the door of the hospital room, and Ruka invited the guests in. "Come in." The one who entered the room with a "Pardon me," was the nurse in charge of Ruka. After she entered, she stated her business. "Ruka-san, someone just came to cover the payment of your treatment cost." "Someone has covered the payment of my treatment cost?" Ruka: "Yes. He said that he is your acquaintance. However, I thought I would tell you just in case." "Who on earth?" Ruka: "It was a young man named Sakurai Toru. He also entrusted me a letter addressed to Amanai Hayato-san." "However, from Sakurai, to me?" Amanai. At the mention of Sakurai's name, the two looked at each other, before accepting the letter from the nurse. In addition to the letter, several pieces of paper were enclosed in the envelope with the name Amanai Hayato written on it as its addressee. And seeing them, Amanai involuntarily opened his eyes wide and started reading the letter in a hurry. "Dear Ikemen protagonist Sama, in this occasion, we have cooperated in the incident at the Opera House and, omitted. I managed to achieve my goal safely, and throwing checks around like a rich guy is relatively fun, so I'll share some of my profit with you guys. No returning the given gifts, please. I think the reporters will continue to hound you about the case for a while. But please do your best not to give out my name. You can even think of the money I gave you as a hush money. By the way, Ethel Tina's rosary was sent to me for some reason, so please return it to her. I left it in the lost and found corner at the reception. Please do your best to raise the flag of the heroine's events." The pieces of paper enclosed in the envelope were checks with the names of himself, Ethel, and Ruka, each with a large sum of 3 million. In addition, in the blank part of the letter, drawn a hand-drawn rough map that said, "Lost and Found Corner, here." It gave the feeling that he did not take Amanai's threat to heart. It stimulated the intrapunitive part of Amanai, and he wondered what kind of face he should make the next time he met Sakurai. Amanai, you here?" "My rosary was in the lost and found corner, you know." "And a memo attached to it said that there is money for me." "Where is it?" "Where's the money?" Ethel, and seeing Ethel Tina rushing into the hospital room with a smile full of hope, Amanai couldn't stop himself from leaking a big sigh. LVL Chapter 68. Capturing arms, distant backs. That was load off my shoulder. The feeling of being liberated sure is great. Sakurai was walking in the middle of the city while stretching his arms and shoulders to loosen his stiffness. He, who had a cheerful smile on his face, had no leather bag on his back. The leather bag, folded neatly, was carried by Iris, who walked side by side with him. Now, the only items in the leather bag were what Sakurai dubbed as the 3 Sky series, not to mention the bank book that had a lot of money in it. Even the checks that could be used to withdraw money from it had gone. "Hey, Sakurai, are you really okay with it? It's a lot of money, you know." "Higaki don't care." Sakurai. At the question of Higaki who walked behind him and Iris, Sakurai answered immediately without turning his head. Walking further back behind them, Luizina, who wore a cloak to hide her appearance, recalled Higaki's perplexed expression as she talked when they had returned to the hospital room. Sakurai, the key figure that made use of Black Sword's plot to loot lots of money from their base in order to repay his debt. After paying off his debt with the money he got, he said that the rest was in the way and used up all of it within the same day. Moreover, the way he used it was not normal. It wasn't for his own pleasure or investment for the future. Instead, he dumped that large amount of money on Amanai, Akano, and Ethel, who could hardly be called his acquaintances. But why did you give them such a large sum of money even though you just met them? Higaki. I had them suppressed one of the bosses. As the helped side, I naturally had to give them adequate quest reward. Sakurai. Sakurai had skillfully browsed the list of inpatients at the reception of the hospital, and when he confirmed that Amana and others were receiving treatment at the same hospital, he claimed to be one of their party members and paid for their treatment costs on the spot. He then gave them 3 million checks each, and he left Ethel Tina's rosary with a note in the lost and found corner while he was at it. Moreover, he forcibly gave the remaining still large amount of money to Iris and Higaki, and now what was left in his hand was only a small change enough to have a little extravagant dinner for the week. Add Sakurai's apathy or maybe indifference toward money, Higaki and Iris, who were given bank books, ended up repeatedly confirming it with him unconsciously. If I raise my level in dungeons, I will naturally collect the money I require, and I have no use for such a large amount of money anyways. Sakurai. But Sakurai-san, shouldn't you save money for the future? Iris. There are absolutely people who will come flocking to you if they hear you've saved up a lot of money. I just don't wanna deal with them. Sakurai. To those words, Luizina, who had become an ex-diva, nodded deeply on the inside. While she was working as a diva, just how many people there were coming at her with hidden motives when they learned that she was a single woman who had lots of money and status. The lot, who were so many it was even bothersome to count, were persistent in many ways. Sometimes, there were even the likes of noblemen who went as far as using drugs to try to rape her. Of course, the level of drugs that affected human bodies were harmless to Luizina, a demonkin. The people who did reckless actions to her were turned into puppets with blood mist or she simply killed with her physical strength. Luizina had not an ounce of guilty feelings toward that kind of people, rather, she felt she had done good deeds by killing them. She was disgusted by such people who were so dazzled by money, appearance, and status, so she strongly sympathized with Sakurai's dislike for them. Well, if you say so, I'll hold on to the money for the time being, but just say it if you need it, okay? Higaki. You could just use it as you like, though. Sakurai. Sakurai-san. People who won't be confused when given a large amount of money by someone else just because they don't need it are a minority, you know. Iris. That makes it sounds like I'm a part of that minority, so please stop. Sakurai. Then put away those knitting tools that you took out. Most people do not knit while walking, and it is dangerous, isn't it? Higaki. Sakurai, who reluctantly put away his knitting tools at Higaki's pointing, started walking as though it couldn't be helped. He started to walk, but the way he walked was eerie, as though he danced a queer dance. The eyes of the surrounding pedestrians were visibly turning frigid. However, Sakurai ignored them and kept walking like dancing. Rather, perhaps because he gradually began to enjoy it, he started to increase his pace, which made the surrounding people immediately moved away from the place. Iris and Higaki, who were accustomed to it, did not say anything in particular despite making bitter smiles and dismayed expressions. At most, they pulled Sakurai whenever he was about to bump into something occasionally. Hey, black hair. What's that strange dance he's doing? It's creepy. Luizina. The name's Higaki. Higaki. Ow. What he's doing now is practicing some sort of movement technique. He's doing it quite slowly now, but when executed properly, it'll be a skill called Remnant Flash of Fire. Sakurai. Skill, A. Luizina. Come to think of it, when she was fighting Sakurai at the opera house, he was saying about skill this and skill that, so Luizina remembered. Sakurai was surprised that she hadn't mastered any skills, but looking at this circumstance, it was precisely because he always devoted himself to train his skills that he was surprised at her who had power but couldn't utilize it properly. So she convinced herself, although it was only a few days since she first met him, or just a few hours according to the time she spent in his company, Louisina had begun to realize that Sakurai was an unrivaled training lover, and him abandoning his shame and doing whatever he wanted to do without being tied to the society made him closer to freedom than any human she has ever seen. Louisina Mateos lived in pursuit of freedom, and now she had been released from both the role of a member of Black Sword and a diva. She gained a way to live just as a person, an individual. She had a lot of money, which she got as a reward, and she also had a prospect of a temporary housing. The necessities for life were all in order for the rise of the curtain to her second life. That was no doubt the freedom she had been seeking for. However, Louisina lacked outlook of what was beyond this freedom, which could be said to had come to her out of the blue. What should she do from now on? What could she do? What did she want to do? She was someone who could make an effort to reach her goal if she had won. It could be tell by how she honestly kept treading on the path to becoming a diva, and succeeded to becoming one with flying colors, despite it being something she was ordered to do. However, most of her goals in life to date had been given by Black Sword, and therefore she had not been able to develop ability to find a goal on her own. Yo, hap, hoi, ow. Sakurai, who tripped on his legs and fell on his face, stood up and began training again without paying any heed to the giggling voices from the surroundings. Every time he failed, he would slowly start it over from the beginning, sped up as he got used to it, and continued to start over it again and again. His eyes were as serious as when he was counting money in the hospital room. Despite there being few people, she didn't support his act of training on the street in the middle of the day, but as a person who glorified freedom, she thought he could be a reference. By keeping an eye on him for a while, she might want to review what freedom was to her. With that in mind, Louisina quickly pushed through Iris and Higaki, grabbed Sakurai by his arm, and dragged him away. Hey, what are you doing? I'll fall over, I said. Sakurai, you're being a bother to other pedestrians, and we're going to go shopping for my daily necessities now, so don't dawdle around. Louisina, I haven't heard of that. Rather, hold on, it hurts. I'm gonna fall. Let my hand go. You, hey? Sakurai, stop struggling. Hey, Blue, Higaki ow. Lift this guy's legs. Dan, Iris, take his other arm. Louisina inserted magic power into her voice and purposely spoke in strong commanding tone. Iris and Higaki, who were startled by her sudden action, fell into a fascinated state. It can't be helped. Higaki, I understand. Iris, they're fascinated. Louisina, what are you up to? Sakurai, the two who had heart marks on both of their eyes, as though to express that they were in a fascinated state, began to restrain Sakurai as they were told. Sakurai, who was the only one having a skill to invalidate fascination, began to resist, but was powerless against Higaki and Iris as he had been in a collapsed posture in the first place. The suppression technique that Iris cultivated in Netherworld worked particularly well on the rampaging Sakurai, and in the end, he was taken to the downtown area without any meaningful resistances. Akane saw off the back of her companions as they grew distant from the window of her hospital room. Amanai Hayato and Ethel Tina. It hadn't been a month since the two who were walking side by side met, yet it was no exaggeration that their relationship was unmistakably that of companions. Was it due to Ethel's bright personality or was it due to Amanai's serious personality? In any case, there were dark feelings that could not be ignored swirling in Akane's heart looking at the backs of the two. She had no resentment to the person called Sakurai Toru, but Akane unconsciously crushed the check he sent. The swirling feelings were not jealousy, they were just pure regrets. Each member of the party led by Amanai had a distinct role. It was assigned by Amanai, who knew the ability of Akane and Ethel as characters. With their abilities in mind, the girls, convinced by him, accepted their roles. Amanai Hayato acted as a frontliner, guarding the entire party by attracting the attention, hate, of the enemy. Ethel Tina, like a mainstay, was in charge of healing and support, and sometimes wielded her two-handed rosary. And as a rearguard, Akanoruka would fire high fire-powered magic attacks to rout the enemies when instructed. She was proud that Amanai stood out as one of the most talented students enrolled this year due to his ability to give accurate instructions while fighting on the front lines. However, on the other hand, she felt she was inferior compared to Amanai and Ethel. It might seem a bit misguided to feel inferiority complex when their roles in battle were very different, in the first place. However, it was precisely because Akanoruka was a mage who had excellent qualities that she got inferiority complex. An outstanding mage had the ability to perceive the magic power that filled the world and the amount of magic power that a person had. And this world where all living things has magic power more or less, it was generally accepted in the mage community the more magic power a being had, the stronger they were. Speaking in game terms, it referred to the inevitable phenomenon that the higher the level of a character, the higher their magic power value, MP, magic points, etc., would be. So it was a generally correct perception except for some event characters with special circumstances and settings. Regardless of whether a character used magic power or not, when their LV1 and LV10 stats were compared, the latter would naturally had a higher magic power value. And outstanding mages often had the ability to perceive this magic power. Akanoruka was also a main character in the original game, an existence whose qualities were guaranteed, so she had also acquired the ability of magic power perception. That was why she could perceive and compare her own magic power with the magic power of the two. That was why she noticed the fact that she was far inferior, lower leveled, than to the two. Even before Akano aspired to be an adventurer, Amanai had been training for his future enrollment at the academy. Ethel had also said that she was born in a big church, so the education she originally received might be of good quality. The two had a proper reason for being better than her. Akano herself too understood that. Therefore, Akano had always felt anguished at the fact that she was seen as equal to the two. It wasn't like Akano wanted to be under the two. Of course, she had no thought of wanting to stand above them. What she wanted was to be on an equal footing with them as friends or as companions, and in fact they treated Akano that way. So the problem actually lied in the fact Akano herself could not admit that Akanoruka was a person on equal footing with the two due to her inferiority complex. And because she herself knew that, she spent her days looking away from her inferiority complex without confiding in Amanai and Ethel. Only me. In the incident that occurred at the opera house, Akano was the only one who fell to the poison during the incident. She couldn't do anything while Amanai and Ethel were fighting the perpetrator of the incident for their lives. She couldn't even stood on the battle stage. Only me. She heard that the poison disseminated in the opera house had little effect on the strong ones among the guards and the knights who came later, as well as those attending the Adventurer Academy such as Amanai and Higaki. It was equivalent to being thrust with the fact that Akanoruka, who also went to the Adventurer Academy but fell to the poison, was distinctly weaker than her two companions. Strength filled her hand, crushing the check. The large sum of 3 million given to her, which was the same amount as the ones given to Amanai and Ethel, cornered her further. Why was she, who couldn't do anything, given the same thing as the two who were fighting for their lives? She couldn't understand it. She didn't want to receive it. However, she couldn't refuse Amanai, who handed it to her with a gentle smile and said it was natural. I want to become strong. The feeling of inferiority lying in her heart became greater and heavier. That, coupled with the regret that arose in her, shook the core of Akanoruka. I want to be strong. Tears filled her eyes that were looking out the window. They gently flowed down her cheeks and fell to the floor. Silence was the only reply to her mutter, which continued to echo as though to torment her in the dimly lit hospital room.